little kid, I like to catch the rain. While my friends are around the town, let it flow right down the drain. But our tiny house in the trees had one thing that we drank. Every drop that we had saved in our rainwater tank. But there's no such thing as waste. Only stuff in the wrong place. No, there's no such thing as waste. When we treasure every trace. Moved to the city, rented a house on my way to buy a bed. Saw one lying on the side of the road, so I took that one instead. And I also found a fridge, a couch, and a big old sewing machine with the biggest pile of thrown out stuff that I had ever seen. But there's no such thing as waste. Oh no, only stuff in the wrong place. Yeah. I said there's no such thing as waste. Better save it just in case. Well, we gotta refuse, reduce, reuse, repair, reduce, reuse, repair, You can get cool things out of the bin. You can compost every crumb. Save all the seeds you've got and weeds and give the rest back to your mum. It's time we thought about all our junk to keep our planet clean. That W word is so absurd in a world of blue and green. There's no such thing as waste. Oh no, only stuff in the wrong place. Yeah, I said there's no such thing as waste. That idea should be replaced. Well, 'cause there's no such thing as waste. Oh no, only stuff in the wrong place. Beep, 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 little bitty. I said there's no such thing as waste. Only opportunity. So big.
Hello, everyone. I was sort of jiggling along to the song there, which I heard was Formidable Vegetables, No Such Thing as Waste. My name is Kate Healy. I'm the Mayor of Stonington City Council, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to the Zero Waste Festival today. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that where I am currently, because I'm aware this is an online festival now, so people may be coming from other areas around Melbourne today as well, which is fantastic, but I'm currently on the traditional lands of the Kulin Nations, and I'd like to pay my respect to the elders past, present and emerging. I also extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and recognise and respect the cultural heritage of this land. I also want to acknowledge Kirsty Bishop, who's the president of Zero Waste Victoria and the key organiser behind today's festival, and all the hard-working people at Zero Waste Victoria, our volunteers who have helped make today's event possible. Stonington is delighted to support this year's Zero Waste Festival, delivered by Zero Waste Victoria. This festival is being supported through the Council's Community Grants Program and by Council's Sustainable Environment team. Whilst we couldn't be in the festival in person in Malvern Town Hall as planned, we're excited to be able to support an online festival and provide a space to learn, connect and inspire you all to rethink waste in lockdown. Moving the festival online also means that the program can reach and inspire large audiences across Melbourne and beyond. I'm currently in one of my boys' bedrooms. Normally I have a bit of a Zoom background to hide that fact, but that's the reality of what we've got today, so that's fantastic. So here in Stonington, Council plays a vital role in managing the waste of our community. Council's committed to reducing the amount of waste sent to landfill, and Council's waste services play a key role in closing the loop and supporting markets for recycled materials, including making sure that our food waste gets put to work for Victorian farmers. We're working very hard to explore other ways to support our community and avoid waste and recycle right. Reducing waste to landfill and working towards a circular economy are essential actions in our climate emergency response and our work towards a more sustainable Stonington. We also know that through recent deliberative engagement work with our community that, quote, protecting biodiversity, taking climate action and pursuing eco-friendly ways of living is a united ambition for the people of Stonington. So this isn't a niche desire, this is a desire across the broad spectrum of our community. So we hope that you enjoy today's Zero Waste Festival and come away feeling connected to a thriving community of zero wasters, inspired to reduce waste and get ready to support and inspire those around you. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Healy. Lovely to have you join us today as well too. I'd also like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land in which I'm joining from Wurundjeri land here in Melbourne. For those who don't know me, I'm Kirsty Bishop-Fox. I'm the president of Zero Waste Victoria, and it turned out that I directed this Zero Waste Festival. In my spare time, I'm a sustainability consultant and educator, so a lot of what I do involves community engagement programs to help transform the approach to waste, recycling and sustainable living. Zero Waste Victoria empowers people to reduce consumption and waste through everyday choices and actions, and I'm delighted to be part of bringing this event to you. I'm going to be very brief, but I'd firstly like to acknowledge the City of Stonington, who have supported this year's festival through the Community Grants Program. In addition to the grant funding, we also collaborated with the Sustainability and Waste team to bring this event to you. Alison Beck from the Sustainable Environment team will be around in between each workshop to answer your waste questions. So very briefly, this event was going to be in person in Melbourne Town Hall, but we're here online connecting with you, not only from Stonington, but throughout Victoria and Australia. If you're watching this live, I'd love for you to pop in the comments of wherever you're watching from. Let us know if you're from Stonington, let us know if you're from Melbourne or wherever you are in the world. It's fair to say this event has been like no other event I've ever been involved with. We were originally going to support Stonington Council's clothes swap with zero waste activations quietly in the background. But with the pandemic situation, we quickly decided this wasn't going to be practical. So we brainstormed and reimagined it. And at one point I said something like, it's starting to feel a bit like a festival. And before we knew it, once I'd said the F word, a festival is what it is. Zero Waste Victoria decided this would be our major event of the year, and the council were thrilled to be supporting it. So after holding the festival online in 2020, we're excited about this being the event to rebuild community as we bounce back. But we're here online, and even though we can't meet in person, I can see all these locations coming up. We're still connecting community in such a really great way. So thanks all for joining us. Keep those comments coming in throughout this session and throughout the day. I'm going to hand this over to Rosie now. Thanks for joining us, Rosie. I'm going to step back and leave it to you.
Great. Wait, hold on. Will the others just get joined?
The others will be joined in. You just keep speaking. It's all great. I'm just not part of your panel, so I'm going to duck into the background, and I think we'll bring.
All right. Okay. Oh, it's just me. All right. Good morning, everyone. As you can see, my name's Rosie Pham. And before we begin, I would also like to acknowledge the traditional owners. I'm currently on Boonwurrung, and Wurundjeri Woi-wurrung, while living in the city of Stonington. And I acknowledge that they are the traditional custodians of the land and waters on which we live, work and learn. And I also pay my respects to any First Nations people who are in attendance today. So thanks everyone for joining this panel on everyday waste warriors. So I don't know about you, but that most recent IPCC report that came out a couple of weeks ago was a bit doom and gloom for me, and it did make me start. It does sometimes the reality of our climate, situation can feel a bit overwhelming, and I think that it would be fair to say for most of us that question comes back over and over, like, is there a point? Is there a point to anything I'm even doing anymore? But I think for me, as the eternal optimist, my answer ends up being a resounding yes for all sorts of different reasons. Because there is so much more to, there is so much going on all the time with everybody. And so I hope that for all of you listening, that you can see how, whether it's through business, everyday climate action, research, there are all sorts of ways we're all making a difference all the time. So I just wanted to, first of all, introduce everyone to our panel. I'm not sure if we're all the same for everyone on our screens, or if it's like Zoom, where it's different for people. So I'm just going to start with my first left to right. So Kate, do you mind introducing yourself?
Hi everyone, I'm Kate. I'm coming to you today from Wurundjeri country up in the north. And I did some research on the tension between feminist consumption practices, spurred by my own purchase of a shirt that said the future is female, and the waste that created tension with my environmentalism from that. And so that's a bit about, or I'll talk a bit about that today.
Thanks, Kate. Charlotte?
Hi everyone, I'm Charlotte Archer, and I am the founder of Bob Hair in South Yarra, Melbourne. I started a sustainable zero waste salon 4 years ago, after having been a bit disgruntled with the amount of waste in the hair industry. Built Bob basically to have a salon that's waste-free, completely waste-free, and just uses more low-tox products, and just a bit more mindful about the partnerships that we have with with our suppliers, colour companies, and retail and whatnot.
Full disclosure, I have been going to Bob for the past 3 years, and can attest it is one of the most special hairdressing experiences that you can have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tony, do you mind?
Sure. Morning, everyone. So I'm Tony Corrales, and I host the Producing with Purpose podcast, as the little thing below there says. And I'm also the founder of a ethical vegan fashion label called No Skin, which has been live for about 4 months now, coming to you as well from Melbourne on Wurundjeri land.
Thanks, Tony. I love how spoiled your cats are. They've got a cat flap in that prime location of the window.
Yes, you'll almost certainly see them at some point through this chat.
And last but not least, of course, Russ and Ramona.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having us. Ross and I are volunteers with a group called Beach Patrol Australia. Our main focus, we started back in 2009. It was to pick up rubbish off the beaches. That later expanded to picking it off the streets. And then we come to realize we can't just keep picking it up. We need to raise awareness so we create less waste to begin with.
Yeah, that's about it. So we've got 55 plus groups all around Port Phillip Bay and through the city of Melbourne, each one out picking up litter once a month for an hour. So between all of those groups, we're raising quite a bit of awareness, as well as removing quite a bit of plastic litter from the environment, stopping it getting into the bay, and we know what happens when it gets into there.
Wow. So you've been picking up rubbish before plugging made it cool.
Yes. Our first group started in 2009. So
Yeah. Amazing. Okay, so just to give everyone a run through of how today's panel is going to work, I'm just going to ask each of you a question that is more tailored to you specifically because of your background or your interests. And then, of course, though, all panelists, you're all invited to join in and comment as well. But Ross and Ramona, with what you've been doing for the past 10 years, I thought I'd start with you. With everything that you've been picking up, what would you say are your top 5 plastic items that you regret have been invented?
Only 5? I think the main thing is that we've somehow created this world to become, quote, disposable products because they're convenient. So anything that basically was built for a purpose of single use that's been available to the general public. So coffee cups, food containers, cutlery, any of those plastic items, drink containers, plates, any of those things basically have no value after they've used for a short amount of time. It takes a lot of energy to produce them to begin with too, which gets us into climate and all of that as well. But they just get disposed of as waste because they have no value once they've been used for a short life. And that's when they become litter. As we probably all know, they become dangerous to our wildlife and our animals. And we use that word convenient, but I always ask, convenient for who? Because to me, just the whole introduction of single-use plastics many decades ago, I wish was never invented. And Ross, you probably have a few others you can.
Yeah, looking at some more singular items, like we find so many plastic straws, although we find less now than we did 5 years ago. But wouldn't have been uncommon to find 200 straws on 300 meters of beach. Quite common. Balloons, we find a lot of shards of balloons and the clips and the sticks that go with them. And polystyrene, from big bits of polystyrene down to the individual little beads. Some days we found 10,000 plus little bits of polystyrene, not just on one corner of a beach after a storm. I say plastic bags, but we find hardly any now compared to what we were doing years ago. The plastic bag ban really had a good effect on the environment.
But again, the product itself, I mean, we created the plastic bag and look how much harm it's done before we finally realized what it was doing and then have banned them. And they're still out there, but like Ross said, not to the same extent. So.
Yeah, that's really interesting to hear you ask that question, Ramona, about convenience, but convenience for who? Because it really goes to show, especially with plastic, that convenience invention has primarily only been for humans rather than considering the entire ecosystem. Hey.
So true. Yeah. And it not only, is not pretty to see, but it harms them. We're actually killing other animals and other creatures because of this convenient product we've created that we dispose of very incorrectly. And it brings us back to, is it really needed? Reducing waste. Why do we even have it to begin with?
Yeah,
which is probably a good discussion for this group.
Are you finding over the years then with people who volunteer with you that not only is our relationship to stuff, but our relationship to how we view ourselves in the ecosystem changes from picking up this type of litter?
I think so. I think we do work not only with our volunteers, but we have, when COVID wasn't around, we were able to do groups with do beach cleans with corporate groups as well as schools. And for most people, they don't really see litter until you show them that it's there. And then we kind of remind them that you'll never not see it again. And I think it does help make them aware of buying decisions, because if you're going to buy something, where's it going to end up? So it's a long, train of a process, but I think, Rosie, it does help people reconnect with something that I buy does have an effect somewhere else. That connection, like you said, with the whole ecosystem, I think it's a slow process, but I think it does start to happen.
Yeah, it's amazing. We can walk along the beach with a friend and they'll be like, "Oh, this is a clean beach," and I'll say, "Well, we just passed, three plastic bottles. There's half a dozen straws on there," and they didn't notice them because their eyes aren't tuned to looking for them. But once you've been doing it for a while, you can't help but look at what is around us. The idea of a romantic walk along the beach is kind of gone these days because you end up just getting frustrated with all the plastic litter you see along the beaches now.
Yeah, I definitely would agree with you about that. Sometimes I go geocaching. Has anyone on the panel done that before?
Done what?
For the geocaching. So for those of you who don't know about it, geocaching is this game. It's like a scavenger hunt, essentially, and people will give you different types of clues to find a little token that's hidden somewhere, like anywhere in society, really. And then you can write your name and your date to show that you've also found that geocache. But yeah, under lockdown, because it's in my 5-kilometer zone, I went geocaching at St. Kilda Beach, but I would think that I've found the item, but actually it's just rubbish. And so it's just like, oh, okay, well, I'm picking up, let's grab these bottles, let's grab these things. It is like quite confronting actually to realize how much it gets wedged into like the rocks and things as well at the beach.
Yeah.
For sure.
I feel like as a counter to the kind of convenience of things, I've heard a lot of people begin to revel in inefficiency. So the efficiency of ordering in or of whatever it is that creates this kind of very convenient waste, then like reclaiming an environmental ethics of being inefficient and anti-productive. And that means doing things slowly or making your own food or not purchasing something that is convenient or whatever it is. So I really like inefficiency as a way of actually being like more maybe ethical for the whole or like the whole ecosystem as opposed to efficient for an individual.
Good point. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard as well in relation to that, the idea as rest as resistance connected to that too, which is a really beautiful sentiment. Yeah, thank you. So I think to flow with, flowing on from that, so clearly there is, whether we're conscious of it or talking about it, there's clearly a relationship with our stuff that impacts how we purchase or what we purchase, what we're willing to purchase. Tony, would you mind sharing with us what's your relationship with stuff and how has that influenced the line of work that you've gotten into with starting No Skin?
Yeah, great. So my relationship with stuff has been a bit of a strange one. Well, it's probably reflective of what a lot of people experience. On one hand, I come from loving stuff, and I like surrounding myself with things that make me happy. But at the same time, I also in the last few years had a real sort of divergence over and started looking into a lot more of a minimalist lifestyle and things like that as well, which I think is one of the most important things as well, is actually stopping it a little bit more at the source and being a bit more intentional about purchasing, because you'll find your waste reduces massively when you're not then inundated with the stuff that's around you and always feeling you need to declutter and clear stuff out, which can be heartbreaking then with the amount of stuff that you feel that you're throwing away with bags and bags of things. And whilst not single use, you think, did that really provide me the value? But then that's a bit of a strange one, because I then find myself starting a fashion label, which obviously then produces more of the things that people are buying. And it's how you take some of that minimalist mindset and then incorporate that into starting a business that not only has the actual product being, something that's going into people's homes, but also the whole production process within that as well. So we have to be really mindful about how we're actually doing that. So I think from the top level and where we're actually producing things, it's about being more selective about our materials. Now, obviously, that comes a bit more into the sustainability element than the waste, but using things like hemp materials and recycled cottons is important. It's actually giving more circularity to that otherwise clothing waste. But it's also education along every step of the journey. So I think, like, for our suppliers, when we're having things provided and they want to give us a pair of jeans or a jacket or something and send that over to us, it's just the absolute standard that would be sent in single plastic wrappings for every single item. And you're ordering hundreds of a product and every single one comes in this plastic bag to then be put into a plastic mailer bag is absolutely devastating, and there is no need at all. There's absolutely no need. And you just say to them, we don't want that. And they're like, are you sure it keeps it safe? And it's like, no, we don't need that. You need to try and educate your suppliers why that's not something that they should be giving as default. And then even down to the way that when things are put onto shipping pallets and things like that, they come plastic wrapped as well, which again doesn't need to happen. You can request paper tape and things to fasten the boxes, and everything arrives safely and everything arrives without issue. So it's actually, you know, incorporating some of that education for your suppliers when you're creating a business, and then all the way through to actually then how you present the product and how you do that. And, you know, there's things for us as well. We have a tagline for our brand, which is for a lifetime, not a season. So we try to have more transseasonal clothing. We don't try to, you know, we certainly want to move away from fast fashion and, you know, things that are just for certain events. And we try and create things that are designed with a more timeless intent, so that a jacket you buy now is something that you can hold on to for 10, 20, 30 years of your life. And for me, that's an important thing because, as I said right at the beginning, I do, you know, I value design and I do like things, and fashion has always been something that I've been passionate about. So I want to be able to have those nice things, but there's a lot more value in having that garment that you love for years than having something that you use for one or two occasions. So there's a lot that comes into it, and sometimes you can feel a little bit internally conflicted when you're trying to reduce waste and you know that you're producing a product or an item. But I think it's brands like us in a way, or coming in with that mentality, that will actually try and help shift a market away from other companies out there that are just promoting the cheap, quick, almost single-use clothing, which I think is, you know, absolutely devastating. You think of single-use plastics as being one thing, but single-use clothing, which we're on the borderline of having access to, is just awful, especially then when you think of the production and the people behind that as well, and the costs involved.
Oh, 100%. I have to confess,
Yeah.
I still remember, like, at age 20, my friends and I deciding on a whim, let's go clubbing, but we didn't have like clothes for it or anything. And literally we just like went into a store, bought like $10 dresses and just wore them for the night, and they were hideous. So we immediately donated them. And it was just like one of these stories where, like, do you remember that time we drunkenly bought ugly dresses just to go out? Like, it's definitely
And it's not uncommon.
and it's so accessible. Like, it's so easy for anyone to decide, I have $6 and I'm just going to quickly buy something. I completely agree with you. I love, Jane, that you've shared how much you've been involved, in essence, with the supply chain and with actually asking the question every step of the way, you know, what do I see as being wasteful here, or what do I see that needs improvement? So can you share a little bit more about how you did that? Like, was it actually you sitting down and creating the process of how does something get made and then working that through, or?
Partly, and part of it as well is, you know, I run this business with a couple of co-founders as well, and the actual logistics and the end-to-end is not something that any of us had exposure to. So that's something you find out. You find out that you have to create things, you know, when you're doing larger scale production, you know, packing briefs for your suppliers. So you send them, you know, this is the kind of the way we want it shipped, the way we want it handled. And then that's when they come back and they'll say, okay, so we assume then that you want it, for example, packaged in the individual plastic wraps. And then it comes down as well to all the little bits and pieces. And look, we're certainly not perfect. You know, we're a new brand, we're a self-funded company, and often things can be more expensive to do them the right way, and that gets reflected in the cost of garments, which is why buying once and buying well is not cheap. You know, that does have to all be rolled up. But even, you know, the tags and things that go onto the garments, they're often done then with, you know, polyester strings or things like that that go onto it, instead of having more organic or biodegradable materials. And it's just every step of the way you've got to think about these things, because realistically as well, you know, as a brand who are producing things and having stuff, there's still an awful lot of waste. There is still a lot of stuff that comes out of our warehouse, comes out of our office. You know, on the more micro day-to-day scale, we're a paperless office. That can't, you know, I come from a world of digital. There's no need to be, you know, churning out reams of paper. We have, when we do our packaging then onto the consumer, we use biodegradable mailer bags, we use biodegradable tape for anything that needs to be taped. And, we limit as well the amount of stuff that we put inside. So it comes all the way through from the beginning of the supply chain onto how we then pass it onto a customer. But it's, it's unavoidable in some respects to get that waste, but it's just about asking the questions of the supplier at each stage about what their intent is, rather than waiting for something to arrive and then realizing that, it's completely wrapped in plastic wrap or something like that.
I love your choice of the word intent there. I think it's really, from listening to your podcast, it's really clear to me there is so much intention behind everything you do, and even your process of sharing that to help other people consider how to be more purposeful with their business. Sorry, I've just realized I'm like totally hogging the question asking. Does anyone else want to chime in?
No, doing well, Rosie, carry on.
Well, I have had to learn that sometimes I ask questions way faster than what other people, and if I just gave people a minute, they would actually ask for me. So I just wanted to check in. So,
Sorry. I think something that Tony just said, like, you've got to ask people not to put the package, not to do this kind of packaging, and that you don't need this and that. I think that's just something that I've just resonated with me. Like, I think as a business, but also as a consumer, just someone who doesn't have a business, if someone's not taking those kinds of ways, like, maybe we need to just be asking more questions. Like, I think people get really nervous on a day-to-day basis saying, to their local grocer, hey, why is the organic produce wrapped in plastic? Or why is it in its own little packet? Like, we need to be asking more questions and, asking them if they can just, why are you doing this? I'd prefer it not being like this, because it's not until people ask that people change. And I think, a lot of the broader community, they don't do this, and they're not going to do it unless the consumer asks for it. So this is something that I do, and I think it's really important, like, not just as a business. I know, Tony's asked that of other businesses and whatnot, and I do that also, but I think it's down to the individual person to start asking questions more, and not be scared to kind of, to be seem like one of those type of people, but just doing it in a beautiful manner.
Yeah, I think that's totally right. And the thing is as well, there are, as I say, oh, sorry, Charlotte.
No, go. Sorry.
Sorry, I think it was a little bit of lag. But yeah, we also, as I say, we don't profess to be perfect. And there are some people out there who are more educated on the matter, or have, better knowledge about things than we do. And if we get if we get an email from someone saying, I love my product, hopefully they did, hopefully they enjoyed what they bought. But, have you considered this, or have you considered that? Then we're not going to take offense to that. That's not a problem for us. That helps us take a simple step to be better as well. And most of the time it is simple steps. So yeah, like, be open with your feedback to companies. If they are doing things with the right intention, if they have got good values underlying as well, they'll actually be grateful to receive the feedback, because sometimes you just can't see the things that are right in front of you because you're dealing with so much, all of the time as well.
100%.
Yeah, and I think what you've both raised there is something really important for us to remember as well, is that no one ever has perfect knowledge. Like, I think in that question, in that thing of like, how come we don't ask questions, there's often this assumption that, like, well, whoever designed it, or whoever's working at the top of, a supermarket or a particular company, like, they clearly must obviously have this very, like, expert team who have decided the best outcome, and that's why it is the way it is. But that's not always the case. Sometimes it's just that, yeah, like you say, like, no one's asked the questions, so no one knew, like, maybe we should include this as part of a process that could be improved. Yeah.
I love constructive feedback. So yeah, it's a big thing, I think, of how we can push to try and change.
Definitely.
We find that in a company I run, we find that there's so many layers of bureaucracy to get through, to get to talk to people. You've got suppliers, we have suppliers, and you've got courier companies, and all those people are using disposable plastic because it's easy and convenient for them. And just to get one product in through your shop, process it and ship it out, you might be talking to 4 or 5 different suppliers along the way, and you've got to remind each of them politely, like, hey, I don't need that in that bag, or can you not wrap that in bubble wrap, or we're not putting it in a satchel for these reasons. We've packed the box with waste cardboard rather than polystyrene. And it's really a big effort because society has gotten so entrenched with using plastic as an easy way to do things, and fast and simple, and it's very cheap, and it's it serves a lot of really good purposes, but at the end of the day, we don't really need it, and we can do without it, but you really got to work at it on multiple layers.
True.
Yeah. And I think actually, Ross, in you sharing that, I think what it should also remind us is when we do see someone doing it well, to also give that positive feedback, because whoever instigated that has probably been working at it for 6 months, and it was probably an uphill battle, start to finish. And so to get that feedback, it allows the team to know it was worth it. For example, like what you were just saying about the waste postage. Recently, I got something delivered to me in a box that wasn't branded, like the right brand. It was, but there was a note on it that said, we use just boxes that we find rather than new ones as our way to reduce. And I think that, taking the time to email that company back to say thanks for doing that, because it meant that's one less waste item for us too. It's encouraging, and it's it really validates the work that's been put into that. Okay, well, I'm going to move on to my next question then. Since we're on the topic of business. Charlotte, at Bob, do you think that your clients are coming to you specifically because they are trying to be more environmentally conscious? Or is it that it's because your salon is gorgeous and people?
Look, I think it's everything, but I think at the end of the day, from the research I've done, and from every time someone calls as a new client, we always ask how they found the salon. Are they local? Is it through social media? Is it through Google search, and why? And yes, a good portion of Bob's clients do come because they're seeking a sustainable salon. They want a salon, like, first and foremost, that's reputable, that will give a beautiful cut and color. Obviously, that's essential. But once they've got past that and realize they're going to get that, they start looking for more detail. So, a sustainable salon is just becoming a thing now. Like, I for the life of me can't understand why there's not more people doing it. And toxic free, I think there's a huge push towards that. So if you're going to go and get a haircut and a color somewhere good, why not just go to a sustainable salon versus someone that's not a sustainable salon? To me, that's a given. So I do think that it's part of the search process when people are coming to us. And as far as referrals, it's, there's a salon around the corner that's really good, but there's zero waste and it's toxic free. So yes, and essentially I do think that the majority of our clients are looking for that, because especially with what's going on in the world, people are having to make more mindful decisions, and it just comes down to each and every person to do that. And hopefully once there's more demand for it, more salons will roll on with this, and it'll just become the norm.
Do you get many salon owners calling you to ask, how do I make my salon more like sustainable like yours? Or
no. Look, to be honest, I think we use a company called Sustainable Salons. So, we have set up with them. So the way they work is, we pay like a weekly fee, and they supply us with big bins. So 4 different bins, 1 for paper, 1 for metal, 1 for plastic, 1 for hair. We get a chemical bucket, and then a box to put like glass and stuff in. And basically we have our own wheelie bin, or two wheelie bins actually, and they come every 2 weeks and grab that, and everything gets sorted at a centre. So basically they take 95% of our salon waste. The other 5% is food waste, which we do personally because they can't do that, and we just have a bokashi bin, which is a composting system. So look, I think they are sufficiently out there that salons would know that it's out there. So it's up to the salon to make the decision to go out and take that on board, I suppose. It's super easy. And to be honest, we offset the cost with the client, which is what every salon does. So technically it's not costing the business anything. Each person has a $2 or $3 green fee on top of their service. No one's ever, commented on that. And that's just to make, the client realize that they are making an impact themselves. It's not just the business. So it's a pretty thought out process. And I think that it's pretty easy to just jump on board and do it. And, they come in and train you and get you up to scratch with what you need to do. So, I don't get a lot of business owners approaching me with that because it's there. As far as toxic free, that's still slow moving in the hairdressing industry, unfortunately. I think a lot of hair salons are still under the assumption that it doesn't work as well, which is obviously not a thing. But, I think that the hairdressing industry, there's just not as much education as there probably should be with that kind of thing. I know that with the training school that we have our apprentices at, that they are starting to teach sustainability as part of the curriculum within that academy, which is amazing. This was definitely not a thing back in my day. So fundamentally it's shifting, as you're learning, you're not having to change when you're, at a salon. So I think there is a slow shift towards it, but it's kind of a step that you need to want to take, and you go and find it yourself. I don't feel that salon owners are sharing that amongst themselves unless it's part of, the way we kind of post and market it of being a sustainable salon. People go, oh, okay, that might be quite a good idea. And then they go off and do it themselves. Sorry, that was a really long answer to get to that. But yeah, I think that, yes, salons are shifting slowly.
Yeah, I really love, I personally think that $2 to $3 cost you pay, it's not so different from a carbon offset, is it? And it is a good reminder that there is a cost. There is a cost to even something like getting your hair cut. It's not that it was like cut, colored and washed and boom, like this, it all just disappeared. And I think that really reminds me of like what Ross and Ramona, you were talking about the convenience for whom. And with this question about toxic products and but will the outcome be as good for my hair if I had like a less toxic hair color? Like, I think what that made me think about is when we're talking about waste, we're always thinking it's physical. We're thinking it's going to be a plastic item floating in the ocean. But what you're drawing on here is that it's a toxic waste that we can't see, but it's in our water, and we impact that as well. So I think it's amazing that you have found a way to reduce that toxicity. Do you mind sharing how that works?
In terms of what form are you talking about, the chemicals?
Yeah, like how have you done something so like powerful that like what is common in other hair salons is not happening at yours?
I think, I go back to sustainable salons because they're the reason we can do this. Essentially, it would be impossible to do it without them. We have these chemical buckets because obviously we go through a bucket ton of color, and there is wastage. We overmix, it oxidizes. We have to normally throw it down the sink. That's what every hairdresser does. It has to go somewhere. It doesn't go into a bin. So these go into chemical buckets, and then the chemical bucket gets picked up when you opt for it. It takes a while to load up. And then that gets made into water. So they take the chemical buckets away, break it down to water, and then it gets sent out to the building and construction industry to get repurposed. So I think every facet of sustainable salons, each bin has a specific recycling form. So down to the hair, people would think, well, hair, whatever. That gets made into booms, which is, I suppose, like a big sausage thing in a stocking. It's basically a stocking filled with hair that soaks up oil spills that have either, happened on land or in the ocean. And I just think that's huge. I mean, we're using something that traditionally would just go in an ordinary bin like hair, and you're repurposing it, and they're finding more and more ways to repurpose it. They're making like doormats and things out of this hair. They're soaking up oil spills. It's pretty mad what they're doing. And then with the money, they're giving back to the community with Oz Harvest and other things like that. So I think it's kind of like a circular economy, really. It's pretty incredible. So I think that's just one small part of Bob, is Sustainable Salons system of where we can recycle efficiently, and it just reduces the impact on the planet, in a way that we would never traditionally be able to do. Foil alone is, I've forgotten what the number is, but it's ludicrous how much foil, like aluminium foil, sits in landfill per year just in Australia alone. And keeping out foil, which is just never going to break down, that gets melted down and remade into aluminium products. Like, yeah, I could talk about this all day, but I think that's just one facet of the business. It's just I wish they would do it in lots of other businesses, not just hair salons, but I think it's just one thing at a time, really.
If I could jump in here, Rosie, I think the question you were referring to was the bigger part of people aren't paying the real cost of a product. You get a service and then you pay for the service and everybody thinks they're done, but there's always the follow-on from it. You buy a plastic container, for 10 cents, but then you throw it away. But that cost still continues to occur. I think in New York, they were finding back when they had plastic bags that it was costing them 50 cents, costing the local government 50 cents for every plastic bag given out because of the time they spent in trying to retrieve them out of trees and drains and the oceans around there. And so there's this concept which is growing a bit of momentum and finding a bit of resistance in Australia, unfortunately, called extended producer responsibility, where the manufacturers or suppliers of this product are actually having to pay a fee up front for the what they call the backside of a product, how to make sure when it's disposed of, it's disposed properly, where it's not loose in the environment or causing any further external costs. And if we can bring that in around the world, and in Europe, there's a fairly decent push for that now, and I think we'll then start this. We won't have these, like Charlotte was talking, a $3 green fee, because everybody will be expecting to pay, the real cost of a product or a service up front. Maybe 10 years time, we'll be having quite a different conversation on that, because there seems to be more and more discussion on this concept of producers paying a fee. Like in Australia, we're bringing in a container deposit scheme where the bottling companies pay 10 cents up front, and then the consumer, when they hand that bottle back, they'll get their 10 cents back. But that's a real good example of the producers paying a fee up front to account for the disposal or the recovery of the product, where it can be reused for something else again.
Oh,
I think you should mention. Oh, sorry.
Oh, you go.
Yeah, you were mentioning, Charlotte, about the the reuse that they're finding for hair, like for clean up oil spills and that kind of thing. The minute we place value on something and we find another use for it, then people treat it very differently.
Yeah.
If people don't think it has any value, then they're not going to pay much attention to it. But if we can, like you say, educate people that, look, this does get reused, and they're finding new uses for it, which is fantastic. It creates value, and then we all pay attention, because very rarely do we find smartphones on the beach as litter, or $100 notes, or anything like that. We find things that people think have no value for the most part.
Like on the container deposit scheme, right now we only recycle about 15 to 20% of plastic bottles. But once we put 10 cents on them, within a few months, that'll go to over 80%. Just for 10 cents. It's an amazing change that happens, and it replicates whenever anybody around the world does this. It's such a simple change. We just put a little bit of value on it, and it may not be 10 cents, may not matter much to me or someone else, but a little high school kid or a primary school kid running around the yard will go find it. They want to go buy some candy or something, or a lot of people are supplementing their incomes to the tune of $20,000, $30,000 a year by picking up bottles in Adelaide. So it makes a big difference when we get people to, like Ramona said, put a value on it, and all of a sudden it becomes a resource, not a waste product.
100%. And I think that's the beauty of a circular economy approach, is that because you want to be reusing everything for different reasons or industry, it all has value again. Just because it didn't have value for one person doesn't mean it's not valuable to someone else or another industry. I remember learning about that last year in ecological economics. Like, there are some companies where one person's waste is actually not a waste, it's actually then delivered to another company because it's really useful to them. And it's incredible, and it's a really great indicator, it's evidence as well that we've probably been less connected to each other than we could have been. And in having that, those broader conversations across industry, that's when we realize, pairing up with you means we both benefit, and then the impacts that can have as well. Yeah. I think, so I just wanted to make one last comment, Charlotte, is that what I've loved about learning more and more about Bob is that even something that sounds like it should be simple, I'm just getting a haircut, it actually has, again, so many processes, so many steps behind and before I've even arrived. And the passion that you bring into something like hairdressing helps us realize, even that choice of what my haircut is for the year, or depending how often you cut your hair, even that is actually making a huge impact and a huge change. So thank you for sharing all of those things. It's a lot to think about. Yeah. And last but not least, Kate. So Kate, you've been in the middle of writing, finishing your thesis, which I've been having the great pleasure of reading through. So thank you so much for sharing. There was a particular quote in it that I really loved, that I'm just going to share with everyone else, because I realize your thesis is not ready it's not open to the public yet. But this is a quote from one of your participants in your research, which is, I imagine when the apocalypse comes and I'm like, wow, if you old men who only knew how to do efficiency things, I know how to make my own clothes and grow my own food. So you're not on my team when the apocalypse comes, and you're probably going to die. We laugh together.
Yeah, that was beautiful imagery.
I wanted to ask you, I think that this is an aspect that we probably don't hear as much yet in the mainstream. Do you think that there is a gendered aspect to our consumptive habits? And if there is, do you think that this gendered aspect impacts how we relate to things, and how we will actually respond to reducing our consumption?
Yes, okay, I'll do my best. They're big questions. So I think all identity is interconnected with stuff. And our emotions are interconnected with stuff. Stuff impact us. They make us feel things in the way that Ross and Ramona, in seeing plastic, your emotions change. You feel upset. Things are impacting us. They're lively, and they're really potent they're not just inanimate objects, let's say. And in our relationship with things like plastic, the beach changes, or how we relate to a beach and that landscape changes. And as you said, Ross, it's no longer romantic, but it is filled with obstacles and stress and upset. So I think all identity is interconnected with things. And so gender as like a performance of part of our identity is interconnected with things. And I guess it's how it's interconnected. So a lot of my participants who were feminists and were feminine, they were kind of pushing back on this early 2000s understanding of femininity as hyperconsumptive, trashy, needing consciousness raising, catering to the male gaze, very wasteful, very single use, which, I think emerged in the early 2000s. And so they were kind of pushing back on that understanding of feminine consumption as not only anti-feminist, because it's catering to the male gaze, but also as something that is anti-environmental in its wastefulness and its hyperconsumptiveness. And two people in particular were using things to not only change what femininity means. So like Imogen, who you read a quote from, she brought with her to the group a pair of pants that she had tailor-made from remnant fabric. And she spoke about femininity as having the skills to care for herself. And that was through sewing and through being able to kind of rely on herself to support her everyday needs, food, clothing, shelter. And she also spoke about it in terms of these are pants. I'm a very feminine person, but pants aren't typically understood as feminine. And maybe I operate in a setting where it's expected of me that I'm very girly. And yes, I am, but no, I'm not. And so she changed what femininity meant with things. And these pants changed her understanding of femininity in their creation, if that makes sense. And she built the skills to be able to be feminine in an environmental way and in a way that's what is femininity? I disagree with the fact that it needs to be pink. And so she did all of that in a way that was environmental and feminist. So her gendered consumption was about reclaiming both of those things. So femininity in relation to feminism and environmentalism, which I was just in love with. And she talks about this apocalypse where she's because she lives an inefficient life where she doesn't rely on others to kind of support her. She's I know what I'm doing. I will survive the apocalypse. I did a good degree in horticulture and I know how to make my own clothes. And those are things that are typically kind of looked down upon. And she thought that was really powerful. And then Sunday, another participant, she talked about having 13 pairs of essentially the same pants. And she was I know it's really bad and I should stop op shopping for the same pants or seeing a pair I love in the US and they get here and they're too big, so I have to get them tailored because I feel so much guilt about sending them back and all of that mileage. But these pants had emerged for her as a way of comforting her appearance when she had alopecia, so was losing her hair, where she couldn't find comfort in her body as something that it was feminine, but it seemed quite powerless. And she came from a history of debutante balls and all of that, where femininity is incredibly prescribed. And she was I like femininity and I think I'm feminine, but that stuff is not fun. That's not powerful. That's the femininity that I'm given by kind of heterosexual patriarchy, and I'm not super into that. But with these pants, she was they were a corduroy 3/4 length cuffed pants that were high-waisted. And she sent me a photo of 13 pairs of these pants. And I was Jesus, Sunday. And she was I know I need to get I need to get a handle on this stuff. But in our conversation, she really felt the pull of these pants. And she talked about not only how they enable her to feel feminine and powerful, but also how she just can't throw them away. She said she's moved house 6 times in the past 2 years. And of everything she owns, these are 13 things she cannot get rid of. And I thought that was a really lovely example of, yes, she's overconsumptive, but she feels these things, and she feels how they are super important to her life. And that means that they cannot be waste. And I thought that was like an interesting tension in the fact that we're like, don't buy stuff. And then it's like, yes, Sunday understands that fully. But when she has this stuff that is really central to her kind of gender and her comfort in her body and being differently feminine in a powerful way, the pants kind of took on this wastelessness. They couldn't be wasted. And she was committed to tailoring them, committed to, like, I don't know, keeping them for years. Whereas she spoke about lots of other things that could easily be thrown away or passed on to other people. So yeah, in my research, gender or femininity was simultaneously, like, they were using things to change gender and what femininity means. And they were, in doing so, things became really important and really environmental, or thought about environmentally. And I think more generally, if we understand things, like if I understand a pair of pants as helping kind of create me and give me emotions, my responsibility to those pants changes. Like, in the same way that Ross and Ramona, you noticing and feeling upset about plastic, your responsibility to plastic or to the thing changes. And so if we understand stuff and, like, the things that can't speak as lively and as potent, then we can't be as kind of ruthless towards them and as reckless. Yeah. Sorry, that was really long, but I hope that made sense for everyone.
Okay, that's gorgeous. And it reminds me a lot of what, Tony, you're talking about in terms of, buying once and buying well. Like, yes, there might be 13 pairs of them, but they're all loved. It's not that she's got, this is pair of pant number 1 and these are my least liked. They're all equally loved, which is why none of them have been given away or thrown away. And I think that like Sunday's story about why these pants are so important it's a good reminder for all of us that yes, we might be on zero waste journeys, but it doesn't mean that everything around us has now become useless or like pointless, or that the goal is to want nothing, but it's to know with real intent and purpose what are the things we actually, like, which things are the things we should actually or want to actually have around us. There were 2 words that you brought up that really resonated with me, which was when you were talking about the performativity of gender and the way that our gender can be prescribed to us, because often that is what's actually spurring the consumption more than our actual personal desires, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, like your story about going clubbing one night, you did what was required of you or expected of you. You followed the script for that evening and you bought a hot dress and you went out, then you threw it away. And that's what's kind of asked of you. That's the script you're given to follow. So well done. You did well. A+. But yeah, it's incredibly harmful. And I think it's really tiring that femininity is still branded as both anti-feminist and anti-environmental. When we all require clothing, and masculinity has its je ne sais quoi in how you have to consume. But yeah, it's definitely it's less fast fashion hyperconsumptive, and fast fashion is the real bush with public discourse at the moment. Oh, one thing, Imogen also, she talked about how fast fashion as like a way of disconnecting, her creation of pants as a way of disconnecting from fast fashion. And fast fashion obviously employs a lot of kind of underpaid, sweated labor that happens to be, they happen to be women as well. So she talked about it feminist in terms of supply chain. And I thought it was really cool how she re-envisioned the role of a seamstress as caring and skillful and all of that, and thoughtful, and understanding the dynamics of a material in this really intricate way. And so re-envisioning the seamstress as someone that has all of that potential and isn't sweated labor that is underpaid and it's an easy job, but as this really beautiful thing that can let you fucking survive in an apocalypse. So yeah, I thought that was really lovely as well.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you so much, Kate. Oh, yeah, I mean, if you feel like self-publishing over the lockdown, honestly, your thesis needs to be more readily available. All right, I'm actually mindful of the time. I guess we've got 10 minutes left for questions. So I suppose we should open it to the comments that we've received so far. Would that be the correct thing to do?
I think I would really love to keep going. I'm actually loving this conversation, and I think it's really, really insightful. But we're going to have to wrap it up. So if we can just have a couple of moment things, that would be great, Rosie.
Sorry, a couple of what?
Just wrap it up now. Look, I might just thank everyone for their time. We've got some waste Q&A coming on and a few things. So thank you to Charlotte, Ross and Ramona, Kate, Tony. Really appreciate what you've had to say. There's been a lot of comments coming through. We probably can't bring them all up now, but you've got some time afterwards. It'd be great if you can jump into the comments and just reply to some of them if you like. People are guilty of throwing out too many clothes and donating clothes. It's great intention. But that's just the way it goes. So thank you all for your time, and we're going to move on to our waste panel with the council, and I've got a young ambassador as well too. Thanks, Rosie.
Thank you so much. Thanks everyone.
Thanks everyone. Goodbye.
Thanks everyone.
Oh, I'm still figuring this tech out. If we can bring Alice on and somebody else can press the buttons instead of me, I think that'll be a much better go. We need to bring Beck on, and bye, Ross and Ramona. Thanks for joining us, especially at the last moment to relieve someone who couldn't make it this morning anymore.
Thanks for having us.
Bye.
Thank you. Well, I'm here and I'm back. For those who've missed before, I'm Kirsty Bishop Fox, the MC of the festival, and been coordinating it in the background. I'm here with Beck and Alice from Stonington Council, from the Sustainable Environment Department, and we've got Tessa here, who is a Stonington Sustainability Ambassador. I'm really excited to have Tessa here. I'm told that she actually writes some zero waste tips and pops them into the newsletter. It might be sustainability tips. And I'd love for Tessa to share, say hello and share a tip with us this morning.
Thank you. So my name's Tessa Plant, and I am a Stonington Youth Sustainability Ambassador, and I work with one other student from Paran High who unfortunately couldn't make it today. And so on a monthly basis, we share tips in our Stonington newsletter, and we do this just by writing a couple sentences about an idea that we present to the public. And so it can sometimes be related to a certain upcoming date, for example, International Composting Week or something, or it could just be a general thing talking about biodiversity or talking about sustaining wildlife just in your back garden. And so it's only a couple sentences, and it's got a photo with it as well to kind of show an example of what's going on. So we submit these tips, as I said, and they get put in the newsletter. And so one of the tips that was actually from this month was talking about bulk buying things and also about scoop and weigh shops. So in Stonington, we have quite a few scoop and weigh shops. I know there's one just on Glenferrie Road. And essentially a scoop and weigh shop means that you can, instead of buying, say, a packet of gummy bears. Like Scoop and Weigh shops have lots of different things. They can be healthy, they can be nuts, they could be like some corn chips, they could be sweet things as well. And you can scoop out the certain amount you want and put it into a paper bag, and it weighs on the amount it weighs is the amount that it costs, and it makes it a really perfect way to not overbuy or underbuy how much food you need. So it's perfect to get that amount that you need, and you're not going to have excess stuff, but you're not going back and getting everything individually wrapped in small sachets. And so the other part that we talked about in the bulk buying was buying large amounts of food just in one big packet. For example, big things of wheat or rice or even dog food. I know with dog food, they love giving you lots of like 500-gram packets so that you have to buy like 5. And I have a dog and she is very hungry, and those aren't going to last us very long. And so we try to buy just one big packet because it's also easier to recycle one big piece rather than lots of little pieces. And that comes to anything really, like even when you're cutting up a piece of paper. Like I'm at school, and once you've done a worksheet and there's some leftover paper, everybody loves just chopping up the paper because they're a little bit bored. But that makes it harder to recycle because it's just more little pieces that could be flying around. So it just helps people to understand that. Yeah, so that's a kind of basic overview of our tip, and there are some photos. Like we've got some food that we get from Scoop and Weigh shops, and they just try to help educate people in the community in like a short, really concise way, and also tries to engage the younger community as well. I know at school environment, it's really looked after, but it's by quite a small community. So we're trying to widen that community, especially in the younger years, in the junior school.
Excellent. That's great. Have we lost Tessa, or has she stopped talking?
I think we may have lost her somehow.
We think we may have lost her. I was told she was going to be giving us one tip. She gave us so much insight. I am so impressed, not just with her insight, but that such a young person is just so with the program, and she certainly knows what's going on. I don't know if she's going to come back or not, but I'm really glad that we had her on board. I hope you've all got some insight from watching her. Now, I've got Beck and Alice from the council here. If you've got any questions about waste, pop them into the chat. If we don't, or into the chat, it's not the chat, it's the stream that you're on. And if we don't get time to answer them all in this segment, we're going to have these in between each segment. So your question will get answered throughout the day sometime. But I'd really like to know, I don't know who's best to answer this, Beck or Alice. I know that Stonington Council, they're actually sort of overhauling the way they do waste. I don't know if overhaul is a bit of a big word, but they're making some changes. They might be subtle, but there's some innovation that I've heard. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
That's probably a question for me, Kirsty. I guess the overhaul that you're talking about, or all the changes that are going to be coming for Stonington's waste service, I suppose, are all to align with state government policy, Recycling Victoria. So we'll be broadening the scope of our food and green waste service and trying to make sure that more people have access to composting their food and green waste rather than putting it in their landfill bin. Down the track, we'll be introducing separate bin or service for collection for glass. That's not quite coming yet. And then we're also working on a bunch of other projects in the meantime to help people get their recycling right and make sure the right things are going in the right bins, and also making sure that we are recovering resources properly, because unfortunately Stonington residents seem to have a little bit of a problem with putting recyclables in their general waste bin. So keep an eye out for things in your letterbox and things on your bin that give you some tips on how to improve your resource recovery and your recycling in Stonington.
Amazing. Thanks, Alice. And I'll just jump in and just say, yeah, we'll be back between each break to talk about some of our waste programs. But at Stonington Council, we do have heaps of initiatives and programs and support available to help you reduce waste and compost and recycle e-waste and garden and learn about compost and worm farming. So we do have them all listed on a webpage, which is stonington.vic.gov.au/zero waste. And if you visit that page, you'll get a whole list of programs and find a little bit more about all of those discounts and support and programs. But yeah, in the meantime, you can feel free to ask us some questions. I think we've just got a couple of minutes before we start the next workshop, so there might not be a lot of time. I think you've already answered that question that's come up from the Stonington Kitchen Library about glass bins, so perhaps not that one. That's one from Deb there. So Deb's asked, is Stonington changing their waste collection? So I think, yeah, Alice kind of answered that already. Not just yet.
Not just yet. Yeah, we will have to at some point because the state government has mandated it. But at the moment, we're just trying to work out what the best solution is for our community. So doing a lot of research and work in the background to figure out what collection of bins, what sizes, how often they get collected. And so in a year or two, you'll probably see some changes. But for now, things are staying the same. Why are Stonington Fogo bins red when every other council seems to have lime green? That's a great question. And we love our burgundy bins, but we will be changing them to align with the lime green standard that other councils have. So in approximately February, March of next year, you'll probably see some bins being changed over to a black body with a lime green lid. And they will be labelled at that point as well.
And if it's any consolation, it's not just Stonington. I'm in Maroondah, and we've got a blue, a green, and a maroon. And the green is not my garden waste.
Yeah, similar thing with our recycling bin, which has a blue lid. We'll be swapping that over to the yellow lid standard at some stage as well.
Yeah, and I think the thing is with a lot of councils that have different coloured bins and lids, is these were all kind of, put in place, all of these colouring systems before the national standards came in, and there's just been a lag to catch up. So I think, yeah, a lot of councils are working towards that standard, those standard colours.
Excellent. That's great. We're going to have to wrap this session up, but don't worry. There's a few questions that we haven't asked yet. We're going to hold that thought and have them at the end of the next section, which will be in about an hour's time. I'm going to thank Tessa and Beck and Alice, and we'll see Beck and Alice back next. While I'm here, I'm going to bring Alana on. If we could have Alana come up first, we'll say hi to Alana.
Hello.
Hi, Alana. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good, good. Are we ready for some cooking?
I think so. I've got all my ingredients ready. Hopefully we've got some other people cooking along too today.
We do. But just tell us while we're warming up. And if anyone's cooking along, I know I've got a few people cooking along with me, and I'll be jumping into my kitchen soon and doing a bit of we'll see how it goes with the tech change going from a laptop to a phone. If I drop out, I won't be far. Okay. But what are we going to be doing today? Like, what have you got there? A beautiful basket of greens.
I do, yes. So what we're going to be doing today, we'll go through a few common foods that people do end up wasting a lot. So we'll go through a few tips and tricks on how to store them so that they're a bit fresher for longer. And one of the ways you can actually make your greens and, all those beautiful herby things last longer is to make them into a pesto. So I'm going to be using a few random things that you might not think that you could turn into a pesto. And we're going to be making a really creative pesto. So anything you have, we can brainstorm, if you've got something random in your fridge, go grab it, because maybe we can brainstorm a delicious pesto and we can cook it all together.
Excellent. If you're not sure and you want to give it a go, pop your questions into the comments. I was speaking to a buddy of mine last night, and he's a bit of a cracker actually. And I said to him, "Do you want to join us and cook along with us?" And he said yes. So we've got Costa's kitchen. And Costa, where are you, Costa? Hey, here he is. So Costa said that he was going to go out and raid his veggie patch and see what's out there. So what have you found, Costa?
I found plenty, and when I looked at your ingredients list, Alana, I realised I have a lot more than just a handful of greens. But I had Tuscan kale. I had this other variety of kale, which I'm not sure it is. This is all off my street garden. There's some nasturtium. There's some canola, which that's a nice green leaf there. I've got curly leaf parsley, flat leaf parsley, a whole variety of sorrel and thistles, and yeah, that's pretty much what I dug up. You know, it took me about 3 minutes to find all those ingredients. So yeah, I'm ready to go. The other one that I thought I'd mention was the garlic, because there's some people that I know grow garlic, and I asked them to send me some so I could grow it, which is growing. But they also sent me a little pack of garlic that they say keep it frozen in the fridge, so you've always got some available. So yeah, you know, I'm sure this will tie in with the stuff you're going to talk about, Alana, about ways that we can take the abundance from one season and spread it across the year.
Amazing. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. You've got some goodies there. This is going to be great.
Right, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump into my kitchen. You're going to see a bit of a scene change. But before we get into it, can I introduce you to someone who I'm really excited about what they're doing? Have you heard of kitchen libraries before, Alana?
Yes, I love kitchen libraries.
I've got Rosie here, and I just wanted to talk about the kitchen libraries because I'm going to just hand it to you two to chat, because Rosie was telling me all about it, and I think that you're going to be stoked.
Oh, I'm so excited. Hi, Rosie.
Hey, Alana. So nice to meet you. And hi, Kester. I can't believe we're all on the same screen.
Hi, Rosie.
Very exciting. How are you going?
Good. Yeah. Beautiful day here in Melbourne.
Absolutely gorgeous. The bluest of blue skies. So this is just a little ad break for a project. I was part of the Stonington Environment Champs program, which the delightful Beck Nichols set up as of last year. And with that, a handful of us from the local community learned more about how to create projects to make a difference in our community. And the delightful Peter Hayes, who was in our group, she started a kitchen library. Well, that was her idea. And I asked if I could please be part of her group. So the concept of a kitchen library is essentially that you can share as a community all our resources rather than us individually buying our own. So it's very similar to a men's shed and how men have like the tool library. It's like that, but for the kitchen. So well, unfortunately with lockdown, we've been a bit delayed with our process of rolling out a kitchen library, but we wanted just to use this opportunity to kind of remind everyone that while that might be the case, we can still connect with our neighbours on our street and ask, is there anything you need? And we can still share locally, because really all of our kitchens can be a library. And I just wanted to show some things that we share in our house. So I've got here a stack of some plates and cups, which always come out to every picnic. These are actually really special to me because when I got married about 7 years ago, one of my best friends was really aware that I was already beginning my zero waste, I suppose, journey. So she actually laboriously went op shop to find matching cups and plates and things like that to create a picnic set as our wedding gift. So yeah, it's really, really precious. But yeah, this comes out for anything we do whenever we go out. And most recently, my neighbor has been quite unwell, so she can't come over obviously to make her own juices. So what we do is she drops her veggies and fruit over the fence to our house. I juice them with our delightful juicer, and here's some I'd made earlier, some celery and apple juice, which will be making its way over, and a little bit of beetroot juice. I might have already had some, which I then drop back over the fence. So even though it might be a lockdown, there are still really effective ways to share. And my other really special appliance I really wanted to share is my soy milk maker. And, yeah. And so I'm very lucky. My sister only lives 2 doors down, but the soy milk's coming to her. So Yeah, I just wanted to, I guess, use this opportunity to kind of spruik our kitchen library. Hopefully it'll be coming in a non-lockdown season near us.
That's
But yeah, in the meantime, there are lots of really fun ways to still turn every kitchen into a library and share with everyone, well, anyone that you can in your zone.
Well, that's such a nice story. And I love the idea of a kitchen library. So especially for, people I know who live in small apartments that maybe can't store a lot of equipment for the kitchen. That's such a great idea.
Definitely. And I mean, for a lot of us who have more of that minimalist approach, like you really do want to be, thinking, okay, which devices are the ones I really want? But, so often you can't buy it and then return it if you find out it's not the right one for you. So why not borrow it? See if you even use it that much. And if it turns out, I actually don't want to make ice cream, you can give it back.
Oh, so cool.
That's excellent. Thanks so much, Rosie. Really enjoyed hearing about that.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Hi, Rosie.
All right, Alana, over to
Rosie.
you. What do you want to ask?
All right, so for the cooking session today, before we get started, I thought it would be really nice for everyone to get really interactive in the chat. I think it's really lovely throughout the session for people to share things that come to mind. So maybe if there's a recipe or an ingredient or a strategy that you find works for you for reducing food waste at home, definitely share it in the chat because it's great for us all to share knowledge and get tips and tricks from everybody. But to get us all warmed up, I know Kirsty's smiling. She thinks this is going to be lots of fun. What I thought we'd do, if you are at home, which you probably are, really, let's be honest, it's a lockdown, go look in your fridge and tell me if you've got something really disgusting in there. So it might be some leftover takeaway. It might be something you made a couple of weeks ago. It might be a zucchini, and maybe when you go to get it out, your hand kind of goes through the zucchini because it's so gross and gooey. So go check your kitchens right now and let us know what you've got in there. Or if you can think of anything that you found before, pop it in the chat because there's some really gross things that have come out of people's fridges or even your lunchbox when you're at school. Maybe you forgot about a banana. What about you? Oh, Costa, you've got something.
Alana, I hope you're sitting down for this one. This was a Korean thick noodle dish that a friend made shamefully before the lockdown, and it somehow got shunted in this container to the back of the fridge. I thought it was some dried fig that I used, and then I was doing a bit of a clean out, and I had to look in, and I think I could sell it on to these space explorers trying to find a new planet for themselves to live. Because this, have a look at that.
Oh, great. Wow, that is.
I'm trying to see if you can see it clearly, but yeah, there is a lot of goodness. You could start an entire solar system from those humble beginnings.
Ew, that is looking very fuzzy.
It could well be that somewhere hiding in there could be the solution to all future variants of any COVID, I reckon. So yeah, I'm happy to, for any biotechs out there, I'm happy to work with you and come up with a community-driven solution. But yeah, look at that.
Oh my gosh, that is so gross. It looks like moss or something.
Yeah, it's actually really quite beautiful. I've taken lots of photos of it and shared it, and yeah, people are quite captivated. So I'm just going to keep it in there and see what it does over the next weeks or months of lockdown. And if you don't hear from me, you know that it's consumed me.
Oh my gosh. So gross. Thank you so much for sharing, Costa. Someone asked in the chat if we're going to eat that. I don't think we will.
I'll blend it in.
Add some green to the pesto. Awesome. Oh, I can see lots of people are sending through things. So old mushrooms, floppy broccoli, spring onion. That's so cool. All right, we'll talk a bit about those today. Kirsty, did you find anything, or have you ever found something gross before?
Look, it's not compared to Costa. It's really like, got a long way till it gets there yet. And I don't think I'm going to let it get there yet. I've got this capsicum. Can you see it's a little bit wrinkly?
Oh.
Actually, bring it over here. I've got my camera too far away. It's a bit kind of all wrinkled up.
Oh, yeah, that's wrinkly.
I think there's still a meal in it. It's definitely not gone past. It's past its best, but it's not got at its worst. So what I think I'm going to do with this, and I've been meaning to do something with this guy all week, but I've just been so swamped with this back-end festival stuff. But later on today, I think I'm going to roast it up, and that'll bring it back to life. That'll be fine to eat. And I've got an egg, which isn't quite at that capsicum level, but it might be if I leave it for too much longer. So I might actually roast them. In fact, now I think about it, I've got my dinner sorted because I think I'm going to toss it through some pasta.
Oh, yum. Yeah, that sounds good.
Definitely my dinner sorted, which is good because I didn't know what I was going to do before now.
Perfect. So good. All comes up Millhouse.
Actually, what we're making today, do you think that would be like, yes?
You could toss some pesto through the roast veggies and your pasta. Mwah.
All right, let's get cooking. I'm hungry now.
I know. All right, guys. Well, food waste, as you can see, we're all guilty of food waste. So don't be ashamed if you do waste food. In Melbourne, we waste about 207 kilos of food per person a year. So, it is something that we do need to work on. It's about 7.3 million tonnes of food waste every year in Australia that we end up throwing into landfills. So, this recipe hopefully will help inspire you to, get cooking in the kitchen, get creative and using things up. Just like Kirsty said, even if it doesn't look at its best, it can still be edible. So you can certainly play around with things to make things taste really good. So what I've got a few things in my bag here. So I might go through them, and basically I'm going to turn some of these things into pesto. So if you are cooking along, watch, and maybe something that you didn't think that you'll put in your pesto, maybe you can put in your pesto. Even Kirsty, you could even make like a red pesto with that capsicum as well. Like that's an option too. You could like make a red pesto. There's so many options. So yeah, get thinking. If you think of anything, pop it in the chat.
I like that idea that you're even playing with the very essence of pesto that we know. Most people think pesto has to be green, and suddenly, why not have red in there? I really love that, Alana.
Oh, you can do, and you can be really creative. So really, even if it doesn't work out, you can always put it in the compost.
Exactly.
Exactly. Awesome, guys. All right. So a few of the ingredients I have today. So the first one I have here is some beautiful carrots. So with the carrots, I'm not actually going to pop these bits, the carrot part, in the pesto today. Although this might be nice also roasted and tossed through a pasta with the pesto later. But I'm actually going to be using the carrot tops. So has everybody eaten carrot tops before? Give us let us know in the chat if you haven't, because these are actually beautiful. So you can kind of treat carrots and their tops as two different vegetables. So you kind of get 2 for 1 with these, which is fantastic. Now, if you haven't tried them before, if you have some at home or you've got some carrots growing in the garden, give them a bit of a taste. They're kind of almost parsley-like, a little bit peppery sometimes. So they're a really good substitute for parsley and things like tabbouleh, any kind of recipe where you use parsley. Really, really fantastic. But for this, I'm going to pop them in a pesto. So I've actually got some pre-washed carrot tops because they can get a bit dirty if you've just pulled them out of the ground or you've got them from the shop. So I've got some carrot tops washed and ready to go. But I'm going to be using those in my pesto today. When you do take carrots home, I would recommend, if you get them from the shops, just to separate the greens from the carrots before you store them. So treat them as 2 separate vegetables. So the carrots you can just store. I generally like to pop them in a tea towel and wrap them and pop them in my crisper. But I wanted to show you guys, I found this carrot in the bottom of my fridge yesterday, and this is what it looks okay. It's a bit gross, but see how bendy it is? Really bendy. So a really nice tip for you guys, if you do find bendy carrots, you don't have to throw it away. They're still totally edible. What I would suggest for you to do is pop it in some water. So I actually found this carrot's brother with it, and I popped it in some water and popped that in the fridge. And now I have a much firmer, as you can see, carrot. It's much more, hopefully you heard that crunch. It's much crisper. So that's a really great way for you to kind of regenerate and rejuvenate things like carrots, things like cucumbers, zucchinis, any kind of, veggies you think might benefit from a bit of extra moisture. You can really bring them back to life. So that is a nice tip for you there. Now I saw a message, Kristen, you can definitely use celery leaves. That would be quite nice too if you wanted to use celery leaves in your pesto. With the greens, if you are storing these for later, and this is the same for any leafy greens, I would recommend you popping them into a container with a bit of tea towel. So a bit of tea towel in your container, and this will keep your greens, so coriander, mint, basil, fresh for ages. So that's a really nice way to safely store your greens in the fridge for later. It just stops the air that's circulating around the refrigerator from drying it out and making it all limp and sad. Kind of like, where is it? This little guy. So this is some coriander I had in my fridge, and if you don't put it in a container or pop it in something to keep it safe from that circulating air, this is what happens to it. It's a bit sad, but as I said before, you can definitely bring it back to life. So I popped some earlier into this water and chilled that overnight, and now I have some beautiful green, fresh, much crisper. If you felt this, it would be super crisp and juicy, not as limp and lifeless as that other piece I had before. Here we go. So that's a bit of a tip for you as well. So that's how you can kind of keep all those leafy greens nice and fresh and store them so that they're really crisp and delicious. Have you guys got any tips? Kirsty, Costa, do you guys have any storage tips for your greens that you found have worked for you?
I do, especially with greens. Similar to what you're saying, like if your lettuce gets a bit limp or your spinach, pop it into hot water. Just leave it not for too long, but if you forget for a few hours, that's okay. And then it just brings it back to life. It's amazing how the water trick is. It's a great one.
Amazing.
And
you see this, Alana?
It's this garlic.
What have you got there, Costa?
No, go on. Talk about the garlic.
Camera's on you, Costa. Come back to me later.
Okay. Alana, this is exactly what you're talking about. This is a chicory that I had in an area of the garden that I was renovating or clearing out. So I've had this all season. And I cut this 9 days ago, wrapped it in a tea towel. I've been picking it out because it was a big bunch. There was 2 plants. And look at that leaf. I mean, it's still standing up perfectly as though I picked it 10 minutes ago. That'll be, so on Tuesday it'll be 2 weeks. And
beautiful. That looks so fresh.
So it's really true what you say about wrapping them up. Like it just makes a big difference, and you get that mileage out of things. I couldn't give you a better example of it than that bunch, which was about this big, and I've slowly been eating it down over the last 9 days.
Oh, it looks so beautiful and fresh. I love seeing the evidence after talking about it.
Yeah.
Awesome. Kirsty, did you have something as well to add?
I've got some garlic here. Can you see my garlic?
Oh my gosh.
I know. So what would you do with that? I know exactly what you do with that, but tell me anyway.
Me or Costa?
Either one of you. I'm sure you wouldn't throw it out. That's for sure.
No.
No, this garlic started growing, and you know what? You actually could. I'm going to use it today. It's perfectly fine to eat. I know a lot of people throw it out. I'm not sure why, but if you planted it, then you won't get the best garlic growing, especially planting it this time of year. But you can actually just eat the tops of them. It's like garlic chive. It's delicious. But we're going to be cooking with that today, and I may plant some of them into the garden. But I almost forgot about this garlic bulb because I've got maybe bought too many at one time.
They look beautiful, and that will be so beautiful to pop in the pesto. Yum. Yeah. Delicious. Well, if you do, like with your garlic, if you are storing it, I actually had some here that I was going to talk about. Try and keep it nice and dry in a nice ventilated area somewhere dark so it doesn't start sprouting too quickly. But as Kirsty said, if it does start sprouting, you can definitely eat those green bits. They're so perfect. They're delicious. I love that. Awesome. Oh, look at that. Tasty little snack. That's great. All right, so I've popped my carrot tops into a food processor. Now, I will be using a food processor today. You don't have to. If you've got a mortar and pestle or just even a knife and a chopping board, you can start slicing things up on your chopping board. But I will be using a mortar and pestle because a food processor, because I have a few random things that I'm going to be putting in my pesto today. So I've also brought, I saw this beautiful fennel at the grocer this morning as well. So I thought I'd add some of these beautiful fennel fronds to my pesto. So these are totally edible. You can see they're beautiful and feathery. They're so beautiful, those wispy, feathery bits. So I'm actually going to add these into my pesto today as well. And maybe even some broccoli. So has anyone ever had raw broccoli pesto before?
I haven't tried that, but it sounds great. I do a lot of things with broccoli, but not a pesto.
It's so good. So as I said, usually it's leafy greens that you pop in your pestos, but today I found some beautiful broccolini, and you can use broccoli stalks as well from the regular broccoli. But this broccolini looks so beautiful that I thought I'd pop these in. So I'm just going to add a nice little handful of broccolini, stalks and all, into the pesto as well. So I'm going to need the food processor to kind of break that down today. But definitely things like broccoli stalks that people generally pop in the bin or pop in the compost, they're actually quite tender in the inside, in the middle. So they're really lovely to use. And in a pesto where you kind of break everything up anyway, you can just throw the whole thing. So even if the skin is a little bit tough, it doesn't really matter because it's all going to get blitzed up and turned into a beautiful pesto. Oh, Emily, I just saw that. You've got some warrigal greens growing that you could do with that. You could totally put that in the pesto. Yum! Oh, I love that everybody's writing in everything that they're cooking with today.
What I'm going to use today, I actually I tell a little story. I told London this yesterday. I said I got her shopping list and I was going shopping anyway, and I thought, okay, I'll get some kale, I'll get some, and I stopped and I thought, Kirsty, this is not the way we work. We're doing a food waste thing. What have you already got? And I've actually got, these are actually some broccoli leaves.
Oh.
So I've got it growing in my backyard, and the broccoli was planted a bit later. We don't have a great crop in this particular one, so I thought I'll use the leaves. What do you think about that?
Oh my gosh, perfect. I actually love broccoli leaves. I love putting them in soups and things. So if you're making like a nice creamy soup, just blitzing some broccoli leaves into that is so yummy.
I had the best fun with things like this. I used to do some school garden programs, and you get the kids to eat the leaves, and they're like, oh my gosh, it tastes like broccoli.
Amazing.
Well, I don't know. And I've also got some parsley.
Mm-hmm.
Parsley grows like a weed in my garden. You just let it go to seed and turn your back, and it's everywhere. I never run out of parsley. And I've got some nasturtium. Oh, I'm going to put it here. Nasturtium leaf.
Oh, beautiful.
It'll be quite tasty. I might add a bit less garlic, I think, with the nasturtiums. But I've never made this combination before, so I'm really looking forward to trying it with you.
Oh, I'm so excited. It's so good. Oh, and I see you've got a bar mix there as well. So that's a great alternative too. They're a great tool to have in the kitchen. Perfect. Amazing. All right. So we've got all of the kind of veggie parts.
First, do I just pop it in my container?
Yeah, I just pop it in. If you've got the bar mix, just rip them up a little bit, chuck them into your container. If you're using a mortar and pestle, yeah, you might want to chop things up to start with, or rip things up so it's not too massive when you're like trying to crush it in your mortar and pestle. So definitely mortar and pestle is great for things like your coriander, your basil, your mint, all those kinds of more delicate greens. But if you've got something more intense, so maybe the kale or broccoli or something that's a bit more tough, definitely if you've got a blender, use the blender, because that will help you break all it down and make it nice and smooth. Although it's not too bad if you want a chunky pesto, that's totally fine too. So up to you how you want to do it. So the next ingredients, after you've popped all of your greens in, we're going to add some garlic. So I'm going to add about, these are kind of big garlic cloves, so I'm going to add 2 garlic cloves into my blender as well. And I've actually got the garlic skins here, guys, so I'm actually going to keep these. These are really great. So any kind of skins and peels that you've got from when you're prepping your food, you can actually keep them to make a yummy vegetable stock. So what I like to do with onion skins, all those little odds and ends of your carrots and your onions that you might not pop in your dish, keep them aside. You can pop them in the freezer. So I'll show you, I've got a little container in my freezer. Oh, actually, I might have used it. Actually, I think I used it. So usually when I do all those skins and things, I'll just pop them in a little container or a little bag and place them in the freezer. And then when I've got a bunch of them, so a couple of cups worth, make a nice veggie stock. So all you need for that is some water, some salt, pepper, any kind of herbs that you want, and you can make a really beautiful veggie scrap stock. So that's a really good tip for you there, just to save all those little odds and ends and all those little scraps. Cauliflower leaves. I'm glad, Mandy, that you brought up cauliflower. Oh, sorry, was someone going to say something, Costa? Was that you?
Yeah. Look, I saved mine as well. I've got a little container here of my garlic skins, and I actually don't cook with them. I take them down to my chicken coop, and I put them in their bedding, and it's kind of a deterrent for bugs and mites because of the smell. So yeah, there's other ways we can repurpose these things too. But the stock option's a good one, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, that's a great idea. I didn't realize it would be helpful for keeping, the bugs and things away. That's such a great idea. I wish I had chickens. Every day I'm like, I wish I had chickens. My sister has them, and every time I go over, I'm so jealous. I'm like chasing them around for like cuddles.
Yeah. Once you get them, they'll change your life. You won't be the same. Like they really become part of the family,
Oh, so beautiful. They're so funny, those little chickens. So we had a question about cauliflower leaves. So you can give cauliflower leaves a go, although sometimes they can be a little bit bitter. But I did want to bring up, so I've got this beautiful cauliflower here. See these beautiful leaves here? So they're nice, tender leaves that you find on the outside of your cauliflower. These are actually super delicious, similar to what Kirsty was saying with the broccoli leaves. They taste a bit cauliflowery, kind of. But if you actually toss these in some olive oil, a bit of salt and pepper, pop them in the oven, crisp them up, you've got a delicious little crunchy chippy snack that's super yummy. The ends kind of melt in your mouth. They're really tasty. But also just popping these in stir fries and things like that, or any kind of, sauteed kind of veggies, really tasty. They're so good. So definitely use up all of those leaves. And yeah, you can try it in the pesto. They could have a little bit of a bitter flavour to them if they're those tougher outer leaves, but any of those tender ones in the middle, give it a go and let us know how it works out. All right. How are we going? Kirsty and Costa, you got your greens and your garlic in your bowls there?
Yeah, I've got the greens, garlic. I had a fennel in the fridge, so I've included the tops off that as well, plus about 7 different greens in there. So it's going to be a very interesting flavour concoction, but here goes anyway.
Oh, I'm excited to see how it works out. All right, so now guys, what you might want to do, if you've got big chunky things, you might want to give them a quick blitz. If you've got your food processor or your, or your blender. I wonder if it's going to be too loud for everyone. Maybe anyone who's wearing earphones, do be careful, maybe just take them out for a sec. I'm just going to quickly blitz this up. And then we'll start adding some of the lemon, of the nuts and seeds and things. So one sec. Was that too loud? Is that okay? All right, so guys, can everybody hear me okay? All good? Nice. The next step you want to do is you might want to add in some nuts. So Kirsty had some pine nuts that she was toasting. So that would be beautiful if you've got pine nuts. That's the traditional pesto nut. Costa, what have you got there?
These are roasted sunflowers.
Oh, beautiful. Perfect.
Taste.
Yum. So roasting and toasting them really gives you a beautiful flavour to, for your pesto. I've just got some plain pepitas here, so I'm just going to add a couple of handfuls in of the pepitas. And I'm not going to roast them, I'm just going to leave them plain. But again, you can totally toast them or roast them in the oven or anything like that, just to give it more kind of delicious flavours. So I've added in my pepitas, so you guys can add in a couple of handfuls or so of nuts. You can do walnuts, cashews, any kind of nuts you have. Sometimes you end up with a little bit at the bottom of a jar or in the bottom of a bag, so you can just toss those in. You can also add in something like parmesan. So I've got a nice little handful of parmesan here. But if you don't have parmesan or you're vegan and you want to make a vegan pesto, you could also use breadcrumbs. So add a little bit of salt to kind of bump up that nice salty flavour you get from the parmesan. And you can add some breadcrumbs, and that will help give you that beautiful texture of your pesto. And with my breadcrumbs, this is just simply the end of my loaf of bread, the stale end that I didn't eat. And basically just whack that in the oven and dry it out on a low heat until it's completely dry. And you've got breadcrumbs. Just blitz them up in your food processor, or, pop them in a bag and bash them with a rolling pin. And it's such a cheap and easy way to use up all those stale ends of bread. All right, how are you guys going, Kirsty and Costa?
Yeah, I've got all those dried ingredients in there. I haven't put any liquids in yet, but I'm waiting to see when you want to add the other ingredient. I think it's lemon juice, was it, and olive oil?
Yeah, so basically just blitz everything up just quickly, and then we're going to add the liquid. So lemon juice and olive oil, that's your kind of traditional kind of things you might want to use, but you can try other oils. Just keep in mind the flavour. Kristen, I haven't used rice bran oil in a pesto, actually. Have you?
I've got rice bran oil today, so that's what I've got. That's what I'm using.
Perfect. And that sounds beautiful. So yeah, it really depends on the flavour. If it's a sesame oil, it might be quite, sesame flavoured. So
I would think maybe a bit of sesame oil. A lot of sesame oil will be very, very strong.
Yes, very strong. So think about the flavours. So you can definitely use different types of oil, but maybe think about the flavour and the other things that you're adding in, just so you can try and balance it out a little bit. But I'm just going to quickly blitz up my nuts and my greens. Thank you. Thank you to whoever muted me just then. Awesome. All right, guys, how are we going? Now we're going to start adding all of the liquids. So I've got some lemon here. I'm going to give it a bit of a squeeze and a bit of a roll on the bench top to just help release the juices. And that would be a really juicy lemon. But when you are using things like citrus, sometimes if you overload compost with lots of, lemon rinds and all the peel and the orange peels, it can be a little bit much. So what I would encourage you to do is try and use a lot of this if you can. So before you slice it in half, try zesting the skin into, if you're baking something, or if you're going to make like a nice, if you're cooking fish or something, like making a beautiful lemony, like saucy thing, or, something to use up all that beautiful peel, because it's super fragrant and it's super tasty, and it's really a shame to waste that as well. You can even break this into, a little ice cube tray with a little bit of lemon juice, and freeze that so you can use it later. And just will really add some beautiful flavour to, when you're cooking something next time. So, yeah, don't waste. All right, so now what we're going to do, we're just going to, you can add a little salt and pepper if you like too, but just add your lemon juice and your olive oil. I'm just going to guesstimate. And I think, be pretty free and easy with it. Add a little bit and then blitz it up, add a little bit more until you get the consistency you like. So I just dropped a lemon seed in there. I'll just grab that out. Because they can be a little bit bitter. And I'm just going to blitz this up again quickly. Whoop. Oh my gosh. I always forget which way the lid goes on. I don't know if that happens to anyone else with their food processor, but I can never remember. All right, it's not that way. It must be this way. Okay, I'm going to blitz. All right, so my pesto is looking pretty good. Pasta and Kirsty, how's your pesto looking? Mine's looking pretty fab. All right. So as I said, depending on, how loose you want your pesto, you could keep adding lemon juice and olive oil to make it a bit more loose and saucy. But if you like, I'm just going to take it out now and show you what it looks like. So if you don't blitz it up too much, you get a beautiful crumbly pesto. So then this one you can add 3 things. How's it smelling, Costa? This is tasting really good. So this is a good time to give it a taste and see if it needs any salt and pepper. Oh, delicious. I think mine tastes pretty good. All right, so how's it looking, Kirsty? Have you given it a taste?
Oh, yeah. Can you
beautiful.
Great on camera, but yeah, no, there's a bit of pepperiness from the nasturtiums and the lemon. It just adds that extra zing.
Oh, yum.
I love it. Early.
Yum. So I've gone for a bit of a thicker pesto. So I can add a bit more lemon juice and olive oil to make it a bit more loose if I like. But I don't actually mind a thicker kind of chunky pesto like this. And all you need to do is adjust the liquids as you go to just, create the consistency you like. How's yours going, Costa?
It's going really well, Alana. The taste, it's got the zing of the weeds, but then the parsley sort of bringing out a little bit of sweetness. The sorrel and the chicory give it that kind of peppery punch along with the nasturtium. The little bit of salt is there, and the lemon is the lemon. Actually, I'm really happy with this. Never to buy pesto again. Ever.
Oh, well, if you've got all that stuff growing in your garden all the time, you don't need to.
Yeah.
Oh, stunning.
No, that's right. There is no need for anyone to buy pesto. Can you smell it?
Oh, I wish we had smell-o-vision. That's something we should look into. For anyone who does, if you do buy pesto, something that happens a lot when you buy things like sauces and things, you know how it usually says on the jar, after you open it, you've got to use it in 5 days. Something just to help you, reduce your wastage of throwing those kinds of things out. You can freeze pesto. So you can freeze it into, a little container or little ice cube tray, kind of little blocks like that. And then when you're making your pasta, you just stir that through the pasta as it's warm. Or you could even pour some olive oil on top of the jar. So make sure the rim, oh, Costa, that looks so good. Make sure there's a little bit, you cleaned the rim of your jar so there's no bits of pesto or anything on the top. And then basically just top it with olive oil, and that will keep all the pesto underneath the olive oil from going bad. So bacteria love oxygen. So if you put the olive oil in there, that means there's no oxygen there for bacteria growth. So that will actually keep your pesto fresh for ages. Yum. Oh, yes, Ellie?
Presentable now, Alana.
Pardon?
There you go.
Oh, beautiful. You can really see the green against that white ramekin. So beautiful. Actually,
I've made pesto before, but I'm glad I got creative. I've never put broccoli in it, so I'm glad I've tried to do that with broccoli leaves.
yes, broccoli leaves, so good.
They're delicious.
Delicious. Oh, delicious, guys. So, pesto, super versatile. So if you do have lots of greens, you can turn them into a pesto to keep them lasting a bit longer. And as I said, you can freeze them. What would you guys eat this with? Kirsty, you're going to make a pasta with some roast veggies. Costa, how would you eat your pesto?
He's frozen, I think.
Oh, no.
One way that I really love to use it would be, am I still here?
We can hear you.
One way I use it is on poached eggs. I butter the toast. I butter the toast with it. Put a poached egg on there, and then maybe put a drizzle over the top of the poached egg, and that's my go-to for pesto.
Oh, yum. That sounds great. So good. Oh, yum. You can even use it, if
and
you're
pasta as well.
Pasta.
Happy days.
That's a classic. And you can even use it as like a marinade or, something like that as well. Oh, delicious. Yum.
Do you know what?
Now, oh, sorry.
No, you go, Alana.
Oh, I was just going to bring up another storage tip. So if this is pesto related, you go, and then I'll continue after.
You go.
No? Okay, cool. So I did just want to bring up, because I saw a few comments in there with fruits and storing fruits and things like that. So I did just want to bring up just another quick tip with, storing your fruits and veg. So I've got some bananas here. So fruits and vegetables, as they ripen, they produce a gas called ethylene. So that helps them ripen. And that can be really useful, if you want to ripen something like an avocado. Bananas produce quite a lot of this ethylene gas. So if you actually combine a very hard, underripe fruit or, something with your bananas and pop them in together somewhere, especially if your banana's going brown, because when it's starting to brown and ripen, it's producing even more of the gas. You can actually store it together with hard fruits and hard avocados just to help soften them a little bit faster. But it is also a great idea, particularly because bananas produce a lot of this ethylene gas, to actually store your bananas separately. So keep them in separate fruit bowls. So if you've got a fruit bowl where you put all of your fruit, try maybe next time you have bananas, keeping them in a separate bowl, maybe on the other side of the kitchen or somewhere else. just so that that gas doesn't start to ripen all of those fruits. And the same if you've got a fruit, you might have heard the saying, one rotten apple ruins the bunch. That's because any ripe or really overripe and damaged fruits can actually produce more of that gas. So when you come home, if you notice that the fruit you've got is a little bit rotten or has some damaged spots on it, just use those first and take those away from the other fresher produce, because that means your fresh produce will last a lot longer as well. Just wanted to bring that one up too. Oh, I'm loving reading all these comments. Kirsty, did you have...
Well, we were chatting yesterday about bread.
Yes.
And I know from the food waste audits I do, you see bread that's thrown out, and it's not just bread that's gone mouldy, but it's bread that hasn't even been used or opened the packet. It makes me really quite sad. So I've grabbed some bread out of my freezer, and I've got lots of things that I can do. I don't do very often, but I thought you might have a few great tips that you could share with people about bread and using bread.
Oh, totally. So breadcrumbs, I mentioned that one earlier. If you've got your stale bread and even stale crackers as well, or pita bread, if you pop them in the oven, dry them out, just the bread, not the crackers, sorry, you can blitz them up and turn them into breadcrumbs. Or you can freeze your bread after it's been turned into breadcrumbs. And then, next time you're making, burgers or something where you need breadcrumbs, you just grab them out of the freezer and you can put them straight into the recipe like that. Otherwise, you could freeze whole chunks of that stale bread and turn it into breadcrumbs later. But actually, Kirsty, after that conversation, I actually had some stale bread as well. And I made some croutons. So I know that was one we spoke about yesterday. So this is some stale sourdough. You can see it's beautiful and golden and crunchy. All I did was I cubed the bread, tossed it with a bit of olive oil, a little bit of salt and pepper, and I popped that in a pretty low, like medium low heated oven. And that was in there for about 20, 30 minutes, just toasting that bread. And just give it a toss every now and then. And you've got some beautiful croutons, which might be nice. I was thinking I might make a salad with my pesto because it's such a beautiful day today. And I might put some croutons on my salad with lots of veggies and things like that. What do you reckon?
I think that's a great one. Now I want a salad too.
If only we were in person, we could have lunch.
We will be in a few weeks, I'm sure. Now, speaking of lunches, Alana, you were telling me about what Open Table does, and they make some beautiful lunches. Could you share with us a bit about that?
Oh, totally. So Open Table, if you haven't heard of us before, we're a not-for-profit in Melbourne. And basically, we are really passionate about reducing food waste and reducing food insecurity. So what we do is we usually, when there's no lockdown on, we'll host a big community lunch in a few different areas in Melbourne. And anyone can come along and eat a beautiful vegetarian meal. We have volunteers that come and cook with food that would have been headed to landfill. So it's kind of diverting food from landfill, which is usually beautiful, fresh food. There's nothing wrong with it. It's actually quite crazy how beautiful that food is. And we turn it into a really delicious, healthy lunch. And it's a really great way if you want to meet people in the community, or even, if you don't want to spend too much, on buying food for that day, you can come for a free lunch. Anybody's welcome. So you can come along, meet some people, have a nice chat, eat some yummy food. But we also, when there are lockdowns, and especially since the beginning of the lockdown and the pandemic, we've also started doing fresh food parcels. So for people in need, if they, we basically pack a fresh food parcel, again, using food that might have been heading to landfill, which is very, very good, healthy food. That's perfectly fine. We'll pack that into parcels with our partner organisations, and that goes off to those people, which has been really great to still continue to help when we haven't been able to run out lunches. So if you're ever around in Melbourne, you can come along to a lunch, hopefully when there's no lockdown, and eat some lunch with us. That'd be lovely.
So can I check if somebody was saying here that would be really helpful for my situation because, I'm financially smashed by the situation, or maybe they've got a friend. Like, how do they part of that? Like, do they have to sign up? Do they have to proof, or can they just turn up and say thanks for the gift?
Yeah. So they can just rock up and say, like, just come and get some food at the lunches. We also have a market, I think it's once a month at the moment, where you can just come and bring a bag and pick food from the market. It's like a food bank, but a market style. So it's actually really lovely, and you can come and have a chat to people there as well. And then, if you do, send us an email or send us a message if you do want to be put in touch with, maybe we might be able to help you if you're in one of the areas that we do service, or we might be able to put you in the right direction. So definitely reach out to us. We're really friendly. We're happy to answer questions and help you out.
Great. And what about volunteering? So if someone wants to volunteer, how can they can put their name down to help? And on that note too, what do they do to volunteer? Like, will they help cook, or will they supply food to you? How can people help volunteer?
Oh, totally. So if you go to our website, you can register to become a volunteer. But basically, a typical volunteer shift would be coming along to one of our kitchens. So we might be located at the Fitzroy North Library or Faulkner at the community place there. And you might come along, and we've got a chef or a cook there that will give you a job. So you might be, making some fritters for the day, or, making salads and things like that to go towards our community lunches, which is really fun. And they're pretty relaxed. So it's a good chance to meet people, good chance to, learn as well. So a lot of the volunteers learn a lot of new recipes and ways to cook food. And it's quite fun because we don't always know what we're getting. So it's a bit like mystery box cooking. But it's just really lovely. And then, you might set tables for people. You might help serve food to people. And it's just great to chat with the people in the community.
Sounds lovely. Have you heard anything like that, Costa? I think it's a great initiative.
Oh, yeah.
I was just going to, Kirsty, it's a wonderful way not only to contribute, but when we have excess, particularly for gardeners, when different crops are in season, particularly you think zucchinis, think cucumbers. At the moment, it's oranges and citrus, like mandarins. Anyone with a mandarin tree has more mandarins than they know what to do with them. And then even if, as you say, Alana, even if you pickle and you preserve and you make all sorts of different things, like the chance to be able to take that fresh produce and do like a crop swap. So that to me sounds close to a crop swap, but in this sense, it's swapping it with people in real need of food. And it's wonderful to know that building this, particularly gardening circles where people have this bounty, they have this excess, that can really, really help the odor, Alana.
Oh, definitely. And a lot of people, we also run workshops as well. And a lot of people who come to our workshops are really avid gardeners. And it's just really great to toss around ideas and different recipes that we share with each other so that people can use all that produce. And, sometimes they even organise picking up stuff from people's houses as well from those sessions too, which is really nice.
That's such a lovely idea. I coordinate a food swap, which is once a month. I think it's the third Sunday of the month out here in Warringwood, near where I am. And it's a big social gathering. Well, the time, but often people bring, they actually don't come.
Because the amazing thing.
We've got Julie who comes, she'll bring like 5 buckets of oranges or lemons that come off her tree, and she's like, take them. And when you've got that many lemons and oranges, your friends and your neighbours, they actually get sick of seeing them. So that's a really great idea too. You've got excess in your garden, you can absolutely contribute.
So great.
All right, well, I'm mindful of time. I can't see the comments where I am. Are there any other comments you want to talk to? Otherwise, we're going to wrap this up. But if you can just leave us with a tip or some lovely...
It's really...
I think Costa's trying to speak and we're losing, or is it me?
Yeah, cutting out a bit. Oh.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether that's me or you. Can you hear me?
There you go. Uh-oh.
Your Costa's speak and I want to listen to that.
Oh, no. All right. Well, we have someone said in the chat that they need to have a delicious emoji.
I don't think it's an emoji, but I think
the thing I wanted to mention was
oh no, it keeps cutting out at that particular time. Oh, he's going no.
It's gone. All right. I think we're just going to have to, I don't know what Costa's doing. I know he's trying to do something, whether we put it on later on or whether or not we just go radio. He's got a Wi-Fi issue. I don't know. But it's been so lovely to chat to you. But like, if you just find Open Table, then we might send those out the links to anyone who's signed up, or you can go and reply to some of the comments. That would be lovely. If anyone's got any images of the pesto that they've cooked, please send them through to us at Zero Waste Victoria. I'm sure our lovely social people, Emily or Jess, or whoever's managing the socials, might be able to put images up there because we'd love to share your delicious creation. So if you've made them, please email them through or Instagram them through, or I don't know. Here we go. He's back. Have we got one last go?
oh, how's that? Have you got me now?
I think we're better.
Yeah, okay. Well, look, I can see that you're wrapping up now. The thing I just was trying to say before was what you're doing with all of this, Alana, and what I think is really important is that we're really confronting this idea of use by dates and best before, and really understanding that opportunity to make the most out of not only fresh produce, but produce as it starts to go over the hill, but is still perfectly good. And you know, what we've created here today is just, and the other thing that it takes it to that next level around cost, you know, the cost to make up a thing of pesto like this and be able to make a quick meal very cheaply. And that, you know, we can confront this idea that takeaway is cheap, that fast food is cheap. It's actually not. It's really expensive when you break it down to the cost of ingredients and then a little bit of time to do this. So, you know, for someone to make a pesto like this that can then be used in so many ways, as people were saying in the chat, you know, on salad dressing, as a salad dressing with eggs, with pasta, with rice, with all sorts of dishes as a marinade. No, it's really been wonderful, and thanks for the chance to show off my dodgy cooking techniques.
Oh, thanks, Costa. It's so good having you here, cooking along.
Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you both. If we could bring Beck and Alice back on and say goodbye to Costa and Alana. Thanks so much for joining us, both of you.
Bye.
Kirsty. See you,
Thanks,
Alana.
Costa.
See you.
Bye.
Oh, do I leave studio? Sorry.
I'll move you down in a moment. We've just got hi, Alice. Hi, Alice. Glad to have you back. There's something that I've been thinking about since the last questions. I know that Stonington Council has a lot of people in like the multi-unit dwelling, and sometimes that can be a challenge when they're managing their waste and their food waste. What tips can we give people who have food waste but they don't want to put it into their landfill bin?
Well, Stonington actually has what we've newly called the apartment composting program. So if you pop onto our website or onto the link that's on the screen at the moment that lovely Becca's just put on, you can have a look at it there. But essentially, we're offering free composting or worm farming systems to people who live in apartments who want to use them communally. So you can get up to 3 for your building, depending on how many people live there. And we'll subsidise the whole thing and provide a workshop. So you don't have to be sending your food waste to landfill. You can get a compost bin or a worm farm. Or alternatively, we do provide food and green waste bins as part of our service to apartments as well. You just have to go through your owner's corporation in order to apply for one.
Great, thank you. Now, I can't see the comments on my phone, so if you can see the comments and questions, please answer them. Otherwise, I've got heaps of questions I can ask you.
I can't see any but I was just going to jump in and mention the Compost Revolution, which we are a part of in Stonington, and lots of councils all across Melbourne and Victoria and Australia are too. So basically with the Compost Revolution, every Stonington resident can access a discounted worm farm or a compost bin or bokashi bin. There's a whole range of products available, and you can get a really good discount and free delivery to your house. So if you're looking to start up a new compost system or worm farm, then definitely check out the Compost Revolution first to see if you're eligible for a discount. And I was also going to mention another great program is Share Waste. So if you can't have your own compost system, Share Waste is a really great website-based platform where you can log on, you can look at your area and see which people in your suburb, your neighbours have compost bins, and they can, you can take your waste around to theirs and they can add it to their compost bin or feed it to their chickens or add it to their worm farm and vice versa. So if you've got a compost bin that could do with a little bit of extra food waste or a worm farm, worms that are a little bit hungry, you can pop your bin onto Share Waste, and that's a really good way to create those community connections while you're recycling food waste.
We also had a question come up earlier, I think, Beck, about how to manage your food and green waste bin in summer. I thought we'd provide a couple of little tips on that one. So I use my food and green waste bin for, some of my food waste at home, but I also have a compost. But what I do in summer to make sure that it doesn't get super smelly and sticky is, first of all, I make sure that there's some garden matter down the bottom of the bin so that the food waste doesn't stick when I put it in. So bits of grass and things like that, some leaves, that really helps to prevent that sticky goopiness from happening. But the other thing that I do is I clear out a little bit of space in my freezer and I put a lunchbox container or something like that in there, and I store all of my food waste in there until the day before collection day, and then I pop it into the bin. This is especially important for any animal-based foods because those are the ones that can get particularly smelly. So any meat scraps and any dairy and egg scraps, I recommend doing that with. Veggies is less of an issue, but it can help too, especially in the absolute height of summer.
Yeah, and a little bit of newspaper can also do wonders as well. So either at the bottom of your container to soak up those juices, or you can also, layer it in your food waste bin as well. And I was also going to mention we have a really great program at Stonington Council. It's called My Smart Garden, and it's a free program, and you can learn about all sorts of gardening topics, and including composting and worm farming. There's always workshops on composting and worm farming throughout the year. So if you just log on to head to that website, stonington.vic.gov.au/zero waste, you will see a list of programs that Stonington residents can access. And My Smart Garden is mentioned there, so you can join the program using the joining form there and learn heaps more about gardening and composting. Great to see Erin Murray's in the audience. Hi, Erin. Do we have any other questions coming through? We've got Share Waste Shed up there. That's fantastic.
Something that I'd like to talk to is that people often ask the question, I do know the answer to this, but I'd like to hear from you guys at council. Paper towels is something that tends to have a little bit of confusion with people as to where they should do that in terms of recycling or composting. What do you recommend to people to do?
Well, paper towels definitely aren't recyclable in the recycling bin in Stonington, and that's the case across all Victorian councils. However, our food and green waste processor does accept them. So if you've got some paper towels that you do happen to be using at home, you can put them in your food and green waste of your garden bin. And they're especially useful, like with newspaper, to soak up any liquids that you happen to be trying to dispose of as well.
But it can be
in
a little
general,
bit different across all councils, right? With what can and can't go in the food and green waste bin. So I guess the message
definitely
there is
check.
Check with your local council.
Yeah.
You can put the paper towels in your home compost bin.
That was the next thing I was going to say. If you can't put it in your local council's food and green waste bin, definitely just pop it in with your worm farm or in your composting. It's a really great carbon source and can keep your worms really happy too.
Yeah, I just wanted to get that out there. It's surprising when I do the recycling audits, but I see paper towels go in there. I'm like, no, but they don't belong in not tissues. But that's just often confusing. It is a paper, they just don't recycle at all.
I might just do a quick shout out because I just thought of something. But for anyone out there that has a food and green waste bin that gets a bit of extra space each, fortnight or week when it's collected, you can list that on Share Waste if you're interested, and that allows neighbours to come and drop their food waste that they might not be able to recycle themselves in your food and green waste bin. I know there's a few people around Stonington doing that, and they've able to help out lots of people in the community and also meet some of their neighbours as well. And the person I'm thinking of is Rosie, who's been on your screens earlier today. I know she has met a lot of people in the community that way. It's a really great solution. We've got a question from Deb. So she's asked about our green composting bins and whether they can go in the green bin.
Yeah, so this varies council by council, so it's really important to check with your local council first. But in Stonington, the answer is yes to certified compostable bags, only if they're the kitchen caddy sort of liners, and they have to be a lime green colour. We're trying to explore with the processor getting a pale green one approved as well, but at the moment, that's the only version that we can say yes to. I saw we had a question earlier about plastic lids. This is another one that varies council by council, but in terms of lids from your bottles and containers in the recycling, in Stonington, because of the processor we work with and the technology that they use, please keep your plastic lids on your bottles and pop them in the recycling. The plastic gets shredded and it goes through a sorting process called flotation, where the different types of plastics can get separated in a tank of water. And so that actually allows the plastic from the lids to be recovered. Not all processors have that technology, however, so that's why you might see other councils saying no to plastic lids. The key thing about plastic lids when they are accepted is that they do need to be attached to the bottle, because if they're not, they're too small to go through the recycling process and they'll get lost along the way.
Great. If there's any more questions, we might hold them off until the next session, which will be on in just over an hour. But before we jump into this, I'd like to ask you both, have you heard of a business called the Naked Asian Grocer?
Yes.
They are totally cool, and they're working really hard to reduce the plastic that's involved in Asian groceries. They were going to be an exhibitor at our event, and they couldn't do that because we're online, but they've actually given us a little video that we can see about what they do. And I think everyone will be
fantastic.
Yeah. So I'm hoping
really awesome.
Hi everyone, we're Bren and Jen from Naked Asian Grocer, Australia's very first zero-waste Asian grocery store.
So we started Naked Asian Grocer because we were struggling to find Asian ingredients plastic-free. Every time we walk into an Asian supermarket, we see a sea of plastics. So we decided to do something about it.
Naked Asian Grocer has a range of noodles, spices, tea and other pantry staples, all plastic-free.
So drop into our online store, use code ZEROWASTE for 10% off, and we'll see you then.
Yay!
Awesome.
It made my noodle addiction.
Yeah, it's great to have a solution. Great to have a solution for some of those items which can be hard to find without plastic.
Yeah. One thing I'll say about them too is that they're really cost effective. Like I've bought from Naked Asian Grocer a couple of times and stocked up on noodles and seaweed and all sorts of other great things. And I actually found it really affordable. I was impressed because a lot of bulk food stores or package free stores can be a little bit on the pricier side, but I found this was really great.
And great to have Naked Asian Grocer still be able to be involved in the festival, as Cassie was saying. Yeah, we would have loved to have been at the Melbourne Town Hall in Stonington meeting in person, but couldn't quite happen for obvious reasons. So really glad to be able to be supporting this festival online this year. I've got a few more questions coming in, but I'm just conscious of time, Kirsty. Do we want to answer one more question, or should we?
If we can answer one question quickly, I think that's fine, and then we'll bring Ellen and the circular panel on.
Cool. This is a good one. Eggshells. Who wants to take this one? I've got a worm farm, so I can answer.
Yeah,
I find that eggshells take quite a bit longer than any other anything else that goes into the worm farm to break down. And I find, when I'm harvesting the castings, they're still in there. So I no longer put them in my worm farm, but I have heard that you can dry them out outside of the worm farm, just lay them out either in the sun and let them dry, and then crush them up into more of a powder, and then they can go in the worm farm. So that's one of the solutions that I've heard.
That was what I was going to recommend.
Yeah.
That's another one of the things where I think the difference between what can go in your home composting bin or your home worm farm versus what you can put in a council food and green waste bin is quite important. So, oftentimes it can be really hard to manage the amount of, citrus or eggs or meat and dairy waste that you have in your home system. But food and green waste bins that councils have can handle them. So it's good to have multiple systems going.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I tend to put them into my compost. I'll just crush them by hand. And sometimes the compost isn't there for long enough. There'll be a bit of eggshell there when I go to put it on the garden, but it doesn't matter. You can put it into the garden, they'll continue to break down, and the calcium will really add to the plants. So even if they're not broken down, it's totally okay. It's just not always what you'd expect. But please keep the questions coming through. We'll hold the questions on to the next section now. Thanks, Beck and Alice. We'll see you again in about an hour.
Hello.
Hi, Ellen. How are you?
Hi. Thanks for having me, Kirsty.
Thanks
Hi,
for
Kirsty.
being here. Hi, Sally. How are you?
You're really well. Thanks, Kirsty.
Good, good. Hi, Jeremy.
Hi, Kirsty.
And Valerie. All right. Well, I'd like to introduce you to the panel. We've got Ellen here. Some people might know Ellen's face, and if you're thinking, I don't know the name, but I know the face, she's from the Juice Media, and she does that very, very, very well. But I'm going to hand it over to Ellen, and she can tell you a bit more about herself, and we can meet some lovely people on the panel. I'll just be in the background.
Thanks, Kirsty. Hello. Hi. Welcome, panel guests. And hi to everybody out there listening. Thanks for joining us. Before we start, I just wanted to acknowledge the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, who are the traditional custodians of the land that I'm on today. If you would like to, it'd be super helpful if you could state in the comments where you're tuning in from, and so we can collectively pay respects. I'd also like to pay respects to the Wurundjeri elders, past, present, and emerging. So, as you heard, I'm Ellen. You might know me from the Honest Government ads by the Juice Media. I'm also an advocate for all things zero waste, and I'm super excited to be here today. Thanks for having me again, Kirsty. It's been really fun to listen to all the other panels. Now, welcome to the circular economy panel. This is pretty cool. It's a topic I am pretty interested in. Before I just introduce the guests, I just wanted to kind of give an overview of what circular economy is, at least from my understanding. So there's a couple of principles that I think you may have heard of. First of all, design out waste and pollution. So you can kind of get an idea of what that would look like. Keep products and materials in use, and regenerating natural systems. So if a quick Google will get you something like this. It's a model of production and consumption, which involves sharing, leasing, reusing, repairing, so stitching up those little, buttons and things that fall off, from the small to the really large, as you can imagine. Refurbishing, recycling, and using products for as long as possible. So instead of ploughing forth in this linear fashion, extracting and discarding and creating like a trail of waste behind you, the circular economy is kind of aiming for this closed loop sort of situation, but maybe some of the guests can talk to us a little bit more about that. So we have Sally Williams, or Sustainable Sally. She was the former brand power lady, and she's just launched Choice for Life. You can say, g'day, Sally.
Hi, how are you, Ellen? Hi, everybody.
Very well.
Hi, everyone on the panel. Hi, Kirsty, and hi, everyone listening. This is fantastic. It's been great tuning in.
Awesome.
Good to be here.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being here. And then we've got Jeremy Kerrigan, a founder of Noah & Parker. You've developed a convenient circular economy platform that employs borrowing in order to reduce the use of single-use takeaway packaging. Which sounds pretty cool. Looking forward to hearing more about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
How's it going?
Thanks.
Nice.
Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for having me here. Thanks, all of us. It's so funny, the formalities. It's so weird. I want to be sitting next to you. But anyway, so then we've got Benny Hill from About Sight, who are a 100% carbon neutral optometrist.
That is correct. Yeah, thank you for having me. And I think it's great, despite us not being able to sit next to each other, that we're actually avoiding our impact on the planet by avoiding our CO2 emissions, etc. Traveling around here and there. And yes, it's one of the positive upsides for this lockdown, I think.
Big time. Yeah, thanks so much for that, Benny. Cool. And then last but not least, Valerie Deneen from Sisterworks. Have I got that right, Valerie?
Yes.
Deneen? Okay, great.
Hi, everybody.
Awesome. Looking forward to hearing more about what you're doing, which, it sounds really inspiring and meaningful. It's a non-profit social enterprise in Melbourne supporting women who are refugees, asylum seekers, or migrants to improve their confidence, mental well-being. Mental and well-being. Mental well-being. That's what I was going for. Cool. We're going to start with... Okay, so I've talked a little bit about circular economy. Maybe, Sally, could we just hear about, I read on your website, you have this amazing story about there being a turning point. You came across some trash on a holiday, and that was a big moment for you. Could you just talk a little bit about that and maybe tell us the story? And
Yeah, it was quite a story. Coming from a surfing family, we were living down in Bells Beach and in Victoria. And we used to go on surfing holidays to Sumatra and Java a lot. And there was just a time when I got on a tiny little island. If you can imagine going out and having those surfing holidays, you think everything's going to be pristine and clean and gorgeous, in your fantasy world. And we got off onto this little island that was uninhabited, and the beach was absolutely covered from the shoreline all the way back. You couldn't even walk on the beach for the rubbish that had just washed in through the tides. And there were a lot of those products that still had labels on them, of course, plastic bottles, glass bottles, you name it, wrappers, that were products that I was advertising. And I just had that moment where I thought, this is just crazy, because I'm driving people into the supermarket. They're making choices, but what sort of choices are they actually making, really? And the responsibility really lies with us there, in that purchase decision. And I felt was really responsible for encouraging that kind of purchasing, where we get that product home and then we have that use and then we just discard the packaging and not really caring about that. So I thought, well, do I really want to be in that place anymore? So I talked about it with the guys who ran Brand Power, because I've been with Brand Power for 25 years. So you can imagine this was a huge decision to make. It took me about 3 years to make the decision, I must say. And eventually I just had to make the decision because they weren't on board with it. And I said, look, guys, unless you're on board with it, we can do this together in a way where we can create some sort of more alternate advertising campaign to support those brands that are making a difference, because I could see they were out there. Then I just had to step away. So I stepped away and I started Sustainable Sally, and I've just launched this year Choice for Life, which is an advertising campaign that's available to brands that really are making a dedicated contribution to sustainability. And Sustainable Sally's just been everywhere for the last 3 years. It's just been amazing, the journey. You know, it's interesting, isn't it? And I'm sure everybody here understands this, when you make that choice, that decision to do better, then you can't go back. It just becomes your way of life. So I've never felt so close to my work personally, in my personal life, and my professional life are the same. And it's just beautiful. Yeah. So that's my journey.
Beautiful story. Thank you so much. It's yeah, it's interesting. Once, like you said, once you choose, you can't go back. And I think for a lot of people, it's like, oh, it's such a big, epic thing to kind of face, but it makes decisions so much more simple. It's like, for me, I'm plant-based, so going to a restaurant, sometimes it's easy. Like, there's only a couple of options on the menu, and it's like, well, that's what I'm going to do. And it's a similar thing, you know, with all.
And that's the whole thing, because there are so many choices on the shelves, and it's really hard to make a decision. Which one is it that I buy? You know, so if you can be in a position where, you've got your own guidelines, then those decisions are a lot simpler. And it really is about keeping it simple too, I think, you know. So it's a changing world, but it's a great place to be.
Yeah. And where do you draw the line? Do you have I
find it really hard.
Yeah.
I personally, I'm going to say, look, making the decision and transitioning over doesn't happen overnight. I mean, we've got to this terrible state that we're all in globally. It's taken a long time to get to this problem. So it's going to take a long time to undo a lot of the problems and start doing things a different way. But I think it's just step by step. You know, I still make mistakes all the time. You know, I was tempted the other day when I was in the supermarket, and I really wanted to I just felt like making a particular recipe, and the only way I could get this ingredient was in a pre-packed, pack, with the tray and the plastic and the whole thing. And I just went, you know what? 80-20 rule, just get it, Sal. You can't do it every single step of the time, of the day, every move you make. You just can't. I don't think we should be that hard on ourselves. But I really commend anybody that can really do complete zero waste. I think that is amazing, But I've got to say, I'm 80-20.
Yeah. And you're probably going to be more sustainable doing it that way in some ways, because it's achievable or something,
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess we're talking about circular design here, aren't we? Designing circularity into our lives. How do we do that? And I think the best way to do that is when you shop. It starts with your purchase decision. Right there. Buy more in bulk. Buy wherever you can take your own containers. All the things that have been discussed very much today. It starts there. So it's build slowly. Change your pantry, change your fridge, change your cupboards. Change your habits that way, but slowly we can get there and avoid that packaging. And packaging is, one of the biggest problems here. And I work for a company called Martog & Co, and they work with recycled PET and plastics and HDPE as well. So what they do is they're able to process here in Australia, which is fabulous. It's an Australian business as well, our waste, and they can take our plastic waste, process it, get it back out there. So those bottles are back on the shelf made out of recycled. Now, as far as I'm concerned, that is fully circular. I know plastic to a lot of people is a bad thing, but it doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing. But I think what we've got to do as the consumer is then when we go to the shelf and we go to make those purchases, we can actually recognise that that bottle or that container, it has been made out of recycled plastic, which is great, because that means we're then supporting, by making that purchase, the circular economy, because there are businesses out there like Martog that are doing a great job making sure that we can keep it circular and not single use. So there's the whole packaging industry, as we know, is changing now. And it's a great thing. It's a great thing. Some things aren't fantastic, but at least we're making steps You know, we're making the step change to live a better way and support the planet in a better way. So I'm really happy seeing what's going on in the last couple of years, especially.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, it's a hard one because we do have all of this plastic in the world that we need to figure out what to do with. And ideally, there are some policies that, you know, need to be put in place so that companies kind of have to work with.
Exactly. Legislation needs to change, and it is changing, isn't it? But it still gets down to understanding, the consumer understanding the bad plastics, the bad ones, the nasty ones, the ones that just cannot be collected, recycled and used again. And, you know, and they're all the obvious ones, like, you know, the condiment wrappers, the little plastic soy sauce fish, terrible. Buying lollipops. People don't think about things like that. What happens to that plastic? It ends up in our waterways and ends up in our bays.
Yeah, and I'm glad that that's the story now that people are kind of carrying, you know.
Yeah.
I just think about a lollipop. I don't know. It's so.
I know.
It's a sweet little innocent lollipop, you know. And then I think of, like, sometimes even the chewing on it or something. It's like brings up all these memories and things. We need to really like change that whole, our whole experience of those items and kind of go, oh, actually it's not romantic.
You know, and it's funny, the other day I saw a promotion on TV and I won't say the station, but I couldn't believe it. They were actually promoting it with their presenters and they were all eating lollipops. And I was thinking, hang on a minute, you guys are really supporting sustainability in many of the shows that you're showcasing, and yet you've done this campaign with lollipops and the plastic lollipop sticks. And I just went, oh my God, that just is a perfect example of a mindless mistake. Do you know, but they just weren't, someone wasn't thinking. I thought, wow, you know, they didn't thought that one through.
Yeah, that's it. And it's that thing, you know, people are
it's hard.
Yeah, for sure. And there's things we're constantly learning, changing our language in little ways because it's more respectful. And I feel like it's that same thing with being sustainable. You kind of have to have these moments in your mind where you go, oh, hang on, pick up on that one. Okay, note that, look that up later. What's an alternative? You know?
And that's the thing. Always ask the question, what's the alternative? What else can I do in a different way here?
Yeah.
What better choice can I make?
Sure. In an earlier panel discussion, I chimed in for a little bit, and they were talking about valuing the inconvenient and a more slower paced kind of lifestyle, which I just love because I think it's on so many levels so much better for us. Like my Instagram, it's taken me years to get to 56 posts. And that sounds like a lot to me. And for a lot of people, it's not. And I feel like that's a lifestyle, you know, just taking time, being okay with the inconvenient, you know, not trying to get the most efficient.
Yeah, because that's not really a sustainable way of living in a way either, is it?
Not at all.
Yeah,
either, like,
that whole pressure that we put on ourselves, crazy.
Just reading a couple of the comments, making sure that, refuse, reuse, reduce, recycle, that's the one.
Absolutely. And you know, and that starts again with the purchase. You know, you go to buy something and the first thing you've got to ask yourself is, well, why am I buying it? Do I really need it? Have I got something at home already that will suffice?
Yeah. Like, for example, I needed an MC hat, and where was I going to get one?
Did you go to your dress up box?
I went to the up shop. Believe my head is quite small, and this thing was worn by a gentleman to his wedding in the 1920s or maybe a bit earlier. So it's a bit broken, but it was made at Flinders Street. You know, the hat place?
Was it? Yeah. See, now you've got a story to tell. Isn't that more important?
I didn't waste anything buying my MC hat. I'm not going to wear it right now, though. I felt silly enough putting makeup on today.
Oh, you look great. But isn't that lovely? And then you've got a story to tell, and that's what it's all about. And it's keeping history going. There's so many advantages to reusing. I love the whole idea of it. Look, this jacket that I bought, I got this from the op shop.
Great. Same.
Little Calvin Klein. Hello.
Oh, hello, darling.
Drop a name. I think those candlesticks at the back there, they used to be gold. I painted those white, and I got those from the Oppie.
Amazing.
I'm using a jar. Can you see that jar there in the background for my beautiful camellias that I just picked?
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Oh, the bottle, that's just from a homemade sauce lady that makes wonderful homemade sauce. Yeah. So
like I got this box from the side of the road. I was like,
did
why?
You?
Yeah, I have 8 of them. They were all in a nice little box. Thank you. You know, but that's not to say that.
Sorry, I was going to say it's about sharing as well. Yeah, sharing.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, and you can love something for years, but get a bit sick of it. So why not pass it on to a close friend?
I'm doing all the talking. We need the other panels to join in.
We do. But it's good. It's good because they're going to talk about different things. So we were focusing more on products, I guess. And yeah, if you guys have any questions for Sustainable Sally, please chime in now before I we can move on to some of the other guests. Have you guys got any questions?
At the op shop. I just saw that one. Volunteering at an op shop. Amazing. My mother-in-law volunteers at an op shop, and she has the best wardrobe.
Yeah, awesome. When my grandmother passed away, I literally got rid of all of my clothes and I swapped them out for hers, which, my clothes went to the op shop. I do want to say, I read some things recently about how sending stuff overseas, to kind of countries that are struggling, that don't have as much of, we think we're helping them, but we're actually just providing all of this trash that they then have to sort out and deal with. And a lot of the stuff that we send isn't good quality either. So yeah, giving to the op shop is great.
It is. It's great, but again,
for buying more things.
I think it just comes down to that again. It comes back to that choice of making the decision at the time of purchase. And a lot of us, and we get tempted a lot now, we're seeing a lot of online shopping. It's that short-term gratification. It is an actual life experience that people want. They just want to get a bit of a fix. It's a bit like a sugar hit. I just need a buzz. I'll just buy something. It's short-term. It is short-term gratification. And that's where we have to stop and think, okay, you know what? There's a better way to do this.
Yeah.
I can get just as much of a buzz out of reinventing something that I already have and just giving that a new life and changing it up a bit and changing the wardrobe. And so I think, again, it just comes down to us making a conscious decision to consider it before we buy it.
Yeah.
There it is. Make that choice.
I love this comment, just back to the op shop. If you wouldn't give it to your best friend, don't give it to the op shop.
Yeah, fair call. Because they can't deal. The amount of wasted clothing and textiles that they have to, and other items as well, they have to send to landfill, literally, and the money they spend on doing that would blow your mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're just basically not taking responsibility. And I know it's really tough, but there are organisations like Apparel. I don't know if anybody knows about Apparel, but you can box up your textile items and you can send it away to them, and they will take full responsibility on making sure it's discarded or disposed of or reused responsibly. And I think that's businesses like that are out there that can literally solve that problem for you at home and not dump it at the op shop. So only take stuff to the op shop that is actually really wearable, that somebody else can wear again, like this jacket. I've had this jacket for years.
So good, isn't it? Same.
Yeah.
For years.
And
Yeah.
Ellen,
Of course,
I
it's
think,
saving money.
I think this is a great segue because Sister Works, and we've got Valerie here from Sister Works, do some great things to repurpose materials.
Exactly.
They do.
That, Kirsty, you stole my segue.
And I've done quite a little bit of work and promoted Sister Works over the years, so it's really nice to see you there, Valerie. We actually haven't met yet. I was involved with Sister Work when Luz was there.
Yes. We heard about you, and Luz did mention about you, and since Luz has moved on to another social enterprise, we continue her legacy here to support women from migrant, refugees, and asylum seeker backgrounds. So in terms of the circular economy and being a circular consumer, SisterWorks has put in a lot of effort of doing that. So a lot about, in my opinion, in the circular economy is what you add value into the product that you are making. And at SisterWorks, our products, we continue to make products that are recycled, reused, or repurposed. For example, our bread bags, if you're gonna go to buy a loaf of bread, you use a reusable bread bag instead of using their plastics. And we have other products like beeswax, food wraps, produce bags that can help you shopping in a non-plastic way. And the best thing about our products is that it does not only give value to the product, to the environment, it gives value to our sisters. What we do is our sisters will help us produce these products, and we share 50% of the profits with our sisters. So by buying products that are produced by SisterWorks, you have double impact on the economy and in the environment. So this is what we do, and basically what we do is we help our sisters to achieve a more social and economic stability, and together I think we can go into a circular consumer and educate people to be a more sustainable and more conscientious consumer.
I love, I think in terms of being, circular, I feel like community is so integral to achieving a circular economy on a bigger scale as well. And I just thought, with SisterWorks, it seems like they're nailing something pretty special there that's creating a lot of meaning and bringing together people. I just wanted to know if you could speak to that, the community aspect of a circular economy.
Yeah, well, we encourage people to change the consumption habits to buying products that's less harmful to environment. That's why our product development team is always thinking of ways to make products that are reusable and recycle, and to repurpose things that will normally go into landfill. Say like we partner with the city of Melbourne, so that they give us the flags of those recycle banners, those things that you see flapping around everywhere, promoting events and campaigns. And
I always want to know what happens to them.
Oh, we usually go to landfill until they take them down after the event's over. They wash them out, and then they send them to us, and we pay our sisters to sew them into tote bags.
Beautiful.
So they don't go into landfill all the time, and it's just tons of waste that goes in there. And I think the more important thing is we need to give customers a choice so that they can use products that's environmentally friendly. And we by giving them our impact, tell them what possible impact they make in that choice will help them shift to a better consumption habit.
Right.
Well, for example, our reusable face mask. Well, right now everybody has to wear face mask, and in last year March, that's when the pandemic started to hit Australia. So we started thinking, well, we looked at Asia. In Asia, there's a lot of people wearing face masks already because pandemic hit them earlier than Australia. So we think that, yes, well, Australia is probably going to be wearing face masks soon. But when we look at surgical face mask, do you know that it takes up to 450 years for one surgical face mask to be decomposed in nature? So we think that maybe we can use reusable face mask. So in March, we started making reusable face masks using donated fabric. And we started serving the community, producing the face mask in starting last March. And not soon after that, the lockdown hits. Face mask is mandatory. And in the beginning, we only trained 6 sisters to make face masks. At the peak of the pandemic, we had 70 sisters making face masks. And it allowed these sisters to work from home during the lockdowns. Some of them become the breadwinner of their family. It allowed them to put food on the table. Some bought new sewing machine to make more face masks. And the impact we made is more than, environmental. Up to today, we sold about 82,000 reusable face masks. Imagine how many of the surgical face masks would have been in our landfill or in the ocean while the beach patrol has to pick them up. So I think that the impact that would make to the society and to the environment should be mentioned more often to encourage people to switch to a more sustainable consumption.
Yeah, for sure. And if you've got those 2 options sort of facing you, this one, maybe it's a bit cheaper, but you have to carry around the guilt. So maybe that's not that cheap actually. And then you've got the option of the good choice kind of thing. And you get to carry around that story with you. You know that's where your mask has come from. And congratulations for what you've done. I think that's awesome. Yeah, I think I'm going to get this wrong, but I think it was Aristotle maybe who talked about sort of the process of creating something and how you will value an item if you're there through, when you first kind of harvest the materials to make it, then you make it and then you enjoy it and you're going to look after that item and value it more. And I think stories, like what you're doing at Sister Works, knowing those stories, like you said, telling people about what's happening, that's going to help people to value what they're buying more and, waste less. It's so devastating seeing all the masks just strewn aside, on the pathways that are.
I know. Yeah. Every time I see one, I'm like, I want to cry. It was like, come to Sister Works. Your reusable face mask can carry on for so long, so much longer than you wear a surgical face mask. One day you're going to throw it out, and then the next day you're going to wear another one, and it's just it takes so long for it to decompose in the nature, and it's devastating.
Yeah.
Valerie, can I just I'm just seeing a question that's come up. How can people donate fabric to Sister Works?
Oh, that's a great question, and we really welcome fabric donation. But it's not all kinds of fabric that we can use, because we mostly use cotton, and we have to use fabrics that's at least 1 meter long. So if you just give us little scraps, and we don't really have a lot of use for that, and we hate to see it go into waste. Other purpose you can use, if you have just scraps, make it into a cushion, fill it up, or use it as a rag. And there are things that you can use with used fabric. But at Sister Works, we welcome all the big fabrics that we can use to make, bread bags, lunch bags, beeswax, and face masks. And we do welcome donations. And you can just, give us a call or just email us, and we'll point you the right way.
Awesome. Thanks, Valerie. Are there any other questions people have? Do Sister Works and Second Stitch work with apparel?
We don't really work with apparel because we don't have much fabric to donate to them. Whatever we receive, we get them and use them, and we don't get donated clothing, so we don't deal with donated clothing. So we don't really have much opportunity to work with apparel, but that's good opportunity. We might start a conversation.
Cool. All about starting the conversation. Yeah, is there anything else, Valerie, that you want to say before we move on maybe to one of the other guests and hear from them about what you're doing, or what you want people to know about it?
Well, we talk about the products that we make, and our organization basically work with supporting migrant and refugee women who came to Australia, and we don't give them material help. What we do is we give them a skill, lifetime skill, for them to be able to be independent and have a sustainable social and economic stability. So what we do is when they come to SisterWorks, we would first talk to them and let see where they need help them to identify their goal. What do they want to do in Australia? And then we engage them with a lot of free workshops to upskill them, such as English, digital literacy, or pre-employment, all sorts of different workshops they can engage in. And we're based in Melbourne, so we have 3 face-to-face hubs for them to learn skills, and we are in Richmond, Bendigo, and Dandenong. But we also have moved to a virtual online platform because of the pandemic. So we do have an app called SisterWorks eHub, so that our sisters can learn their skills through an app. And actually, all our workshops are free. So when they finish learning a skill, they can move into production and help us produce products that we sell to the community, and that they will be able to earn a little bit living. And a lot of the sisters actually learned their very first Australian paycheck from SisterWorks, and that's really exciting and rewarding.
That's really special.
Yeah.
Thanks for everything that you do.
Thank you.
We might move on to Jeremy. Can we hear from you, Jeremy, and what you're up to at Noah and Parker?
Yeah, sure. So I guess for us, we look at the circular economy in an interesting way, where just the future, we believe, especially in the hospitality industry, where we work very closely, is that all this single-use waste that sits on top of coffee machines, single-use packaging that sits behind the counter, will just be reusable packaging in the future. And we see that future, that it has to head that way because of what we're doing to the planet. So we're trying to fast forward that, essentially. And we think there's this sort of great first step with BYO, and so we cut. I guess it was 10 years ago when Keep Cup first hit the scene, and people started to bring their own containers and bring their own cups, and that really we saw as like this first phase of fighting single-use waste. Where we're trying to take it to now is to say, okay, how can we have an option that lives at the cafe, lives at a restaurant, lives at any of these sort of hospitality venues, and you can just borrow it for free and return it back to the location and simply use it as, whether it be a backup to your existing reusable cup or reusable container, or use it just as a standalone system that you don't have to result in just, okay, here's another piece of single-use waste that I'm taking purely just because it's convenient to do so and I need a coffee. So we've been building out our system now for probably a good part of a year. My background's from technology, sort of working with products and technology. And so we're looking at how we integrate reusable containers, cups and containers to help fight single-use waste.
Awesome. Yeah, it's interesting, like thinking about, there was something you just said. Yeah, it's gone from me.
The future is reusable. Everything that's single use sitting on a shelf in the future will be a reusable item of some description. We know that it just has to be. How can we accelerate that future? I think that's sort of the key message on our side. The hard thing is that really we're not so much dealing with a problem with technology or containers or cups, because all that stuff exists. It's just a consumer behaviour that needs to change, and convenience is probably one of the biggest killers. So the fact that you can just walk into any cafe, grab a coffee, takeaway coffee, and it's in a single-use cup, and then you can throw it in the bin, and there's essentially it's just the way it's been, right? So most people don't think too much about it. Where a lot of people on this stream will they'll already be bringing their own cups, they'll already be bringing their own containers, and I'm well educated on that fact. But if we can add in a almost as convenient option that can live at the location, ready to go, then we think we can go a long way in helping to reduce a lot of the waste that's headed to landfill and waterways and what have you at the moment.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say before about it was the convenience thing, because I just mentioned earlier how it would be nice if people could embrace, living with some inconvenience or being okay with a certain level of that. But I do think that being able to work with the systems that we already kind of have in place and what people are used to are probably important in making.
We see it as this kind of grouping into three types of people. One is the person who they on a regular basis they'll take this when they go out and get takeaway food, drink, whatever that may be, and then they may go without because they realise the impact that it has. Then there's a second layer of people who want to do right by this, by the environment, do the right thing. May have bought a couple of cups, but
you're just breaking up a little bit for me. I don't know if that's happening for other people, but could you just repeat that sentence? That's okay.
Yeah, sorry. So there's sort of the three sort of groups of people. One that will always bring their cup or container. Two is I have one, but perhaps I've forgotten it. It's dirty, what have you. And then the third one who's perhaps I'm stuck in my ways a little bit and I'm not really that concerned. We try to work with that sort of first and second group, and then slowly but surely let's transition the third group across when we can. So so if we can have something available for that sort of second group when they forget and it's convenient and it's easy just to simply borrow one of these reusable items, then it starts becoming a part of their behaviour, and that they know that there's this backup available even if they do forget their own.
I love that. And what motivated you to start this venture?
So a co-founder with a business partner of mine, and it all sort of started around the whole war on waste and seeing the tram full of single-use cups that was driving around Melbourne, and we thought,
wow, that was the moment.
Yeah, look, I think it was funny because it seemed like within about 6 months or a year of that documentary, there was a bunch of companies that sort of started up in a similar vein. And I think it really sort of pushed the conversation forward, which was great. For us, the real driver is how can we build a business in this space that does good for, reducing waste and has and
just breaking up
we
again.
Can have again, but
sorry, is that happening for everybody else?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, yeah. There's nothing downloading on your internet, Jeremy.
Sorry, might be why.
Just take a moment.
Looks like you can hear me now.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Sorry about that. Yeah, it might be my Wi-Fi on my end.
Okay.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought. How we can build something that has a bigger impact than I can have just as myself. So if we can build a business that can essentially help hundreds, thousands, if not millions of people to make a better decision on a day-to-day basis, then we can have a real impact that's bigger and broader than just myself. So I think that's kind of the real motivator for me and my business partner as well.
So cool. Just reading some of these comments. For other people, it was a similar thing, the tram around Melbourne. I actually didn't hear about this until recently, which is just bizarre. But I I think it's awesome that people are talking about it because of things like that. It made me think we should hit to the streets and chalk up, you know, reusable face masks and stuff like that. But yeah, there's so much we can do, and I love what you're doing. Thank you for that. How can we support your initiative, Jeremy? It's a good question.
Yeah, look, so we've started with one big partner in Veneziana Coffee Roasters, and we're working with those guys out of Richmond. We're seeing some really good uptake with them and their locals. We've also worked in the past with a few other cafes and partners in the past, and unfortunately there's you know, with lockdowns and everything that's going on at the moment, there's a lot of people that are struggling at the moment in the cafe industry. So look, we're working with people that we can at the moment, and that others, you know, may have bigger issues on their mind about how they pay the bills and how they get to the end of the week. So we're working with some of these bigger partners to get off the ground, and yeah, we're looking to be growing out sort of over the next 6 to 12 months as we refine the system. So if you know of or can suggest any locations that may be interested in what we're offering, then yeah, jeremy@noranparker.com is my email.
I'll put that link up.
Give me an email. Happy to chat with anybody. And
now if someone backstage can do that.
Yeah, for sure. It's, yeah, very open to chat with anybody that's
amazing. I love the idea of like figuring out which person you are. Like you talked before about the different types of people, and actually identifying that for yourself. You know, which one am I? And yeah, it's a hard thing with affordability as well, and just figuring out where you sit and what you can do and being okay with that.
And look, there's two parts. I mean, one thing about one Valerie talked about value, I think was really important, and how these reusable items build value over time. And so, you know, each of you think about the Keep Cup that you've had for 5 or 10 years, you know, it tells its own story. So we like to think about our reusable products can reach more people with less at the same time. And
just breaking up a little bit. So
value that they keep reading earlier about damn, I'm on a roll and I'm breaking up. I can't believe it. So no, look, I think to Sally's point earlier as well about not trying to be necessarily perfect and beat yourself up about it, but you know, how can you make these little changes every day to just to keep getting better?
Yeah, exactly. Great, thanks so much, Jeremy. If there's nothing else that you want to say, we might move on to Benny Hill. Hey, Benny.
Yeah, no worries.
So Benny, about site, and you guys are 100% carbon neutral, have been since September 2020. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, I think that's one component. You know, there's so many things that are being said here that I've had to be quiet for. I think
now you can unleash.
Yeah, the anxiety out from just sitting here. But look, the first thing, the word consumer is a concern. I refer to, you know, if you're on this channel, you're probably a contributor. You're activated, you're empowered, you're looking for other options to expand, to improve the planet. And that leads to my next point and sort of some quick background, where I spent 10 years or so in fast-moving consumer good corporate, working for companies like PepsiCo and Colgate-Palmolive. And, you know, throughout that journey, the three things, the 3 Ps were in an order of people becomes profit, and then the planet was a distant third. And mental health followed me through that journey. And it wasn't until I started to put planet, then people, then profit, that my universe started to change. And then that sets me into what I'm hoping to talk about now with my business About Site, which is just a small little humble small business, one of 2 million in Australia. But how you can bring eco or sustainability and make it a unique selling proposition for your business. And it talks to the profit and loss in technical capitalist terms, but it can also talk to that moral and ethical side as well. I think we've got to recognise that there's no profits without people, and there's no people without a planet. And if we start to connect that, we start to make better decisions. For About Site, it started when I bought the shop in 2019. It was a failing concern, and I didn't just want to be another retailer, and I'll talk mainly to retail for this discussion today. I did a waste audit, and that's simple. Everyone's probably done it that's listening to this, and I won't focus on that. The next thing I did was, well, what can I do to reduce consumption from a retail point of view? So I sell eyewear, optical. I worked out that most people coming in, thanks to fast fashion and corporate, expected they would have to get a new frame every time. And so straight away, I introduced to the conversation, well, hold on, we can renew that pair or update it. You can keep it as a second pair, or hey, just update the lenses and keep it on your face. You love the frame, why update it? And you could see that start to resonate with our customers. And that was one of the core things that we did there. And then I also had some other streams that I was wanting to solve. So, for example, coffee pods. We were having 6 or 7 coffee pods a day put into our bin. And so I looked around and I could see that essentially no one was recycling coffee pods. So these little guys that everyone's familiar with, About Site has successfully collected 50,000 of these. We partnered with TerraCycle that allow that recycling stream to be done. So they're two of the things that we're reusing, renewing, recycling. I think some of the bigger concepts that haven't sort of been touched on today, but we're talking a lot of consumer, customer-focused end. But for my staff and myself, one of the biggest things we can do in a business sense, and it sort of ties into that, what hat we wear. I'm sort of switching between being a customer and then obviously a business owner, but we can change where we put our future investment, be it super, into ethical super, and I empower my employees to consider that. And that way we're able to help dictate some of this upstream flow down to the end of the stream and ensure that those companies that we're funding for the future and fueling with our investment is going to have a greater good down the line as well. Probably final point, because I'm conscious as a panel, we want to go back and forth. A really simple one was changing the way we, power the shop. So everyone knows about LED lights, etc. I think I'm of the view you shouldn't just upgrade to an LED because there's an end of life of the old product. You need to balance that, but that's what I've done over the 2 years About Site's been in existence. But our energy retailers, so looking at that, trying to go with a green option where you can't have solar and where you can't get a fully green option, offsetting that with a truly green offsetting option. And so what I determined, we actually saved money by moving from a big corporate to a Melbourne startup called Power Club, which have a look at if you haven't heard of it, it's worth looking into. And then Power Club are on a journey for sustainability, but they've got a gap. So then I used the money I was saving to invest in tree plantations. Now, if you want to talk business, the double whammy on that, if you will, is that donation is also tax deductible. So if you're like me and probably Ellen, where you know that governments don't spend taxpayer money well, tax deductions are a vehicle to better spend money, and then I think you end up coming out with a greater outcome there as well.
Awesome. Thanks, Benny. Yeah, I mean, I go to dentists and I'm like, what is all of this? Is there another way to do things? And it's just so cool to hear, you can go to an optometrist and
There's something I missed as well, with the products. I haven't heard a lot today about, shopping or thinking local. In my world, there's a lot of people in their industries, everything's shipped from overseas. And so it's very hard in Australia, unfortunately, to find a lot of products that are made locally and made well, or you can get them at the price point that consumers or customers will pay. But I went on the search. These frames that I'm wearing here are handmade on the Sunshine Coast in Queensland. We have another product that's made in Moorabbin in Victoria. We have a product from Austria that's completely made out of linseed oil extract. And it's a big corporate, but I continuously try and make sure I'm questioning status quo. And that's what I think people should do. If you really want to make a difference and put that planet, people, profit equation, even in your business, make sure you're always trying to put that philosophy into the decisions you make. And you'll find that permeates and that will resonate with your customer coming through your door. And for example, with the coffee pods, we've got 20 people a week bringing coffee pods in. And even on this call, 3 of us, I think, are wearing glasses. It creates another conversation that's not just about the profit. You actually building up a good culture within your business.
And not just accepting things as they are and kind of going, well, that's how we do things in our industry.
Yeah, don't like that. That's the worst thing to say to me.
Yeah, I love that. And you're all, from this panel, you're all leaders who have kind of stepped up to fill the space, which, yeah, not everybody is doing. And I think it's so important, and important to acknowledge, to inspire other people, you know, because you guys are the heroes. Like, thank you for doing this. So I wanted to do this thing. Maybe this will get a bit of back and forth happening before, because we're going to finish up soon. But I have a friend, shout out to Sue Andrews, who created the what if off. Basically, you think of something that you wish would happen in the world. You know, what if my whole street grew potatoes? And someone could say, well, what if a few houses grew potatoes and the other ones grew kale? And what if we shared our lawnmowers and, you know, we what if off? So I thought maybe you guys could what if off.
I'll go first. This is one. So for me, in a small business, there's, you know, in Melbourne, in Stonington, which is relevant, we have small business associations, and they sort of create, I guess, a unity between the small businesses. I would encourage, as I have with my association, to go for zero waste as a retail group, and or go for completely carbon neutral, you know, offset or energy usage, etc. So I think the problem ties in that a lot of businesses are too busy thinking about profit. They don't realise that they can do both and have a win-win.
Yeah. So what if we were carbon neutral? What if businesses decided to be carbon neutral? Is that your what if?
That's what if.
I like it.
Work together.
Amazing. Yeah. Have you got one, Sally? Yeah, I'm gonna unmute.
There I am, off mute. Yes, I do. You must. How did you know? You could see it in my eyes, could you?
Yeah.
Oh, and this one just fills me with so much joy. What if we all considered the planet first before we made any choice in our life? All our choices came from firstly considering the impact that it's going to have on the planet. What if we all thought that way? How different our world would be. Yeah.
What if
that's my what if.
What if everyone had the education to also make that decision, right? Because a lot of the times they don't know. They don't know the effect as well. So what if?
Well, that's our job. I think that's our job.
People. Yeah.
That's what we've all got to do. We've got to. That's why we're doing what we're doing right now. Exactly that. Yeah. Just got to keep at it.
Yeah.
We need the government to be educating everybody a lot
more. What if that could be my one?
That's it. There you go, Ellen.
Next. Valerie, have you got one?
Yes, that was kind of the same as Jeremy and Sally's. What if all the big corporations and all the government entities think of doing anything socially and environmentally sustainable before making any policies and practices?
Yeah, beautiful. What if our relationship to the earth came into our minds when we were making purchases. That's my line. But as an individual, yeah. Go, Kirsty.
What if we could have a world without waste, because waste was always seen as a resource?
Rock on. I feel like
I believe that waste is a resource, and the only thing that puts it into landfill is lack of creativity.
Say that again.
Waste is a resource, and the only reason it ends up in landfill is because of lack of creativity or innovation.
Yes. Cue Charlie McGee. No such thing as waste.
There was that point made earlier about around value and what we value, and I think that links into slowing things down and actually taking in the opportunities. But if we incentivize companies to create value and not just wait for governments to dictate terms on what they should or shouldn't do and produce, we'll have a better world. It's not beyond our reach, and it's only if you choose to either basically be the poison or the compost, I think, to give a binary ultimatum to the conversation. But if you choose to be a contributor and you're looking for answers and you're connecting with people like we are today in community and fostering, it doesn't have to be a big leap. It can be small iterations and growth and growth and growth. And I think that's probably the best way forward, hopefully quick enough.
I think we all have to remember that if it wasn't for the planet, we wouldn't be here.
Yeah, big time.
I saw someone just popped up with a message there that said, what if it was easy and free?
Yeah.
And I think the reality is it's been easy and free to do single-use waste. That's the reality. So there hasn't been the accountability on what my product's end-to-end lifespan looks like, and that I can ship something out into the world, and then it's a council's responsibility to recycle that in, curbside bins or whatever have you. So I think that's a really interesting point to flip it as well, to say, it's the easy and free option is this single-use waste now, where people can just throw it and forget it. So being able to flip that story, I think is really,
and
really quite powerful.
working with other members of your community does make it cheaper. Food co-ops, for example.
So what if everybody think twice before putting things into waste? Can we think about recycling, reusing, repurposing, repair? Think twice before turning it into a waste.
Yeah, and that's a creative, fun time.
It's like, you can think about it, but it's like, what do you do with that thought? And if you don't have an answer, I think that's what creates the anxiety. That's what I think we're trying to do today, is share the resources. And I've learned some stuff today. I deal closely with TerraCycle to improve my waste streams, amongst other things that haven't been mentioned. It's just connecting, and that's why the internet's great. We can actually find these things more quickly. It's just we've got to want to do it, and we've not got to fall into the default of being a lazy human. That's not good for the planet. We've got to be someone that contributes and actually takes action and is proud to spruik that and permeate that type of culture.
Yeah, and it's hard because there are people that are going to go, well, this is just too much. I have so many things going on in my life, I can't do it. That's okay. If you're one of those people, and that's actually all right. Just do one little thing at a time that's going to make you feel good, and it will grow over time. Whatever. That's okay.
It certainly will, and that's a lovely way to finish it. And I think we've just got into our peak right now, but unfortunately I'm being time kept in the back here, and I'm told we've got to move you on. Thank you all for joining us today, and thank you for Ellen for coordinating this or emceeing this panel for us. Oh yes, I'll let you finish with a few words, but we do need to unfortunately wrap it up. I hope we can pick this up again sometime in the future.
Thanks everyone. So nice to meet you all.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Legend. Bye.
And now we're going to have Sabina join us. Can we bring Sabina up to the screen as well too? Hi, Sabina. Lovely to see you. Sabina.
Hello.
Hi. Sabina McKenna is the General Manager of Ozpen. Ozpen sell refillable whiteboard markers that are made with replacement parts. They were going to be an exhibitor at our festival, and they've been at our festival in 2019. And I have to say, I love these whiteboard markers. These are just so great. When I was doing the programs in the school, I went there and I'm kind of like, oh, you want me to use this and throw it out? So I brought them in, and it was much easier to use. Because really what this does is it just reduces so much landfill in terms of these pens.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'd really like to know, like, how long's Ozpen been around? You've been around for a few years now, haven't you? Like quite a few years.
Yeah, so Ozpen's been around for about 30 years. It was founded by David and Kerry Sharpley, who noticed all the waste at their children's school, just markers being thrown out constantly because of the nibs being crushed or drying out of ink, and you know how the feeling goes when you're at a classroom or you're giving a talk and you go to reach for a pen and it doesn't work. So David really wanted to produce a solution that could mean that markers wouldn't have to be thrown away. They could be replenished indefinitely. And that's how Ozpen was born.
Yeah, lovely. So I guess the thing is, like, it was born a long time ago, but it was born before people were really thinking about this in the same way. So so I guess they really do solve like a lot of problems with the waste. But I'm also thinking you've got some things coming up and future developments to get more waste reduced. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, that's true. Yeah. So at the moment, the pens are refillable, and they also have replacement and reversible nibs and reservoirs. So the inside cotton sponge, I've got a little back here I can show you.
Oh, good.
So you can use those on either side and also pop them out to put a fresh one in, so you never actually have to throw the marker themselves away. And in future, I'll show you the carry case. So this is the current carry case, and it's the most popular product with teachers. And so you have all your inks and the markers in there, but in future we're working towards making that case a bamboo case. And the markers, they're already aluminium, which is an excellent renewable material. So that will just kind of bring the product together and make it even more sustainable. So we're always working towards developments. There's been, I think, about 3 iterations of the carry case, but that's kind of the next step that we're going towards.
Great. If anyone's got any questions, please pop them in so we can see them coming through. But when are these going to be available with these new carry cases?
So we're thinking probably the end of next year, just because it's kind of, if we start selling them now, we potentially might not be able to sell the other ones. So we're making sure it's perfect for everyone, and we're also developing the boxes for the nibs and a few other parts of the products into a recycled cardboard and a few things like that, a few design changes. So that'll be something to look out for in about a year's time.
Excellent. So if people want to get the Ozpen products, they can buy them online from you, or are there retailers, or how can people buy these products?
Yeah, so we take school purchase orders or orders through our website. So you can see our website there on the screen there. That's probably the easiest way to order, but a lot of schools and businesses like to submit like a purchase order, which you can email through to info@ozpen.com, and then we'll fulfill that manually for you, and you can have a bit more time to settle up on the pens. It's kind of better that way for bulk orders because we do discounts and things like that. So it's always good to reach out if you have any questions about the product or want to order in bulk.
Excellent. Sally's got a question. She'd like to know if you just do normal pens or just whiteboard markers.
We just do whiteboard markers for the moment. We're actually working on finding a water-based ink. So that will be the next development. And we have considered doing a permanent marker, but I think it's a whole different kind of way of working, with stationery. So I think that will be another one for down the road.
Yeah, I think that'd be a great one for down the road because a few people are asking the same question.
Yeah, yeah.
Excellent. But if you do get one down the road, please make sure we're one of the first to know, because I can see the place of having the permanent markers. And
Totally.
I do think the first time I used your markers was a little while back when we were doing an exercise with kids where they're actually we're encouraging them to use reusables, and we've got the bamboo toothbrushes, and they coloured them in, and you weren't quite sure if that would work or not. But I'm here to say it did. I was quite surprised at how long that colour lasted. The colour was just fine on it. So there you go.
It does work on non-porous surfaces. We have a lot of customers who use them on wood or like thick paper, but you just have to be careful of the ink bleeding through. But if you want to use them on any porous surfaces, but if you want to use them on any other porous surfaces like glass, for example, a lot of refill bulk stores use our products because you can put your product name on there and then wipe it off easily. So yeah, experimenting with the surfaces is always good, and it works and rubs off easy.
Excellent. Great. Well, thanks for joining us today. I'm really glad to have some insight. Might be worth going through and having a look at the comments and putting some replies to those if any more do keep coming through after we're gone. I hope to keep in touch with you. So I'm going to say goodbye. We're going to bring Beck and Alice back on. And if everyone's got any waste questions, please keep them coming through. Thanks, Sabina.
Hello, we're back.
Hi, Beck, back again. Have you stuck some lunch in while you were watching the circular economy panel? I didn't want to boot them off, but we had to keep moving with our time.
Oh, it was such a cool discussion. I particularly loved where it went in the end with that what if discussion. That was so cool and just got you thinking. I mean, I was thinking of lots. What if every household in Stonington was composting, and what if every household recycled all of their e-waste? So many what ifs.
Yeah, what if everyone got recycling right and we just did waste audits and it was like tick, 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 tick.
Gosh, that'd be the dream.
But one thing that did
I made myself a greens pesto for lunch.
Oh, beautiful. Would have been delicious. What greens, Alice? I think we're a little bit delayed, so it's hard to have this conversation.
Oh, that's all right. I use greens from my garden, so I got some carrot tops, some spinach, some silver beet, and some parsley.
Yum. I was just going to raise, there was a couple of references to it in that last discussion, but we do have, for Stonington residents, that is, we do have a special discount offer on at the moment with apparel. So that is to recycle textile waste, essentially really for textile waste that, clothing that can't be donated any further. And I think I really liked that quote that was shared throughout. If you wouldn't give it to a friend, don't give it to an op shop. I think that's really important. But, when clothing and textiles do get to the end of the line, we have to make sure that where we can, we're, recycling that responsibly. And apparel are a great business and have some great programs to sort their waste and come up with some really cool and nifty ways to recycle and reuse textiles. And they ensure that all of their processing happens in Australia and no textile waste is exported and taken offshore. So Stonington residents can grab a special discount, Stonington residents who attend the Zero Waste Festival. So if you just head to stonington.vic.gov.au/zero waste, you'll find a list of some free programs and support available, including apparel.
Excellent. We've got a few questions that have come through from last time that have just been sent through to me. Megan's actually asked, what are some common errors that you see of people putting the wrong thing in the recycle bins? So what things do people get wrong most?
The biggest thing that people get wrong actually is putting their recycling into the recycling bin in a bag. So putting it in a plastic bag, that's particularly problematic. It doesn't get sorted and it'll end up going to landfill. And then other people put it in, paper bags, like an Uber Eats bag and things like that. And essentially, if anything's contained, it just makes the whole sorting process a lot trickier. So that's one thing. A second thing is polystyrene. It's a type of plastic that people still seem to think is recyclable, but it isn't, not through the curbside bin at least. Check with your local council if they accept it at a waste transfer station, and you might be able to recycle it that way. Another thing people put in their recycling bins that's been problematic in the last couple of years is Tetra Paks or long life milk cartons that you get your a lot of plant-based milks in, and long life milk. And unfortunately, that's not recyclable in Australia at the moment. It used to be something that we used to export for recycling, but since we stopped doing that with a lot of our recycling, it's become a really problematic item. We're hoping things will change in the future, but that's a key one to keep out.
Great,
Another
thanks.
one that sometimes happens is e-waste, electronic waste. So basically e-waste is anything with a plug, battery or a cord. And that's been banned from landfills in Victoria, and that happened, I think it was in 2019. So any e-waste, don't pop it in your landfill bin, just have to find a way to recycle that. And most councils, Donington Council has a great program. We've got recycling stations set up at our libraries and our pools and our service centres. Obviously hard to access at the moment, but a lot of councils have recycling stations, so do be sure to check with your local council and find out what the local solutions are.
Excellent.
And again, I was just going to suggest going to that page, donington.vic.gov.au/zero waste, and you'll be able to find some information on our recycling stations.
Great. A question that's just come up on the screen, and then I've got another one that's been sent through. Can I put hard plastic items to bigger ones if they're the same type of plastic?
So it seems like that would be a really good idea, but we've checked with our processor about this one, and the answer is no. I think there's a couple of reasons for it. One being that it's not checking the type of plastic as the purchaser, as the consumer, is not necessarily a reliable way of telling what it's made from, first of all. Second of all, you can have items made from the same type of plastic, but they'll be of varying qualities, and only some of them actually are valuable to recyclers. So just because it's made of HDPE plastic 2 or PET plastic 1 and you put inside something else doesn't mean that the recyclers actually want that smaller version of the item. And then the third reason is that it can be really tricky for the sorting and shredding process to handle items like that. So best to avoid and just put items in loose.
Great. So in the previous time, Nathan's actually asked, can you put tea bags in the green waste bin in Stonnington with or without the tag?
Great question, Nathan. Unfortunately, the answer is no. So unfortunately, again, I keep saying unfortunately because so many things aren't recyclable in curbside bins or in the FOGO stream. The problem with tea bags is that not all of them are made from paper or a natural biodegradable product. So a lot of them are actually made of like a microplastic netting or a combination of the two. So if you want to reduce your waste and you're using tea bags, either make sure that you're emptying out the tea bag and put the contents into that bin, or you can check with the on the packaging to make sure that it's made of a completely natural product, and then you can home compost it. But of course, the best solution is to buy loose leaf tea.
Great, thank you for that, Alice. And Alex has asked last time, what happens if residents put glass in the FOGO bin? Does the whole lot get sent to landfill?
That would depend on how much contamination there was, how broken the glass was, etc. So essentially what happens is with your food and green waste, it turns up to the processor and it goes through a manual sorting process, and there's, in addition to that, a bunch of technical sorting processes that happen on conveyor belts and all that sort of stuff. So if there's a glass bottle or something in there, it'll probably just get removed, hand sorted. But if there's a large amount of broken glass contamination, then yes, you're right, it might end up going to landfill, unfortunately.
So the best bet to do is to keep the glass out of there altogether.
Absolutely.
So the question's been asked, so are Tetra Paks sent overseas?
Tetra Paks that are still put in the recycling bin in Victoria are not getting sent overseas. They'd be majority getting sent to landfill. In other states, the situation is different. But essentially, we don't have a solution for them now, and we're not able to export them because there aren't markets overseas for them that actually would like to receive and then recycle and use those products. So they're not getting recycled. In any case, the old system that was recycling Tetra Paks was essentially putting them through a paper pulping process to remove the paper fiber from the inner layer. But the plastic and the foil layers that are in there never got recycled, and that component always went to landfill anyway. There is a new solutions kind of upcoming that's not existing in Australia yet, but they're about to open a recycling plant in New Zealand where the whole carton will get turned into a plasterboard replacement for the building and construction industry, but we don't have that here yet. But that's what we're crossing our fingers for.
Great, thank you. All right, are there any more questions coming through?
There was a question from Gail. She's asked, how can we get our council to go FOGO? I'll just jump in there and say, write to them, talk to your councillors, talk to the people around you, your community and network, and get them to talk to their community, their councillors, and write and talk about it and make noise, and then the council will know and understand that the community is really calling out for this. And do check and see if they've got a plan in place, because they may well be working out a process to roll out FOGO or food and organics recycling. Yeah, great.
All councils in Victoria will have a solution for food and green waste by 2030. That's been mandated by the state government. However, where each council is at on the plan to getting there will depend. So I suppose the important thing to do is to encourage your council and make them understand that you'd like to see that solution available in your area sooner.
Great. And I'm just going to ask you a few more questions because Jenna is having a bit of a technical difficulty at the moment, which is great because we've got lots of questions coming through. So those who are here for the fashion segment, just bear with us. We're just trying to sort a couple of things out. I'm just going to pop back. Someone asked a great question, but of course it flew away from me because the questions are flying in. Yes, the question here is it okay to put loose, small plastic items in the bin?
I assume that question is referring to the recycling bin. And in general, I suppose the answer is no. So the only things in Stonington that can be recycled that are plastic items are plastic bottles and containers from your kitchen, your pantry, your laundry and your bathroom. So none of those items are going to be particularly small. They need to be of a certain size. So, you know, the general guidance from our recycling processor is approximately the size of a postcard or, half of a letter-ish, and that kind of size applies to plastic things as well. And that's the requirement for it to actually be sorted and be picked up by the, optical sort technology that they have. If it's any smaller, it's just going to fall through the equipment. It's not going to be noticed by the technology, and unfortunately, it'll get swept up and go to landfill anyway.
Great, excellent. Thanks for all your feedback on that. If you've got any more questions, keep putting them in the comments, and we'll be back in an hour or so. Jenna's ready to join us now, so we're about to talk about fast fashion and making it slow. Thanks, Beck and Alice.
Awesome. Thanks, Kirsty. Bye.
Hi, Jenna.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Oh, wonderful. Sorry, my PowerPoints decided they didn't want to share from my screen for some strange reason, but I'm okay now, I think.
They're good to go?
Yes, we are good to go.
All right, no worries. Well, I'm going to introduce you to Jenna. I don't have your blurb in front of me, so I'm using my memory, and you can fill in the gaps that I miss. But Jenna, to me, she is an amazing slow fashion expert, and we were talking about slow fashion the other day. Slow fashion is quite different to fast fashion, and it's very different to fast food as well too. It's really about valuing the clothes that you have. But I'm going to hand it over to Jenna, who's going to say a bit more.
Thank you, Kirsty. Hi, everyone. So I am Jenna. I am a slow fashion stylist. So today I wanted to talk a little bit about sort of how you can be a slow fashion advocate and what we can do while we are home. I'm just waiting for my slides to appear. I think we are appearing soon. But basically, I just wanted to talk a little bit about maybe some different options you haven't thought about of what sort of is a slow fashion. Here we go. So I wanted to talk a little bit about how to be a slow fashion advocate and maybe some options you hadn't thought about, what falls under the slow fashion umbrella. So obviously know what fast fashion is, but I'm going to talk a little bit about that. But I also, before I begin, I want you all to think about your wardrobes and what you sort of really want from your wardrobes. Maybe there is something that's not quite working with you in your wardrobe and you're not quite sure what it is, or maybe it's time for a declutter. Or maybe there's items in there that you really love, but they just need a little bit of love, a little bit of mending. Or maybe they even need a good wash. Who knows? I know that's the case in my wardrobe for sure. So can we get the next slide, please? Thank you. So a little bit about what is fast fashion. It's obviously a lot of clothing. So for example, say you go to a shop and there's piles and piles and piles of clothing, all piled up, jeans, 20 to a table. That's usually fast fashion. And why? Because it's produced en masse. So these items are produced extremely fast, usually with no concerns for the people who make them, and also using up a lot of our resources. So they're usually made from polyester, or cotton, or even viscose. So they're not the best fabrics to use for our clothing. Cotton's not too bad, but when it's produced en masse, it's not a great fabric to use. So you can sort of really see from the words I've got on the screen here that it's not the best thing to buy when you're looking at buying something for your wardrobe. It's usually, thoughtless or rushed, and it's something you really don't think about that you really want to put in your wardrobe. It's kind of like, it's basically is fast food. Like, when you're really hungry and you want to grab something to eat, and you're like, no, I don't want the apple, I don't want the good thing, so you grab the bad thing. Fast fashion's kind of like that in a way. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So slow fashion is obviously a lot more considered. It's usually made from organic fabrics or natural fibers or dead stock fabrics. And it usually has certifications like GOTS, which is Global Organic Textiles Standard, which means everything, I think, from the growing of the seed right through to the manufacturing of the fabric is all organic, and all the workers are treated fairly, and all the dyes or anything that is used, like the electricity and water, is all circular as well. It also has inclusive sizing. It's a little bit trickier for some people to shop slow fashion, but I really think slow fashion should have inclusive sizing. So from anywhere in the size range, right up to any size for anyone who wants to wear slow fashion. With fast fashion, they are sometimes more inclusive, which means some people go towards fast fashion because that's what they can wear. And that's not bad. If you need clothing, you need to wear something that fits you, don't you? So you will buy that. And if you treat it well, then there's no problem with that. But I think with slow fashion, it's not just about buying items. There's a lot more that's with slow fashion, and that's what I want to dig deep in today. So I think when people sort of talk about sustainable fashion or ethical fashion, it's always about, oh, you have to buy from the best brand, or you have to buy this, or you have to buy that. But not everyone wants to buy things. They want to have a really nice wardrobe full of things that tell a story, or things they love and things they wear that they feel really good in. So I really think that's what slow fashion is, not just buying something new, or even buying something secondhand. It's not always slow fashion. Again, slow fashion is very transparent. So there's a lot of brands out there, maybe like Lois Hazel or ABCH, that really dedicate their time to creating a system that is showing you how the garment was made, right from the beginning, right to the end. So they're detailing where the cotton comes from, even where the seed is growing. They're detailing all the way to the mills where the cotton is made, and they're detailing where it's made and where it's shipped to, and then who made the garment for you, which I think is really nice because, again, the garment tells a bit of a story. I don't want to spend too much time on this. I want to let you sort of read the words and let them sort of hit you how they feel they need to hit you. So can I go to the next slide, please? So if anyone's watched War and Waste, which I think is a few years old now, which really sort of shocks me. Time's going so fast. But you would be familiar with this picture. And I mean, when I saw War and Waste, this picture really shocked me. And it's Craig Rucastle standing on a huge pile of clothing. I think it was the Sydney Mall. And every time I look at this picture, I get equally shocked again, because I also sometimes feel that I am responsible for some of this, especially in my youth, when I did not know much about slow fashion or fast fashion, any sort of fashion. I had limited options to buy things. So I bought stuff. I had a disposable income, so I bought stuff. I didn't really care where it went. After I'd finished with it, I sometimes just wore it once, and then if it ripped, I didn't bother fixing it. I wasn't taught about any of this stuff, so that's why I'm a slow fashion stylist today, to sort of teach people more about ways they can embrace slow fashion or sustainable fashion, secondhand fashion. So how many kilograms of clothing is sent to landfill every 10 minutes in Australia? Does anyone want to sort of make a little comment and guess this one before I go to the next slide? No? Can we go to the next slide, please? I think that's a lot of clothing. If you think about it, every 10 minutes that is going to landfill somewhere in Australia. Someone said 30 jumpers worth. Yeah, probably. There's definitely 30 jumpers in there. And I think what was really good about this segment is that Craig actually asked people the same question when they were walking past. And people were like, oh, I don't know how much this goes to landfill. This takes an hour to go to landfill. This takes 2 days to go to landfill. So people didn't know that it only takes 10 minutes for this amount of clothing to go to landfill. And it may not, it could be textiles as well. So, maybe a couch cover or, a dog bed or something. It's not just from our wardrobe, it's textile waste as well. So I think what I'm trying to get at here is when people think about clothing waste, sometimes they just think about a sock they threw in the bin because they had nothing, they couldn't mend it or they couldn't fix it or they didn't know where to send it for textile recycling. But when you think more and more about all the socks you threw in the bin and then all the socks that everyone else threw in the bin, it starts to look a little bit like this. Now, it's a little bit scary to place the blame on us, and I'm not placing the blame on us, but I do think we need to be more cautious of where we buy our clothing from and also what we do with it once we're sort of finished with it and maybe how we can care for it during its lifetime. So can I go to the next slide, please? Okay, some more scary stats. I'm sorry, but I really do think that some people are more visual and some people like to read words, and then that's where the stats really hit you. So for me, on average, just 4% of the price of a piece of clothing sold in Australia goes towards workers' wages in garment factories. 4%, that's not much at all. It's hardly anything when you think about what they're putting into these garments. If you've ever tried to make a jacket, it's hard. I tried and I failed. I gave up. I made a skirt once and it was wonky and it was a tube skirt. I don't know how I can stuff that up, but I managed to. So I really, really thank the people who actually make our clothing, and that's why I want my clothing to be made by someone who cares. Or I want my clothing to be secondhand because then I'm reducing the amount of textiles that will go to waste. I'm using what's already there. So I sort of want you to read these sort of stats and really think about how your wardrobe represents them, or maybe how you can sort of change your ways a little bit, or how even if you don't shop fast fashion or you don't shop at all, that's totally fine. Maybe you can help someone else. Can you sort of slip these into a little Zoom conversation in the future? Can you sort of maybe help someone who's a little bit younger than you pick out their next outfit from the op shop instead of going to a fast fashion store? I just really want you to think about the ways your purchasing habits affect your wardrobes, but how you can also pass on this information you've learned. Next slide, please. So this is the hierarchy of needs. And I've got the little, where I found the image from, Sarah, I cannot say that last name, but she's on Instagram. And this is where I sort of got this image from. And I really like it because it sort of talks about a nice sustainable way to build your wardrobe and to basically participate in fashion. Now, when I first started being a slow fashion stylist, I bought a lot of stuff because I thought that's what I had to do. I thought I had to have a sustainable wardrobe and buy all this stuff to make it sustainable, get rid of all my old fast fashion stuff. I used to work in at Cotton On and 2 other fast fashion stores. So I had a lot of clothing. You get discounts, so why wouldn't you buy it? I didn't know back then. So I had a lot of clothes and I was like, oh, yeah, I have to get rid of it all. I have to be, a slow fashion stylist. I have to represent what I'm telling people to do. So I got rid of it all. And I probably didn't get rid of it in the best way, but I was still learning back then. And now I'm very proud of the wardrobe I have, but I know that I probably could have done it a little bit slower. I guess I just got excited. But I want to talk through this little hierarchy of needs triangle today, and we'll start at the bottom and work our way up and just sort of talk about the ways we can do it within our wardrobe. You don't have to just buy. Maybe you can't make clothing like I can't make clothing. And maybe, swapping's a little bit off the cards at the moment. There's no sort of swap parties we can go to. But there are ways you can sort of do these things, and definitely we can start mending our clothing while we're in lockdown as well. I've sort of already mended a few of my items. I got a jumpsuit that was sort of I didn't like the bow on the front, so I sort of removed the bow and put a little snap lock, and now I'm really excited to wear it once the weather warms up. So I just sort of want you to apply these, I guess, words to what your wardrobe is. Next slide, please. So use what you have. That's obvious, isn't it? Use what you have. Also, I want you to use what you have, but I also want you to get rid of some stuff. So I know that sounds a little bit weird, but when you have a wardrobe full of stuff you no longer wear, it's a little bit daunting. So you start looking for clothing and you're like, oh, I don't like this. This one no longer fits. Oh, this is a terrible waist. This is too short. Oh, I hate it all. And then you just close the door and go back to bed, basically. You get frustrated because your wardrobe is full of clutter. So I think the best way to really have a nice, clear wardrobe is to get rid of a little bit. And don't throw it in the bin. It can still be used. You can definitely, mend something into something else. I think Tamara will help you a little bit more with that, with the mending side of things, and definitely the upcycling or downcycling. She is a genius. So also with using what you have, can you mend something? I mended a pair of pants so they fit a little bit better on my waist because I didn't want to buy them new. I had a pair of pants came into work where I work in a consignment store, and I really love them, but they were too tight in the waist. And I was like, I know this brand, but I don't want to buy from this brand. I really don't want to support them. I've got these pants here now. Can I maybe alter the waist? So I asked around and I asked a few Mendy friends, and they're like, yeah, you can sure do it. So I did it. It didn't look that great, but I didn't care. I got to wear the pants that I liked. And then I guess my weight changed and I could actually sew the holes back up. So I had, a pair of pants I could wear and love instead of just going to the shop and buying the next size up. I sort of utilized what I already had, which made me feel really happy anyway. And then, mending is simple as, popping on a button on something or even putting a button in a different spot so it does fit a little bit better. I'm trying to think about what else I've mended. Oh, nothing comes to mind right now, but I'm sure I've mended a lot of things. Oh, I've mended my partner's pants. He always gets holes in his pants, so I always just mend them, and they're just home pants, so it doesn't matter what they look like. He loves them. And upcycling or downcycling. So I think there was a phase a few years ago where we all made our T-shirts into bags, which is really cool. You'd have the fringing at the bottom and the armholes with the handles. And I think that's a really cool idea. And you can definitely apply it to lots of other things. I read in a book today, I was reading, it said you can use a single sock for dusting. I thought that was a really cool idea. Just like one little sock, you put your hand in and dust along little ledges that need dusting because you can wash it and then just keep reusing it. Downcycling. I actually found a cat toy today that I made. I had a piece of linen that I cut in half and stuffed full of plastic so it crinkled, and then I put some little tassel-y things on the end that I just found out of my sewing box. And I'm going to say my cats didn't like it, but I felt really proud that I made this little cat toy for my cats. So I think about what you've got in your wardrobe isn't serving you and it's a little bit too old to pass on to a friend, then maybe think about upcycling or downcycling. Make a dog bed, or you can make, I think I've seen a sock as a tea holder cozy for your little takeaway cup. There's so many ideas. I think once you think about it and start exploring, you can really find some good ones. And then something we can all do while we're in lockdown is shop your own wardrobe. So is there something in there that you haven't worn in ages? Then maybe you can try and create some outfits around it. And then if you create some really good outfits, take some photos for personal use later. So you'd be like, I made this outfit from things I already own and I feel proud and I'm going to rewear it because it makes me feel good. Another two things that I sort of found work really well for me are capsule wardrobes and smaller wardrobes. So this is my wardrobe behind me. You can see it. And it is, I think, less than 50 pieces. I remember a time where I had over 150 pieces and I could never get dressed because I felt like I had too much and it sort of suffocated me. So with smaller wardrobes and capsule wardrobe, they're a little bit different, but a capsule is basically kind of a uniform you wear all the time. So maybe you love wearing white T-shirts and black pants. That's your uniform and your capsule wardrobe. You just have pieces in there that you love and serve a purpose. With the smaller wardrobes, it's a little bit the same, but it's not following a strict guideline. Can I please go to the next slide? So this is a capsule wardrobe that I sort of created for myself. I don't follow it. I'm not that strict, but I just wanted to see if it was something that could be done. And it definitely can be done. It's not restrictive at all. There are people that sort of live with a little capsule wardrobe very similar to this. I mean, you don't have to, if you don't wear thongs, then don't have a thong. I mean, the shoe one. Don't have a thong in your wardrobe. And if you don't wear blazers, don't have a blazer in your wardrobe. Substitute it for something else. Maybe you like to wear denim jackets more, so have 2 denim jackets. Simple as that. It's all about creating a curated selection of clothing you love. And I just find it's less stress and decision fatigue on yourself. So, I mean, sometimes we have enough to worry about than getting dressed. So when you can grab 2 items from your wardrobe that work perfectly together, why not? Next slide, please. And I think a capsule wardrobe, if you're curious, does work best with a sort of a color palette. So you've got your main colors. So my main colors are basically black and white. And then I have some neutrals that sort of tie back into the black and white theme, and they work really well. And then if I wanted to introduce some color into my wardrobe, like some bright colors, I could have some hot pink or maybe some baby blue, and that would really tie it all together. And these sort of accent shades you can introduce with maybe a scarf or a necklace. If you don't want to buy a bright pink coat, don't buy a bright pink coat. But if you love a bright pink coat, then buy a bright pink coat. It's all about doing what you love. People think a capsule wardrobe is just like mine. It's all black and white and tan. It's not really. It's the colors that you love. You just got to find out how they work together. Next slide, please. So I want to pause a little bit here before I go too deep, and I'm just not just talking at you. So we've all sort of talked a little bit about the triangle, and I'm hoping that you're all sort of thinking about ways that your wardrobe can work for you. Is there something you're missing from your wardrobe? Maybe you have a lot of pants but no tops to go with them. Maybe you can invest in a plain white t-shirt or maybe another colored t-shirt. I think just for an example for me, I'm always searching for the right piece. So I start buying too much. I work in a clothing store, so I have clothing around me all the time. But lately I realized that I need to stop searching for the right piece and embrace what I already own. So what I started to do was look at the clothing I already owned and then started to alter it. So I got a pair of pants altered in the waist so they fit better. And now I wear them all the time. I altered my jumpsuit so it fits a bit better. I got something ready to alter so it fits me better as well. I want to love the pieces I already have rather than spending time and trying to search for the next one. I want to spend that time, patting my cats or cooking great meals or reading books or watching movies. I don't want to be constantly chasing this perfect piece I have to have in my wardrobe. So I really encourage you to think about the clothes you already own and love them in the way that they are already. Sure, there's going to be pieces that do not fit you at all, or, they're worn in the thighs or they're stained a different color, but maybe you could dye that t-shirt, or maybe that pair of jeans with the hole in the thighs could become a bag, or maybe you could make a cool jacket for your cat that your cat doesn't like to wear, because I've done that and it did not like to wear a denim jacket. But anyway, I've got a few questions that I might like to answer if that's possible. Can we please, just going to read these questions. Someone says, I've been thinking about a capsule wardrobe, but how often do you need to buy new clothes? Depends how fast you wear them and how hard you wear them. I think there's a really good book. I think it's by Kate Flanders. I think she talks about a capsule wardrobe in that book, or maybe it's another person. No, Project 333. Yes, that's the book, I'm pretty sure. And she talks about having a capsule wardrobe and what to do when clothes run out. But I think with our mindset now, I still have the same mindset. Like today, my laptop died somehow, and I thought I had to get a new laptop and I was panicking, but I was also excited to buy something new, as weird as that sounds. But then I found out the dimness had just somehow turned itself down, so I didn't need to buy a new laptop. But in that moment, I was like, I can buy a new laptop. I wonder what color I can get. Where can I get it from? Can I get it refurbished? Would that be cheaper than buying it brand new? So I obviously still have this thought in my head that I want to always buy new. And I guess that's sort of, everyone does. That's sort of how we've been programmed in a way from when we grew up. So I think with capsule wardrobes, you really need to think about what you actually need for your wardrobe. So say you love white t-shirts, buy white t-shirts. Say you love black pants, then buy black pants. If you find you're wearing them a lot, maybe you have a black pair of linen pants, and you find they're always rubbing out on the thighs, or the hem is always catching on something, or something like that. Maybe have a backup pair. So then you have sort of two pairs, and then you can wear them on rotation. So instead of having one piece of every single thing, maybe you have two. So maybe two pairs of jeans, and one's a little bit different. Maybe one is a high waist, or maybe one is a low rise, or one has a frayed edge. You don't need to restrict yourself. You sort of just need to figure out what works best for you in your lifestyle. And that does take a while. It's about really examining what you are wearing and how often you're wearing it. Maybe you could keep a little list in your diary. Like, I wore this black t-shirt 7 days in a row. You like wearing black t-shirts then? Can I please go to the next slide? Yes. Mm-hmm. All right. Oh, yeah. Awesome. So borrowing. Now I know most of us are in lockdown, which is unfortunate, but there are still ways to borrow clothing. So obviously I used to share my wardrobe with my sisters when I lived with them. I no longer live with them, so I don't share my wardrobe. But I think if we have a friend who is the same size and similar shape or has the same style to us, then share wardrobes. We don't need to own things anymore. I would happily share my wardrobe with anyone who was the same size as me and who lived in, near me. I'd happily lend out my clothing just to see how they style it. And it kind of builds a story on it as well. So say I've got this really amazing dress that I wear once every now and then maybe I can lend it to someone and they can share their story into it. And then when they give it back, they're like, oh, I had such an amazing time in it. I did this, I did that. And then that dress sort of has a story and it feels good when I put it on the next time. Kind of like when you borrow a book from a library, you wonder how many other people have sort of read it before you and what knowledge they've gained from it. And then you can obviously rent your clothing. So there's Glam Corner plus like 10 million other ones as well. I think renting clothing is sometimes held for special occasions, which is fantastic. I certainly wouldn't want, like that movie 27 Dresses, 10 million bridesmaids dresses in my wardrobe cluttering it up. I would rather either own just one that I wear all the time and can be multi-purpose, or I'd rent something from someone or somewhere, a business. So, this is not just limited to these two options. These are just the ones I thought of off the top of my head. But if you think about borrowing your clothing from someone or somewhere, think about how you can share your story into it and what you can tell the person who you borrowed it off, what you can sort of experience with them. I think it's a really nice way to sort of get that sharing economy going. Next slide, please. And swapping. I love swapping clothing. The clothing exchange used to exist and we used to do swapping parties. Unfortunately now because of COVID, it has sort of taken a little bit of a pause, but hopefully that can be back up and running in the next few years. But it's so nice. I remember when I used to take my clothing to the clothing exchange and someone would pick it up and I'd be like, oh, that's the thing I used to wear and I used to love it so much, but it no longer fits me. Or I got this from an op shop and I went op shopping with my friends and I just don't wear it anymore. I really would like to see how you style it. Can you send me some pictures when you're styling it? Or someone's wearing, your linen shirt that you used to love, but you just no longer wear it anymore. And then you can be like, oh, I used to wear it like this. And they'll be like, that feels so nice. I never thought of wearing it like that. So it's all about, again, that sharing economy and really opening your eyes to different ways to style things and sort of different styles that people have. So they may not always wear black and white like me. They could accessorize a plain white shirt with some really bright fuchsia red pants or something and a really high heel and just bring life back into it. And then again, there's a swap party. So when we can, meet again, it'd be cool to have a little swap party and sort of, bring along some tea or wine or whatever you want to drink and just swap clothes and just share their stories. So I work at Mutual Muse, which is a consignment store. And when people bring in their clothes, I like it when they tell me a story. There was one lady yesterday who said that a jumper was her husband's and he bought it in the UK. And it just sort of, she shared the story with me and it made me feel really good about sort of adopting this jumper in a way. And then whoever buys it next, I want to share that story with them. So again, it's like, borrowing a book from the library and wondering what knowledge they have absorbed. It's just about thinking about what story the clothing has held before us. And then again, swap with friends. So share someone's wardrobe. I think it's just a really nice way to sort of let our clothing get the extra mile. Next slide, please. And thrifting and op shopping. Oh, I wish I could go back to the op shop soon. So as I said before, I work at Mutual Muse, which is just in Thornbury or on Sydney Road. So I see a lot of clothing come and go. I love it. And it's a great way to keep clothing in the loop. As I said before, I like sharing the stories. So with a consignment store, such as Mutual Muse, Goodbyes, Yarn Yarns, or Swap, you can bring in your clothing and we buy it off you for cash or store credit. Depends on the place you go. The ones I mentioned are all in Melbourne. I think there are a few around Australia, but these are the ones I see the most. So it's a good way to get a little bit extra money for your clothing. The only thing with consignment stores is they are picky because they have to sell it onwards. So I know with us, we won't take anything that's fast fashion or wholly, full of holes because we can't sell it on. We're a business, essentially. We're not an op shop. So I do think that encourages people to buy smarter. Because if you buy something from a fast fashion shop and you don't think about where it can go once you finish with it, it will probably just go to the, landfill or the op shop and then they'll eventually throw it out. But if you buy something that you really, really love, but in the end it's just not for your style, but it was a higher priced item, maybe it was something from, I don't know, trying to think, Lois Hazel, we'll go with Lois Hazel. Maybe it was something from the designer Lois Hazel or another designer piece from Acne or something really expensive and really well made. Then you've got a chance to sell it on. Sure, you may not get exactly what you paid for it, but you know it's going to a good home and you know that someone is searching for that piece as well. I've had so many stories in store that are like, oh, I've been looking for these jeans forever. I'm so happy they fit me. And I love to see the smile on people's faces and their eyes light up when they find the right piece. And then, of course, you know, the op shops aren't open at the moment, but you've always got eBay, Gumtree, Depop, Etsy, and Instagram sellers to rely on. I think it's a little bit trickier as I can't feel the fabrics and I can't hold the item up to see how it looks against me or even try it on to see if it was fit. But you can always ask these people questions, you know, what are the waist measurements? You know, how long is it? What color is it? What is the actual color of it? What is the fabric? So start asking questions and really think about before you, you know, jump in and buy these sort of items. Vintage stores, when they're back open, again, all this clothing tells a story. I love going to vintage shops and feeling all the clothing. Op shops, when they're open again, sort of the same thing. I like feeling the clothing and wondering what story it's told. I mean, just an example, these are some of the things I've found at various op shops. I found a $10 Gucci bag, $10 Burberry pants, a $20 Christian Dior vintage suit, and I also found a $4 jacket that someone told me looks like Burberry. So I'm not angry about that. If I had bought all those things brand new, I think my wallet would be very, very sad. So, of course, op shopping is an obvious one, but I also encourage you to really think of when you're op shopping because I know I get carried away. I'm like, do I need 4 more linen shirts? Of course I do. Let's put them in the cart. So, again, I think that slow fashion is just that it's slow. So really, do you need 4 linen shirts? Really think about how you can wear them and what you can pair them back with in your wardrobe. And do you have something that's really similar? Think about before you buy from anywhere. Next slide, please. Sorry. Someone just commented that they said, Erin Louise Fitzgerald. I love Erin. Modern Mending. She has an amazing book that is talking a bit about mending, and I have the book on my bookshelf. But she talks about all the mending styles and how to mend anything and how to mend the little holes in your socks. I just think thinking about our clothing in terms of mending before we throw it out is a really good way to keep something going. I had a bunch of tea towels that I was like, oh, they look a bit grubby. I might get rid of them. And I was like, no, not yet. I'm going to dye them. So I dyed my tea towels black and I'm actually in love with my tea towels now. I feel really happy that I kept something out of waste and I kept something in circulation. Sure, they look a bit faded, but they're fine. They're tea towels. I don't, you know, put them on display or wear them around my house, wear them out in the yard. So making clothing. I love anyone who can make clothing. I am a big fan of you. I cannot make clothing. I have tried, but I'm not patient enough. I can mend it, but I can't make it. I can alter it a little bit, but I can't make it. So if making clothing is something that really interests you, there are many places you can learn how to sew. So just in Melbourne alone. And you can even use YouTube as a great resource. I use YouTube to help me learn how to knit properly. Sure, I can only knit in one straight line and it goes like up and down and there's lots of holes in it, but I'm doing something and it feels good to sort of be making a very holy scarf. And I also think you can embellish your clothing. So say you feel your shirt's a little bit plain or maybe there's a little bit of a bleach stain here. Can you add a little badge or a little pin or something over it to make it feel a bit better and make it feel a bit you? You're adding personality into your clothing and there's not going to be anything like it around, which really gives you, I guess, a one-up in the style world. And again, can you alter your clothing? I had a pair of jeans and they were too long. And sure, I could have gotten them altered, but I wanted to cut them. I wanted to create a raw hem. So I just cut them. And now I actually love them and wear them all the time. I just wanted that difference and I wanted to inject a bit of my personality into these jeans. So I just cut the hem, stitch around about a centimetre from the top, and I'm going to let it fray. So it looks really cool and it adds a little bit more nice style. So making is a bit more of a tough one, but if you can make your clothing, then that's amazing. Next slide, please. And the last thing, I guess, at the tip of the triangle is buying. I know we're all in lockdown and we look at things. Well, I look at things, I'm like, oh, I'd like to buy that. I'd like to buy that. Maybe I need, some more jumpers. Maybe I need another linen skirt. But then I stop and I close the app or the website and go, no, I do not need it. And I come to my wardrobe and I look at all the good things I already have, and I think about ways that I can wear them, and I think about ways that I can wear them when we're out of lockdown, and how good it will feel to be wearing the clothes I already own, the clothes I love already. I don't want to replace them. So why should I keep filling up my wardrobe with things that I don't really need? But when I do buy new, when I have to, I support ethical brands. I try my hardest to support ethical brands. I try and buy less. I try and support local. I definitely don't buy fast fashion anymore. I ask brands questions. So for instance, I found some really cute jumpers made from organic cotton online. And I was like, oh, I really like those. That's exactly what I've been searching for. But I couldn't find any certifications on their website about how they made their clothing, or, exactly what exactly organic cotton it was. So I asked them, I just said, hey, where is your clothing made? Can you tell me a bit more about the organic status of the clothing? And they replied back. It took a little while, but they replied back. And I was really happy with their answer, so I went ahead and bought the clothing. So I felt that because I dug a little bit deeper, I made a good choice, but I also made the person who runs the brand think a little bit more about what they should put on their website and how they can make their clothing, if they've got the ethical things already there, why aren't they telling people about it? I mean, in my ideal world, there wouldn't be sustainable or fast fashion. It would just be fashion. Everything would be fashion, because everything would be made correctly, and there would be, people not working in terrible situations. Everything would be fair. But this is where we're at this point in time. But I really think we have the power to change people's minds about what they buy, make people think a little bit. I don't know if anyone has seen the foreign correspondent, I think it was called Dead Man's Clothes or Dead White Man's Clothes, and it was all about the clothing in Uganda. Was it Uganda? I've forgotten the name of the country now. It's totally gone. Anyway, it was all about the clothing that we send overseas to be sold and how bad quality it was and what happened to it over there. It's basically piled into a big pile and it's burnt most of the time. But we're sending our clothing that is stained and ripped and torn overseas for other people to wear. That doesn't seem really fair. So the thing with fashion is that it sometimes harms from beginning right to the end, which is not very fair. So I want us to think a little bit more about where our clothing comes from and how we can support these people in making the correct choice. Then once it's in our wardrobe, I want us to care for the clothing like the good friends they are. I don't want us to throw away clothing because it no longer fits. I want us to give clothing to people who need clothing, or give it to a friend who could wear it better. I want us to care for it and really think about where the clothing will go once we finished with it. And then when we are finished with it, is it too tatty to pass on to someone else? Well, don't donate it to the op shop because it won't go to the right place. Is there a way you can upcycle it or downcycle it? Can you mend it? Can it go to something else? Can you turn it into a bag or a cool skirt or a cool top, or chop it in half and it's a two set? I think outside the box with the items you already own. I even tried once, it didn't work, but I tried to unravel a jumper so I could knit a scarf. Unfortunately, the jumper was made in a way I couldn't unravel it, but it was fun trying and I learned a thing or two. But yeah, just as it popped up on the screen there, Good On You is a really great platform to see if a brand is a good thing or not. So if you go in there and you type in the brand you want to support, maybe say for example it's COS. A lot of people don't know COS is actually owned by H&M. So they're not as ethical as they seem. Sure, when you go in the store, there's like 4 things on the rails and you're like, oh, this is so pretty and ethical. But it's not. I work for COS. I know the back behind the scenes. It's actually owned by H&M. So if you've seen the H&M store, you can sort of envision the way their clothing is made. Now, I don't want to say never buy from fast fashion. I just want to say try your best not to. But if you have to, email the brand and say, hey, I like shopping from your store because I can find everything I need. But what I'd really like is to see you pay a bit more attention to your workers. I'd like to see you make less clothing. I'd like you to see organic cotton in more of your range. What do you want to see from them? Tell them. Just tell them. And the more people that tell them these things, the more they'll change their stance on their manufacturing. Next slide, please. And again, do you really need it? I feel like I should tattoo this on my head sometimes, because I swear when I'm working at work and I'm the only one there because we're closed and there's a really cool pair of pants that I've just tried on, do I really need those pants when I have some in my wardrobe already? I usually put them out the back and wait a little bit, so it's okay. And then I usually don't need them at all. But I want you to ask yourself, can I wear this with 3 other items to create more looks? So can those pants go with 3 different tops? And then can you layer a jacket on top? Can that top go with this jacket? Can it go with those pants? Will it look good with those shoes? How will the entire outfit look? Can you care for it? Are you buying silk items when you don't have time to dry clean? Are you buying, wool when you don't know how to look after it? Read the care label and really get in touch with how the garment, with whatever fabric the garment is made from. Because if you're throwing wool in the washing machine, there's a good chance it'll shrink. Same with silk. They're they're fabrics that must be cared for properly. And would I buy this full price is one that always gets me. When I see things on sale, I want those things. It's like some sort of little gremlin is on my shoulder going, buy, 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 buy. I don't need the thing. I need a good little angel on the other shoulder to tell me not to buy. So if you see something on sale and it's something you're not looking for, you just stumbled across it and you're like, oh, I like those shoes. They're 50% off. And then your little brain starts thinking, do I need it? Do I need it? Do I need it? Stop. Put them out of your cart. Or put them down, think about what they can go with, think about how much they would have been. Now, if you're looking for a pair of shoes and they're on sale and you've been looking for 6 months or so, this is probably the sign you need to buy the shoes because you've been looking for a while and you need new shoes. Just really weigh up whether you need something or not. Can I rent, borrow, find this secondhand? The majority of the time when I wanted something, I found it secondhand. It's taken a while. And I've waited. I once wanted a really cool pair of sunglasses and I went to all these fast fashion, not fast fashion, like Bailey Nelson and also these shops. And I tried all these sunglasses on, but I just couldn't bring myself to buy it brand new. And then when we came back from work break, the first thing that came in was the sunglasses I wanted. I feel like I manifested them. So really thinking about if you want something and really looking around till you do find it. I mean, there's some things you will need urgently and that's fine. But I didn't need these sunglasses urgently. I had another pair. But I just wanted to update this sort of look. And the other ones had started to get a bit bendy. But I feel like I manifested this pair of sunglasses and I got really excited about these sunglasses. So yeah, really look around before you do buy new. Where are you buying from? Where are you buying this from and who are you supporting? Is it something that aligns with your value? Is it fair trade or organic or vegan? Whatever your value is, really get in tune with them and figure out if what you're buying is what actually aligns with those values. Sorry, I'm losing my voice today. Next slide, please. So this is a little bit of a challenge. What is one step you are going to implement in your lifestyle to make it more sustainable? I think for me personally, I'm going to stop looking for things. I have a really great wardrobe and I really love it. So I'm going to stop searching for the things that I think I need just to be, a cool fashion stylist or whatever. I'm going to be happy with the items that I already have and I'm going to wear them to death. And then when I no longer like them, I will sell them or pass them on to a friend. So maybe, you could buy less or you could mend your clothing or write to brands and ask them about their garment workers. Or maybe support somewhere like Pay Up, who's asking brands to pay up from when they didn't pay their orders during the first year of the COVID crisis. A lot of brands didn't actually pay their completed orders, so it left a lot of factories in limbo and a lot of factories couldn't pay their garment workers. So maybe support an organization like Pay Up. Maybe you're just going to, watch some YouTube videos or just read up a little bit. You don't need to tell me what your challenge is. I sort of want you to write it down and think a little bit about it. And then maybe refer back to, think about these slides and think about how you can maybe implement that into your wardrobe. It doesn't happen overnight. My wardrobe has taken me quite a few years to get to where it is and to where I'm happy at this point. And of course, my lifestyle may change and my body shape may change. But I'm thinking about how I can keep my wardrobe as ethical as possible, how I can keep my fashion footprint low, but how I can help people really embrace the slow fashion lifestyle as well. Next slide, please. And here's some resources. These are ones that I found really, really helped me. It's a sort of a list of all different things. There's 10 million more out there. There we go. I've got the Good On You app right there as well. But these are ones that have really helped me sort of find different things. And I'm always reading books and I'm always digging and I'm always looking at slow fashion reports. Like just the other day, I think I read one on the Copenhagen fashion week and their festival and their sustainability efforts. And I was like, oh, come on, this is fantastic. Like, I want to see more fashion weeks doing this, because fashion weeks are a big part of fashion and what's driving trends. And this one was quite a really good report about sustainability. So it was really interesting to read it and to see what they're doing, like, banning plastic bottles, and then also making the brands think about where their clothing comes from, and if it, using organic fabrics, or reusing, recycled cotton, like that sort of thing. They're really pushing brands to do that. So this is, I'm deeply invested in this stuff. If you haven't figured that out by now, like, all the books beside my bedside table are about sustainable fashion. So this is what I live and breathe. Sure, fashion may not be a big thing for you, and that's totally fine. It doesn't have to be, as long as you really consider about where your clothing comes from and then goes towards in the end. Next slide, please. And this is a little bit about where you can find me. So Ironic Minimalist on Instagram. You can email me with any questions, and I'm also a stylist that will eventually come to your house and help you with your wardrobe. I'm not one that will make you buy new things or make you throw out everything. I just want to help you build a really nice wardrobe for your lifestyle. And I've got the website ironicminimalist.com. So I think we can go to some questions now. If we'd like to flash them on the screen, that'd be great. Tamara, hello.
Thank you, Jenna. That was absolutely fantastic.
Thank you.
So let's look at some questions.
Yes, please.
What's this one? I have a friend who's brilliant. Yes,
cool.
That is a great way to start fashion from source.
I've heard of someone doing this with dog's fur, and they made
samoids. Yeah. So you have to mix it with wool. So you mix the dog hair with the wool, and you get really good warm stuff.
Oh, really? That's so cool. That's like the ultimate of making your own clothing, isn't it?
Yeah. So yes, as some of the zero waste people know, I have a jacket I wear in my studio, which is 50% samoid dog and 50% wool, and it's so warm that I had to take the sleeves off it because I put in too much samoid. So yeah, lots of fun. What's this one? This is one question I asked myself when buying a new piece: is this better than the one I already have? This works for me most of the time, avoiding unnecessary impulse buy. Fantastic.
Yes. That is a fantastic question. So good. I love it.
Okay, let's see what else we've got. There's the action aid. Has anyone got any questions out there?
No, I'm going to read my words here.
My big thing is to try and get people to mend their items. I think it's so important. And, the wonderful thing about having clothes, if you don't like what you've got or it's gone out of fashion, try reconstructing it, pull it apart, put it together with something else. Because sometimes, you can have two things and they turn into one jumper or something, and it can look just absolutely fantastic. What's this one? Do you have any other advice when you feel like you want to buy something, discouraging yourself in the moment?
I have a wallpaper on my laptop that says a goal. So when I'm online shopping, I see that wallpaper and I think, is what I'm about to buy going to contribute to that goal? So at the moment, it's quite a lofty goal, but I think I'm going to have to change it. It says a house in rural Victoria, which is a very lofty goal, I know. But I think if I buy this piece of clothing that's, full price or secondhand, is it going to contribute to me getting that goal? So my other goal was I wanted to get myself a tailored suit, which I achieved, and I got myself a tailored suit that I know I'll wear all the time. But I slowed down my purchasing right down and thought about, if I buy this piece, will I get my tailored suit? Like, I probably will in the end, but it's going to take longer. So I really thought about what I was buying, and even like a chocolate bar, I was like, do I need this chocolate bar if I want this suit? So I set myself a goal, and you can do it for anything. Could be like, if you just want a really good book, is this $4 top worth getting instead of this really good book that I want? So setting yourself goals, I find, really helps.
And the other one I'd recommend is, if you see it, go away, come back tomorrow, because often overnight you'll think, oh, I don't really need that.
Definitely.
So what else have we got here? How do you do the wardrobe review? Oh, Jenna, that's definitely you.
It's a little bit hard to describe because it really depends on the person. But I guess for me, maybe seasonally, I go through my wardrobe and I take it all out. Everything comes out. I put it on the bed and I pick up one piece by one and say, do I really like this? Have I worn this a lot? Is there a reason I'm not wearing it? Is the color the wrong color? Is the fabric the wrong fabric? And I really think about this piece long and hard and decide if it deserves to go back into my wardrobe. If it doesn't, then, I find the right way to pass it on. And if it does go back in the wardrobe, then I really think about what I can pair it with as well. I'm very, very critical of what goes in my wardrobe. But I also turn the hangers around the wrong way. So when an item is in my wardrobe, this is new with tags, I'm sorry. They sit, on the rail like this. But when something new comes into my wardrobe, I turn it around like this, or I do this every sort of season, and then it goes backwards in the wardrobe. And then say like after 3 months or 6 months or something, if this is still around the wrong way, then I didn't wear it. Why didn't I wear it? Is it time to go? So really thinking about what you actually do wear in your wardrobe is really critical.
And this is a very true comment about wool. Wool is brilliantly mendable. I mean, that is a wonderful thing about it. You can needle felt it, you can darn it. There are so many things. The issue, I think, was more that Jenna was mentioning was more about the washing. Just be careful. If you throw it in a hot wash, it'll come out like a baby size.
Yeah, we have lots of jumpers at work that people try to sell us because they've shrunk them in the wash. You can get them back to the right size, but with a lot of patience. But we can't sell jumpers that are shrunk, unfortunately. So it's best to be careful with what you wash. Even with the cotton top, my washing machine is turning everything black at the moment, so I don't want to put any whites in there. I don't know what's wrong with my washing machine. But yeah, really thinking about how you wash your garments makes them live longer as well.
Yeah, and there's, what's this one? Do you recommend trying a buy nothing new year? Oh, definitely. Yes. I did that last year, and I'm sure Jenna's done it multiple times. And I wouldn't say just 1 year, do it many times. It's basically suddenly you realize that you've got all this stuff in the back of the wardrobe that you haven't looked at. And it also makes you rejig things. You look at things, see if they need mending, repair, that sort of thing. So yeah, definitely.
I haven't done a buy nothing new year, as a lot of my stuff is secondhand and I work in a consignment store. But because when we've been forced into lockdown, I couldn't op shop, and that first year I had these like withdrawals, and I was always browsing on eBay. But then I came to the realization that I had the things I wanted already. Why was I looking for things that I needed brand new? So I just slowed down my shopping habits. And I mean, I was forced into it, but you can slow down your shopping habits, but it does take a while to change, I found.
Yeah. Well, yes, I'm on I think it's my 4th year now. I have bought one new item in 4 years.
Amazing.
And other than underwear, I don't go there. I do definitely buy new underwear. But, as the Mended Aussie will tell you, she makes her own. It's fantastic. Out of old T-shirts and things. So, you can do that too.
Oh, that is so cool. What's this one?
How to slow fashion in low socioeconomic group areas.
I mean, did you want to say something?
Oh, go for it.
I mean, this is the thing. I can talk all day about buying something from this certain place and supporting this certain person. But at the end of the day, if you can't do that, that's fine. I spoke to a crowd once, and this woman said that she couldn't afford to buy, fashion at all. So what she did was she sort of decided on a capture wardrobe, a uniform, I guess, and she went to Target and she bought the 6 white linen shirts or whatever she wanted to buy, and that was her for the rest of the year. And I was like, okay, that's the way you want to do it, then go for it. Op shopping is another really great resource, as this comment has just appeared. Yep. I think the only issue with op shopping is that some people hate op shopping or they want something now. I guess it's really, for me, it was really a mind shift, a mind change. So I was always fast fashion, had to buy it now, had to get it now. And then I had to shift my mindset to searching. I mean, I'm very particular with my wardrobe. So I have to always search for things for what I want in my wardrobe. Like, it has to be certain shape, certain color, certain size, certain fabric. Whereas people probably aren't as picky as me. But I think it's all about finding your values and what you align with and doing the best you can. No one's going to yell at you if you couldn't afford the $400 jumper that was made from organic cotton that was, made by fairy hands. No one's going to yell at you. Doing the best you can, I think, is the best way to participate in a sort of a slow fashion economy and mending, of course.
And I think the other thing that's happening now is, going back 10 years or so, charities would always sort all their things that came into their shops and put the better things in the higher socioeconomic areas because they could get more money from them. A lot of charities have stopped doing that now. They're actually sending the better stuff to the lower socioeconomic areas because they're real and selling them at a proper, at an affordable price. And the thing about op shopping is it comes down to regular. You have to go regularly and because you just don't know when something's going to come in. So it's getting into a habit of browsing just as, many people every Saturday when we're not in lockdown, will go off to the shopping centre. The salvos on a Monday, Tuesday always have $2 items because it's whatever colour's going out. So there's lots of things you can do around areas and there's just so many great opportunities now.
There are. Although I do find that Savers on Sydney Road, they have priced their items up a lot. I generally try to avoid Savers. Like I've got a Glassons fast fashion vest thing with like pulls on the front that I can fix, but this was $13. And I've thrifted a cooler vest than this for $5. So it's all about where you go as well.
Yeah, and some, the thing that people don't realise is Savers isn't actually a charity shop. No. It's actually it's a for-profit. It does lots of great things, but they are not a charity shop, and so they price up to pay employees and everything else. So I'm just seeing if there's any other question. What's this one? I've been repurposing dead disposable masks.
What?
Oh, brilliant idea.
Whoa. Oh, cool.
Perfect. Yeah.
And
that is the thing, when you get your clothing, one of the things you will notice you wear them in certain places. So you've got a beautiful linen shirt and over time it will wear under the arms and generally around the neck. Sometimes some people will also wear it in the middle of the back where it's rubbing on the chair. But the rest of the fabric's really good. So use it, make your own masks as that person just has suggested, which is a fantastic idea. Turn it into, the worn soft cloth, fantastic for rags. If you go back a generation or two, your parents or your grandparents would have always had a rag bag and it was all those bits because they would take the buttons off the shirt so they could reuse them. They would cut down all the shirts, turn collars, because often in men's work shirts, the collars would go first, which is now everybody. So you can turn your collars. There's so many things you can do that create things that, you're not just throwing away. And always remember, if you wouldn't give it to your best friend, please don't give it to the charity shop.
This is what I love. This is what I love about you, Tamara. Like you literally just listed off a whole heap of things you can do with like 1 or 2 shirts. Like this is what I want to bring back. Like, I love fashion and I love it, trying different things, but I also don't want my fashion just to go to the bin or, get disposed of in a bad way when I'm finished with it. I want to reuse it again. So like maybe this vest, I could sew a shirt underneath it or something when I'm finished with it, or I could make it into a bag. I don't know. Who knows? I will think about it.
Yeah, and there's all fantastic opportunities. So, so you've got 2 woolen jumpers, maybe a grey and a black one. They're both worn in different places. Cut them up and sew them back together again. And if you throw them through the washing machine on a warm wash deliberately, they'll felt up. So even when you cut them, they won't come apart.
Yes, exactly.
Lots of things, The other thing with textiles is your linen. So as you were saying earlier about your tea towels, when your sheets go in the middle, turn them, cut them in half and turn so the outsides come in and sew them back together again.
Genius.
You've got
Genius.
another life out of your sheets.
Exactly.
So, yeah, so many things you can do. Now I'm just thinking, shops. Oh, I keep putting a thing on. Okay,
I'm loving your chat, ladies, but we can have one last question because we are pushing the time. But I want to keep listening to what you're saying. So it's always tough to come in and do this.
Oh, that's okay. Well, why don't we go to the Sisterworks video now, and then there's another video with mending, and we'll...
Sisterworks is a non-profit social enterprise based in Melbourne. We help women from migrant, refugee, and asylum seeker backgrounds to settle in Australia. We function as a social enterprise through our retail store. Our brand line products are all handmade by our sisters through weekly production workshops. We share our profits with the sisters who engage in producing our sustainable range. We focus on products that can be reused, recycled, or upcycled, such as face masks and sanitary pads, encourage people to change their consumption habits into using products that are less harmful to the environment. At Sisterworks, we strive to build social and economic stability for our sisters while tackling climate change and environmental protection.
Great, and then we can go.
Do you have a favourite piece of clothing that is looking the worse for wear? Would you like to learn how to make the clothes you love last? Tamara from Karina Textiles teaches workshops that enable you to learn to repair and embellish your clothing, making them a delight to wear again. The workshops are designed to address the 6,000 kilograms of used but still wearable clothing that goes into Australian landfill every 10 minutes. By getting you to hold on to your clothes for at least 9 months longer reduces your water, waste and carbon footprint by up to 30%. Mending is a great life skill which can save you money, save your clothes and reduce your impact on the environment. You can choose from a variety of workshops, including visible mending, creating sashiko patches, darning, needle felting and more. Mending can become an opportunity for wonderful decoration as well as reducing the amount of clothing going to landfill. Tamara also has a selection of mending kits and supplies to assist you on your mending journey. Visit karina.com.
Cool.
Wonderful. Lovely videos there and lovely chat. I'd just like to ask a couple of quick questions. Tamara, that was your video. You do mending workshops. Have you got mending workshops coming up soon?
So at the moment, we haven't got any dates on them because we don't know when we're coming out of shutdown. I'm hoping to run one. Well, there was supposed to be one next weekend, but that's not happening. So hopefully the end of September there'll be one. But if you keep an eye on my website, I'll be putting them up as soon as Dan lets us know what's happening.
No worries. I know Zero Waste Victoria is looking at hosting some very soon for the same reasonings as well too. But Jenna, I'm pretty sure you told me you've got a workshop coming up very soon if people want to continue this journey with you.
Yeah, I sure have. It's tomorrow night actually with Laneway Learning. So it's my first class with Laneway Learning, and I'm going to be talking about sort of things you can do, how to build a sustainable wardrobe, and things you can do are in lockdown to sort of achieve your sustainability goals with your wardrobe.
So how can people book into this session?
Yeah, so on my Instagram, you can go to the little link. So Ironic Minimalist is my Instagram name. Or you can go to Laneway Learning and it's on their website as well. And you just follow the links and you can book a ticket to come to the session. It's all online, obviously. Yeah.
Excellent, great. Thanks very much, Jenna. Thanks so much for your time. Pleasure to see you again.
Indeed. Thank you so much for having me. I hope everyone got some little tips from that one, and I really, really enjoyed presenting to everyone, and I feel so happy right now.
Excellent. Thanks, Jenna. Bye for now.
Thank you.
See you all later.
And while we've got Tamara here, I'd just like to say a big thank you to Tamara, who's been doing a lot of the tech and planning behind the scenes. She's been a real great asset to this event as well. Just very quickly before we bring on the council waste officers, I think people can still jump in if they're interested in the Repair Cafe. Can they still do that tomorrow?
Yeah, so the Repair Cafe is on until 4 o'clock. If you go to Zero Waste, the website, you will be able to, I'm just seeing if I've got it up here. Here we go. I'll put it, sorry, someone's already done it. So yeah, you can go to the zerowastevictoria.org website and the link is on the front page. If you've got any questions to ask the Repair Cafe people, or maybe you've got something you'd like to show them to fix, please go there now.
Great, Tamara, you're doing an amazing job. Thank you for putting that in writing. I've said it in words, you've put it in writing. Thank you very much. And while we drop Tamara out and bring in the waste officers in, I have been forgetting to plug ourselves. I'm really great at putting everyone up there, and I've been supposed to be talking about the Zero Waste Victoria membership all day, which I believe has been coming across the screen. If you love what you've seen today and you love what Zero Waste Victoria do, it'd be amazing if you could become a member to support us. It's just $30 a year for membership, and that'll go towards little activations that we do. We're looking to increase our members so that we can actually apply for the DGR status and make tax deductions, so make donations tax deductible, but we need to have a minimum number of people before we can do that. So you'd be supporting us, apply for grants and be able to put on more events like this festival. This was supported by the council, of course, but more events and things that we do just to reduce the waste. But I'm back here with Beck and Alice from the council, and I think we've got a few more questions that have come through from last time. So we're just going to jump straight in it. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Sally Lloyd asked last time, is it up to industry to come up with recycling solutions, or is government contributing? Can I answer this?
Yeah, sure. Go for it. I might add on at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Is it up to industry or government? The short answer is both. I think everyone has their part. To me, there are three really key contributors, or key groups, I should say, to waste. And government is a contributor in one way, the businesses and industries are another, and we're consumers as another as well too. And I know the group of consumers here are actually doing their best, and they feel that there are barriers in their way. For a long time, industry's gone along, and industry's been given a huge amount of chance to self-regulate and to get it right. And there are some businesses that are doing really, really well in that space, but there are some that do need to have that push and nudge and incentive. And that incentive can come from consumers like us saying, you know what, we're just not going to buy your stuff until you get it right. And that can also come from government saying, you know what, this is the deal. We've got two people here from local council, and the local councils aren't in the same position as the state and federal governments are to regulate it, but sometimes they certainly have to pick up whatever gets done or what doesn't get done. Over to you, Alice.
That's a great answer, Kirsty. Yeah, I was going to say something really similar. So it's really up to not only both, but all three, or all of us. And I think everyone's got a slightly different role to play. State and federal government have their role to play in terms of policy setting and investment. Industry has role to play in terms of setting their own practices, innovating, and listening to both government and the voices of their consumers. And then consumer has a role to play in terms of advocating and making your opinions and choices and values known with your spending. Local government, as Kirsty said, it's really tricky for us because we don't have any regulatory powers, but what we do and the role that we play is empowerment, education, advocacy, and that sort of side of things.
Beautifully said, both of you.
Great.
That was a great question, Sally.
It was a great question. I love that question. It's always going to be asked until we come up with a balance. And I hope one day we will, but I think we're a little way off. But the good news is everyone is working towards it. Although sometimes it's frustrating that the government doesn't seem like they're doing a lot. They are doing some things. But the community can certainly push the government along by making sure that they know our views and know that it's not just industry that wants it, but the consumers want it as well too. We've got a question from Marita that's come through in the last session as well. And Marita said, is it true that it's better to buy things in glass because that's more valuable with recycling? It's quite a big question, I think.
Yeah, it is. It's a big question, and it's a tricky one. And I guess it depends is the answer. So glass, yes, it is a valuable recyclable material because it's easy to recycle and you can continually recycle it without seeing degradation in the quality of the material. However, glass is heavy, and so it depends where you're buying it from, what the item is, and you kind of need to consider the impacts all the way along from, when the item or when the material or product that you're wanting to buy was produced, the transport, the packaging, and then looking towards end of life as well. So that can definitely be the case with some items and not for other items. And it's really one of those things where you kind of need to do your research on individual things to see if it is the best solution. I think probably the best solution and something that Zero Waste Victoria would always advocate is to reuse what you've got. So yeah, keep using your glass because it's a fantastic durable material, but once you've bought something, refill it at a bulk store or share with friends, buy a larger packet and refill it that way rather than just continually buying small amounts of products in glass because it's a more recyclable than other items.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Glass is one of those tricky things. To buy something in glass instead of plastic, if it's both a single use, then I'd always try to look to avoid it. I like glass because I can reuse that and I can reuse it a lot more, but to use glass once and to smash it and figure out what to do is unfortunate. But what's quite useful with glass is that some of the refillable options are really coming to back in their own with glass. Like with the milk bottles, there are a few brands. Schultz is a Victorian brand that I get my milk from, and I get that glass milk bottle, take it back and they refill it. I think it's happening again. I'm not quite sure, but I know when I was a child, they did the same thing with soft drink bottles. We didn't get soft drinks, but our neighbours did. But they would refill it in glass as well too. So I think that if glass was actually used as being a really great refillable option, then that's much, much better again than getting glass and recycling it, in my view.
I might just do a quick plug just before we go to probably a last question before the next workshop. We did mention it at the last break, but just following on from the slow fashion workshop, we do have a program around today for Stonington residents to support textile recycling. So people who attendees of the Zero Waste Festival who live in Stonington can access a discount to recycle textiles through apparel. So if you head to our website, which is just there on the screen, you can see a list of programs that we have available to Stonington residents, and the apparel discount is one of them. We also have heaps of programs to help you compost, whether you live in a household or in an apartment, to recycle food waste through the curbside collection service. We have e-waste recycling stations in lots of locations, and we have some really great programs to help you garden and learn about composting and also reduce power and energy. So there's heaps of programs for Stonington residents. If you don't live in Stonington, that's fine. Hop on that website anyway, take a look through the programs. A lot of them are available to lots of people all over Melbourne and Victoria. But otherwise, head to your local council, because often councils have all of these great programs that people just aren't even aware of. So definitely starting with your local council is a really good thing to do.
Great. There are a couple more questions, and I think we'll answer them just because we won't be able to come back to them. And I think that this is a question that's definitely worth asking. Is certified compostable packing accepted in the green FOGO bins?
So the answer to that question for Stonington residents is definite no. So the only compostable product that you can put into our food and green waste bins is the lime green certified compostable kitchen caddy liners. Otherwise, everything else can't go in. There's a couple of reasons for this. One being that compostable packaging items are actually quite difficult to tell the difference between them and, a plastic or cardboard with a plastic lining counterpart. And so that means when when materials going through the sorting process, it's really laboursome and time consuming to actually take all those items out. So our processor says no, firstly. And the second reason is they have to go through pretty intense warm conditions and a shredder and everything like that for those sorts of products to actually be composted effectively. And it just doesn't work with the efficiencies of the commercial composting facilities that we use. And that's the case across most councils. So you won't find very often that a council will accept that kind of packaging in the food and green waste bin in Victoria, unfortunately. What I do when I get takeaway or some food delivered and it comes in one of those containers, I chop it up and I put it in my home compost, and it works really well that way. But it does take a really long time to break down.
Great, thank you. Another one quickly. Before, Woolworths had TerraCycle for single-use face masks, but now there are none. How can single-use face masks be recycled? I don't know if they can be, but do you know, Beck or Alice?
I've only heard of the recycling through the TerraCycle boxes. So you might be able to log on to TerraCycle, the website, and see where a box is near you. Some businesses may be participating, but I haven't heard of any other programs.
Yeah, me neither.
And I think this is the last one, although the comments do keep coming in. I was told that we're stockpiling glass in Australia and not actually recycling it. Is that true? Does glass get recycled in Australia?
It does get recycled in Australia. I mean, I can't speak for any of the processors or recyclers and how much they store before they move the product on. But glass gets used in a couple of different ways in the recycling process in Australia. Most commonly, it actually gets used for road base, but it also gets recycled back into new glass jars and bottles as well. So it'll depend on the quality. The one interesting thing about glass when you recycle it, I mentioned before that the material quality doesn't degrade, and that's true. However, it can't change colour. So when you put glass recycling in, you need to sort it according to colour. And if that's not able to happen because of the quality of the mixture of glass materials that you've collected, then it's not as suitable for recycling back into a bottle. And that's why it's best to be used as a sand replacement in road base and other sort of projects like that.
Great, thanks, Alice. I think that's the end of the questions, or all we've got time for anyway. If there are any more questions, then we'll go through and the council will reply to them, your questions later on. Is there anything that you'd like to leave us with in terms of recycling and how people can get it right?
Oh, I think that the key thing that I would leave you with is always check. So if you're unsure, the key thing is not to wish cycle or try and put things in the recycling bin because you hope it's going to get recycled, because at the end of the day, it won't be. So before you pop anything into that bin, check first. And then the second thing I'd say is obviously, and we've been talking about this throughout the whole festival, it's best to actually step back even further than that and think about what you're purchasing in the first place and make choices based on what you know will be the best outcome in terms of the end of life of that product or the packaging. So buying something that's recyclable at the store rather than trying to figure it out when you're at home and then putting it in the recycling bin anyway just because you think it might get there, and making that choice at the point of purchase.
Great, thank you. Anything?
And I'd add just to promote the Zero Waste Victoria Facebook group, which I think is such an amazing resource in the community, just to log on there and see the kinds of things that people are talking about. As any question you've had about waste has already been asked, so you can just be inspired.
They have all the solutions.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's a big statement. We have a lot.
Most of the solutions. And of course, if you're ever unsure in terms of what goes in your local council curbside bins, just get in touch with your council. We've all got staff around specifically to answer those questions and to help. So make sure you get in touch.
Great. Thanks, Beck. Thanks, Alice.
Thanks, Kirsty.
Excellent. We're going to welcome Rachel Rachel Seatsma from You Change You. How are you, Rachel?
Good, thanks, Kirsty. Nice to see you.
You too. Here we are at the end of the day after coordinating the festival, shifting it online, and now my anxiety is completely under control. We're finishing the day with it. I think that we've got the program on. We should have started it, even if it's just for my benefit. But I'm actually starting to chill now. It's the end. The tech people in the back are just not letting me touch anything anymore. I think I apologise to those who watched the last session. I accidentally tested a screen share and it came up. I didn't think that was going to happen. But I think we're good now.
It's kind of funny because it's like you're handing the baton over, because your anxiety levels go down as mine rise, and that's normal. And that is totally normal. I don't want people to think anxiety doesn't exist in any of us. It exists in all of us. It's just, how we play it out, how we handle it. So, let's get started. Great. I'm so glad to be here. It's fantastic. And I've only watched snippets of today, but it's been exciting to see how many people are just making often little, small, incremental steps that make a difference in our environment. But what I wanted to talk to you about today was what our mind does, and when our mind can actually help to shape us and support us, and when it actually paralyzes us or just limits us. So I wanted to start with a quote. So I'm just going to screen share. Are we on screen share now?
Yes, I'll bring you up. Yes.
Beautiful. Excellent. And I just wanted to share this next slide, which that's interesting. I'll just try another way. No, it's not wanting to move on. But that's going to be interesting, Kirsty. Do you think you can find a way of getting that to move on, Kirsty? And while you do, I'm just going to talk.
I can't do that because it's on your end, I'm afraid. So I will go over the slides and do it myself.
Okay.
But that's okay. While Rachel just has a quick moment. The joys of tech. There we were. We thought we had it all under control, and I'm not quite sure why. Maybe just jump into that window and have a look. But for those who are watching here, perhaps you can just let us know where you're coming from, or what you actually, that's just worked for me, Rachel. If there's anything that raises your anxiety and you'd like to share that, pop that into the chat. Why not?
Okay, so that I have to be on a different page, so I can't see you, but that's fine. Don't need to. That's excellent. So what I wanted to do was just say this comment to start with, because we often get bound in what we think we're capable of. And Henry Ford just put it so beautifully. He said, if you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. And that just shows the incredible power that we have in our minds. And so often we sabotage something just in the belief that we can't do it. So that's a really good place to start. But what I wanted to get you to all do just for a second is to think about and write in the chats, what are some of the things that you're experiencing anxiety around today, right now? And consider anxiety is purely a fear of the future. So if you can write in the chat, and Kirsty, if you could just read out a few things that are running through people's heads right now, or it may not be through your head, it might be what you see others struggling with. And I know I've heard some of them mentioned today, like the use of people's one-time masks. I don't know how to keep
single-use masks. Oh, there you go. Everyone's levels just went right back up, Rachel. I thought we were bringing them down.
That's not my intention. I want to use, that you tune in. Anxiety is there within all of us. So many people right now might be having anxiety with their children online. I know I've just sent you off now, Kirsty, on a whole nother path, but I'm sure there's other parents out there that just go, oh yeah, oh man, it's so hard. And so just being aware that that's happening all the time. And so our job is to work out how to, one, recognize it, because that would be the key here, that I think so often we're having these thoughts, but we're not actually realizing how much of the time they're running as a script in our head. So, Kirsty, are there any comments?
There is. Underwear for Humanity says that they're concerned that we're out of time.
Yeah, and that kind of fatalistic thinking is quite paralyzing. It is a real thought that people will have, but it rarely leads to a feeling of being able to move forward and change in action. So tailoring it down to going, yep, it is concerning right now, But this is where that whole mindful process comes in, because being in the moment, well, look, if you look outside right now, the sun is shining, it's a gorgeous day, and we're still able to get out in it, just. And there's so much that we can do right here, right now. Whereas if we spiral and think about the future, it becomes very debilitating. And I know this personally because in a severe way. We all know this personally. But for me, it was severe when my husband was dying of brain tumour and he had chronic seizures. I could get really overwhelmed in that moment when he had a seizure. But if I just dealt with the seizure, it was always manageable. If I thought about what the seizure meant in the future, that he may die, that he's closer to death, it would just spin me out and make it really hard. So realising that we can support ourselves with the way we think, or not, as the case may be. So I want to take it a step back and just talk more about your mind. So have a look at this. I say as I press the wrong thing. Okay. Sorry. So here, this is just to illustrate that in anyone's day, there's between 12,000 and 60,000 thoughts. And that is an awful lot of thoughts for us to be having continually. So quite exhausting, really, when you think about it, and quite amazing that we can do that. However, where it's really tricky is that most of these are negative. Now, when I say negative, I'm not talking about, oh, I don't like that person kind of negative. I'm talking about things like, I need to get more work done. Oh, I'm not staying focused. Still got to hang out the washing. What are we going to have for dinner tonight? Oh, I've got to get to the shops at some stage. All of those are quite demanding thoughts on your head, so they become quite negative. Whereas when you have a thought like, oh, I like that the kids are playing outside. That's what's happening for me right now. Or, oh, it's great that I got to this festival. Those are the thoughts that will actually give you more energy. But unfortunately, they're not the ones that we tend to use. So of those 85% of thoughts, we have about 95% of them are repeated from the day before. So we tend to think the same thoughts over and over again. So, oh, I must clean that cupboard. Oh, I must clean that cupboard. Oh, I must clean that cupboard. And we don't get round to it. But what we do is we pummel ourselves with the fact that we haven't got round to it. So it's quite exhausting. So we need to talk about the difference between the conscious mind and the unconscious mind. And they're two amazing aspects that we have. As you can see, like the iceberg, there's a lot more that's underneath the surface than what we often realise. And that's what I want to address today, because that unconscious mind steers so much of what we do. So the conscious mind is bound by time. It works with the future, with the past, and it works in the present. So it is very aware of time. It deals with our short-term memory, and it can hold 1 to 3 events at a time. Whereas our subconscious knows no distinction. So it actually doesn't discern the difference between what's happening now and what happened for us as kids, and what happened for us in a car accident, and what happened for us when we graduated. Or all those moments are just the same in the unconscious mind. And what we make them mean is where it's really significant. The unconscious controls all our body functions, and you've got to be glad about that, because if you had to think about scratching your face right now, or if I had to, I should say, it would have made it hard for me to keep talking while I was doing this with you. Well, clearly it did something there. But it also helps us by being where we hold our habits. So the more something becomes a habit, the more it allows us to relax, because we don't have to constantly think of something. So anytime you create habits, you're creating rest for your conscious brain. So that's why people talk about having a habit around their eating practices, or a habit around, and I'm not talking about a bad habit of eating chocolate at night. I'm talking more about you know, eating 3 meals or eating small meals throughout the day, that sort of thing. Or exercising at a particular time, because you're more likely to follow it through if you have it sitting as a habit than if you have it as a random activity that you do at different times. The unconscious also controls your long-term memory, and it can hold thousands of events at a time. So it is really a remarkable tool that we have, but it's also one we need to understand how best to use it so that it doesn't control us negatively with those unconscious thoughts that flow through our head that we don't even question often. So when you're in that state of just repeating the same thing over again, that's often your unconscious, not your conscious. So I know this sounds strange, but I am going to start with how anxiety actually supports us. But before I do, I want to give a context to how I found anxiety played for me in one of my workplaces. So when I used to work for the zoo as an education officer, I was passionate for animals, really, to be honest, didn't know a lot about the environment. But the whole purpose of us as educators was to be conservationists and to teach children a love of animals, to therefore help them to protect the environment. I wasn't great at it. I didn't know many great environmental practices. And so I found myself, when I walked into this environment of amazing people who did amazing things, quite belittled by it. And what that did was it made me focus on what I wasn't. So I would constantly be doing the comparison and looking at how they were so much better and so much more au fait with this and so much more environmentally aware, and it just made me quite paralyzed. I look back now and I think, wow, what would have happened if I had have spoken to myself differently? What would have happened if I had have noticed all the changes that I made in that time to become significantly more aware, to the point where, you know, I remember when we had a glass that we were broken into when my husband was unwell, and they smashed the back doors, and these back doors came from, they were glass doors, and they came from all the way from England, Ireland actually, and it took forever to replace. And when they came, they were too small. And I was devastated because it meant that we tripped as they put the doors in. They had elevated them so high that we would trip every time we go out. And I was in this quandary about what do I do? And their immediate thing was, oh, well, we'll just change the doors. Like, what? You'll just change the doors? That's such a waste. And so I deliberated over it so much. And eventually, with conversations with others, there's always a solution to anything. And we decided that we would just lower the top. So I lost a bit of the view out of my back window, but it meant that I was not wasting a resource. And it made me feel far more comfortable than if I had have just thrown those doors out. But to be honest, in my old realm, before I brought in this environmental awareness, I would have just gone, but I want my doors to be right. That was the more important thing. So looking back now, I think I wish I could have acknowledged the steps that I took during that time, because all that time, even though I wasn't a great environmentalist, I was walking towards a better state. And that's all we can ask of any of us, is that we walk forward to a better state, not that we cripple ourselves with noticing all that we haven't done. So coming back to how anxiety supports us, and I know it sounds crazy that I'm talking like this, but my intention here is not to create a world where you see anxiety as the villain and not anxiety as the place to be, because anxiety is actually really, really helpful. So first up, it helps us to prepare. I would not be sitting here today if I did not have anxiety. It absolutely helped Kirsty, and I know this is true, Kirsty, for you. It helped us to get that stuff together, to make what felt like an enormous task more manageable by breaking it down and just sitting down and preparing what we need to do. If I hadn't prepared, I wouldn't have had any slides to show you. I wouldn't have had direction in how I talked. So really important. And we all do that for all different kinds of things. I want you to think now for yourself, what is some place where you have noticed yourself using anxiety to help you get prepared? And please feel free to write them in the chat now. And Kirsty, if you can share any if they come through, that'd be really good. Because the reason I say that is if you actually think for yourself, you'll engage with this far better than if you just listen to my interpretation of it. You'll make it your own.
I don't know if this is really what you're considering anxiety at all, but if you were coordinating a festival and you were all under control and at 10 o'clock at night you had to send an email and you had to check and you had to keep going over things, no, that's not anxiety.
That's healthy, normal, very good anxiety. Except here's where it would not be. Kirsty, did you sleep last night?
Yes.
Excellent. Because that's when you know anxiety has taken hold in a really negative way. And we'll look at that a little bit further down the line. And I'm sure all of us can think of times where it's got to that point where it's influencing the everyday of what we do. Okay. So attention is the other place that it really helps. So attention, I can distinctly remember a time where anxiety would have been really helpful. I was doing a course for a job that I was doing as a life education officer, and we had to plug in 3-phase power into these really high poles. And so we had to go up ladders quite high. And so they decided that they'd introduce, right, you had to have a ladder license. So we had a gentleman come out and talk to us for 2 hours on how to use a ladder. Mind you, we'd been doing it for umpteen years beforehand, so we were quite experienced with it. He spent the next 2 hours telling us how to climb a ladder without bringing a ladder in, without asking us how to do it, and without quizzing us on how to do it. It was the most boring 2 hours I think I've ever had, but it did teach me something. It taught me how not to teach. But what it also did was it tuned us out. And I got to see us, and me included, I must say, horribly so, behave so disrespectfully. So we spoke to each other in between and we weren't attentive. And normally as a group, we were very attentive and engaged and contributing. And so it made me realize that that came about because there wasn't any anxiety in this situation. We had no reason to need to listen. We all knew how to climb a ladder already. We had done it many, many times. He wasn't showing us anything particularly new, but he wasn't even asking anything of us. So our anxiety was zero. So that's an example of when it's helpful. Another example where you might find it helpful is when you're in a meeting and you need to contribute. It will usually hone your attention in the meeting, unlike when you have nothing to contribute in a meeting and you start to think about, I wonder if anyone's messaged me. I wonder what I'm going to have for dinner. He's got a funny haircut. I don't think he's had his haircut all the time he's been in COVID. Oh my goodness, COVID. And then your mind starts spiraling and it's off and away on a whole nother myriad of thoughts. And you're not attending to anything in the meeting. And that is a normal thing. So that's why accountability in some ways creates anxiety, which actually does help us to attend better. Motivation is another huge thing that comes about from being able to focus. I find with anxiety, and it motivates me to actually cook every night, because if I didn't have a little healthy fear of what might happen to me if I didn't eat well, or what might happen to my kids if I didn't eat well, I think I'd be very tempted to not make the effort of cooking every night. And I'm sure many of you feel similarly, because it's not always nice doing something so repetitively and often, but it does motivate us. Protection. We all know that anxiety protects us. So when you cross the road, you do it safely because you have that awareness that this is an anxiety causing activity. If I didn't have anxiety in that moment, I wouldn't look carefully before I crossed. I wouldn't look both ways, and we should say 3 ways, to make sure it's all clear before I make that choice. And that's just one of a myriad of places that we use our anxiety. When you put on your safety belt at the beginning, you're putting it on out of anxiety. Now, when we put on our safety belt, because it's so often that we've done it, it's habitual. And that's what I was saying before. It's really helpful when we get those practices into our habitual being, because then we don't have to consciously think of it. And that's what many of our driving rules have done. We're so practiced in it that it's just become habitual. So it doesn't require a lot of thought. And so anxiety doesn't need to be the driver of the behavior anymore. But at the start, it absolutely is. Communication. Believe it or not, anxiety aids communication. And that's because most of the time we are actually talking to people about when we're anxious. We actually want to share what we're anxious about. And that sharing, although we might think it's a negative, it actually is in the vulnerability that most of us make our relationships even more cemented and more connected. So if we only ever shared the highlights of our life with someone, we don't feel like we get to know them, or they don't feel like they get to know us. Whereas when we share where we're anxious, we actually invite them in to being more connected to us. However, here's the catch. It's like anything. Everything works in balance. If you only share your anxious thoughts, that becomes quite debilitating too, because our anxious thoughts actually are contagious. So you may be seeing this right now when you're having conversations with people. They will commonly bring up something about COVID and what's happening, and it sends the conversation and both of you into a spiral of all these things that is not good now, right now in COVID. The same can happen with environmental anxiety. If we talk about all the negatives all the time, we're actually developing it more within each other. There's a thing called mirroring, neuron mirroring, that we naturally have. So when somebody does something like a smile, we mirror that. That's a normal behavior. But the same goes for conversation and thoughts. We can mirror each other's thoughts. So if you're wanting to have a positive impact out there in terms of the environment, it is far more powerful for you to think of how you can have these conversations without just fear being the way you present it. You can use excitement. Often when Kirsty talks to me about something with the environment, I'm always impressed with how she does it with such energy and passion and excitement rather than fear. I find it far more inspiring, and most of us do into the action. And I think I could see that today when I jumped onto the Zooms a few times and saw bits. I could see that people talked really passionately about this stuff and not negatively about this stuff, even though the conversation as a whole has a degree of anxiety around it. They weren't playing it all in anxiety. They were talking about the things that they had done to make a difference, small though they may be. So it's really good to realise that all of these aspects, anxiety can help us enormously. It has this lovely positive effect, but it can equally be debilitating. So that's where everything, doesn't matter what it is, everything comes back to balance. So finding the balance so that you can operate in a way that's life-giving and leads towards you having positive action rather than in a way that debilitates your action. Okay. So how do we recognize unhelpful anxiety? The first most obvious way is thought loops. So thought loops are where you actually keep thinking the same kind of thoughts over. So it might be about a letter that you've written to someone and you keep thinking, oh, I'm not sure if I said that the right way. Or I hope they didn't take that the wrong way. Or maybe they misunderstood how I've written that. That's a thought loop. If you're doing it all the time with, let's say you've said to yourself, I'm going to set up a worm farm, but all you do is keep having the thought that you need to set up a worm farm, that's a thought loop that becomes quite destructive. So what we're going to do now is I want you to think about where your thought loops are. And if you can, log on to this website, menti.com, and put in that code. I'd love you to be able to share your thought loops, and then we can see and collate what different people's thought loops are. And it won't be associated with any one person, but it will just be interesting to see what people do in terms of their thoughts. What are the things that they keep coming back to, keep worrying about, keep finding more to do with? And Kirsty, I don't seem to have Kirsty at the moment.
I'm here.
Kirsty, if you can see any responses, if you can see them coming up, I'll stop my screen share and we'll go to yours. But otherwise, just maybe read some out would be great. That's if any.
They're not coming up yet, but I found it can be a little bit delayed.
Right.
And the good thing about this is, if you're watching, you can either open up a new tab or just jump onto your phone or a different device, whichever works for you is fine.
And while you're doing that, because I would love you to do that, because I think there's another activity I'd like to do in there, and it just gives you the chance to see how together we are in our thinking. You're not alone if you struggle to think positive thoughts, or you're not alone if certain things worry you. There's a collective similarity in all of us in terms of what we worry about. Perfect, thanks, excellent. So you can see here, Kirsty, can you read some of those out?
Yes, so there's painting. Every time I speak and someone enters, it changes. Tank, someone's got to the tank, cut down trees, rubbish on the beach, absolutely. Hard waste to landfill, COVID, it's too late, the government's ignoring us, disposable masks, the kids' future, not being intersectional, being a good mum. I can relate to that so much, especially the week before a festival. Don't worry about that. But even if it's not the week before a festival, I still question it sometimes too. People aren't doing enough. My kids' future, need to start a veggie garden. Oh, they're coming at me, Rachel.
They're great. What's interesting is these guys have already jumped into environment. I was just thinking, like it doesn't have to be the environment, it's everything. And some of you have touched on that, but I realise right now when you're doing a festival on the environment, of course that's going to be in the forefront of your minds. Yeah, excellent. And so that's what I was going to ask next, is that you could actually write it to do with the environment. But I think we've covered that here. So I think it's really great. And you get to see, is this right, Kirsty, where it has it larger, that's where a lot of people are experiencing it?
Yeah, that's right. A lot of these are very personal things though, but I can see rubbish is definitely a key thing. And the thing with this app is if people write it two different ways, then if someone says save the world and someone says I want to save the world, they'll be different. But save the world is someone can see that embarrassing thing, too much to care about, families creating waste, friends misunderstanding. There's so many things. You can all see them coming up. I might we'll do something with this later on, but people are being very open with their thoughts. Grandchildren's future. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So can we go to the next slide? You'll go to the next slide, and I think it says something like put down your environmental fears, I think, something like that. But if you could actually write in, because you've made me realise you've captured them both in one. So I'd actually like you to see if you can turn around your thinking, because this is the hard practice. And this is what I was trying to capture before with Kirsty. When I talk, she never makes me feel, and none of those speakers that we had today made it feel doom and gloom, made it feel like it was impossible. So I want you to write down now what's something that you would actually like to do for the future. So what is something that you would like to do, not something that you're fearful of, not something that's unattainable, but something that you would like to do for the future.
Is this
So,
back in Menti, Rachel? Or
yeah,
are we asking
even though the question is going to say something different, I'm just going to change it up. So I want you to write something that you feel you would like to change for the future. So if they can go in there and do the same, that'd be great. Life is going to swell. Sorry.
Okay, that should be working. I'm just going to check it now.
And while they're doing that, maybe we can talk about, many things came up today in the discussions, Kirsty, and I know you were pretty tuned in with all of them. What were some of the things that for you personally you saw that you went, yeah, that's good, I like that? And you may already be doing them, but you can always do things better, more, whatever.
Well, I guess I was privileged. I was cooking along with Alana, and here's the other half of my lunch, which might not look like much, but if you were there this morning, what we made, and if you're tuning in and you wish that you were there this morning, it's been recorded, so it will be online later. And we did any greens pesto. So I went out into my garden, and it was funny because I had her shopping list. Those who were there would have heard me say this morning, and I was really going to go and buy the ingredients that she suggested, and then I thought, stop! I've already got them in my backyard. Why am I going to buy something that I'm already growing? It was crazy, and she didn't specify exactly. I ended up using some nasturtiums, and I had some broccoli, so I used the leaves of the broccoli. And it's the most delicious pesto. And in my rush, I was still hungry, so I just put it on some avocado and toast. So that was something that I've got this morning.
That reminds me of one of our previous, I think it was the last time you did this festival last year. I remember you talking about using the things that were in your fridge. And so now I have set little targets with my kids that we have to come up with a meal from things that are in the fridge to use things up, rather than, like that's something that I've done as a mum, but now I'm kind of trying to get them to think that way, because it's not in there. They like to go from a recipe, this is a recipe, but the next step up in their cooking is to go, what can I use that's here? And it sometimes works, and, sometimes.
Oh, it saved me this week because I was going to go shopping on Monday, but I was too busy on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday. But by Thursday, I went shopping. And that was just using up what we had. So that was something else. And there was some really great conversation. There was great conversations all throughout. The circular economy one that really got into its own, as I had to say, time. And there was just, Ellen asked the question of, how did she ask it? What if we could? And some really beautiful ideas came up from the panelists, and people were starting to put their own what ifs. So I'm just going to share this screen now because I can see a few things coming through, and I think you might like to see them too. People have got some really great and positive things.
And I just read one thing that came in, and it said, "Thanks for the session." I hope people don't think that it's over yet, because I've got some real good stuff that I want to.
It's not over. What would you like to change in the future? Right to the repair. Oh, sorry, Rachel, you speak.
I just wanted to say it's good sometimes to pause and have a change and be interactive, because that's one of the hard things about sitting. Like you guys have, some of you have watched quite a few, so it's really good to have some engagement. What were you going to say, Kirsty?
I was just starting to ring things out that people would like to change, and right to repair is the largest thing I can see on there, which really resonates. If anyone's watching who knows what I've been doing lately, I've been a lot to do with the right to repair. We spoke to the Productivity Commission, and they were very kindly extended the date for a submission that I could make, which is great. But people would also like to get chickens. Costa might have made them want to think that in the session before. They want to make positive brain pathways. They want to change with creative solutions, sharing low-waste ideas, consider carefully, upcycle clothing, educating my kids. Kids are the most difficult people to educate if they're your own. It's much easier to educate other people's children than your own. Just take that from something I know. More imagination. There's so many things.
That's great. That's great. Okay, so can we go back to my share screen, Kirsty? Is that possible? Yeah? Excellent. Okay, so what I wanted to do there, and we'll use those thoughts again a bit later, but I wanted to make you aware of how the thought loops can be very eroding and take you away from the energy. And it's lovely to see you guys working towards feeling excited about some actions. But one of the keys is for us not to make it too big, and I'll get to that later. But going on, let's come back to ourselves. One of the best ways that you can enable yourself to not be restricted by the anxiety that comes up with anything that you try is to not criticize yourself. And I love this quote by Louise Hay because she just nails it. She says, you've been criticizing yourself for years and it hasn't worked. Try approving yourself and see what happens. And it's just so true. So obsessive thought loops is one thing. Procrastination and indecisiveness is another thing. That's what sets in place to help you. And I know you're going, how is that helpful? Well, the brain is overloaded. So what it does is procrastination is usually like delayed gratification. You're procrastinating, so you go to do something else. So both Kirsty and I spoke this week, and she said it and I noticed it too. It's very attractive to do housework when you have to get on with something like this. It suddenly becomes the place of procrastination. Oh, but I need to do that housework, because you know that the housework has a beginning and end that you can see clearly what is done. Now, most of the time that irritates the heck out of us, but obviously the task of doing this is harder. And so the brain goes, go for the easier route, go for the easier route. So when your child starts watching TV rather than getting on with their homework, sorry, I shouldn't say TV, playing online, you know, that's much more common. When they start reverting to that, that's because their brain is desperately wanting immediate gratification. And procrastination looks like it's not a solution, but in the short term, it is absolutely a solution. In the long term, it's a disaster, and we all know it. And us as adults, it's really easy to see that. Not necessarily easier to change it, though, in ourselves. Indecisiveness is something else that can step in play, and that happens for all of us. Controlling your environment. So OCD behaviour can become quite prevalent, even if you don't suffer OCD. It can become more obvious that you need to control your environment and your kids and their learning and anybody else around, because things don't feel right for you. So when you find yourself over planning activities or obsessively doing activities, that's when you've got to question, oh, could this be anxiety, and is it working for me or against me? Restless or limited sleep. And that was why I asked Kirsty that comment before, because that's a key sign when the anxiety has gone to being destructive, is when it's starting to impact your sleep. And that's why, you know, people will suggest that you don't keep worrying you, things that you have to do late into the evening, because you need your brain to have that wind down time of not feeling that, so that it can actually relax before that stage of going to sleep. Health issues. There are so many health issues that we can experience. So one of the things that can happen is we can have stomach issues, we can have headaches, we can have heart palpitations, breathing difficulties, aches and pains in our legs, fatigue in our body. All of these are signs of, can be some of the signs of anxiety. Other things can cause them as well. But if you're struggling, the reality is anxiety brings our immune system down. So that's a good reason on its own in this time where we are all more anxious. It's actually compromising our immune systems more. So it is great to recognize it and then find helpful ways to address it. So on that front, let's talk about how you do actually reduce anxiety. So firstly, you need to watch and replace your unhelpful thinking. So where you once might have said, oh, I haven't got this done, it's good to stop and think, okay, how can I phrase this? Rather than pummeling yourself in terms of how you talk about things. So I need to do this, I need to get that done, I haven't done this. Some people find it helpful to write a list because it allows them to know that they'll get to it, but they don't have to keep running it as a script in their head all the time. Other people, it might be about eliminating some of those things. So even though you thought you were going to do the worm farm or the compost or the help the neighbour, whatever it is, that you actually pause and go, no, right now, I actually don't have the energy to do that, and I've just got to shelve that for a while. And that might be the most helpful thinking that you can do for your head, is not to load it with more. By thinking one positive thought every morning, you can physiologically trick your brain into being a happier person. So just think about that. When we think about the lack of positive thoughts in our head, one positive thought is significant compared to all those not positive thoughts that we so easily have. I wanted to show you this slide just because sometimes the way we see things we think is a truth, but it's often the way we're seeing it is because of how we are, not how they actually are. So just being aware, just to put aside that idea that the thoughts that you're having are always truths. They're not always truths. They're just repetitive thoughts that you've made happen so often that they are truths. And a classic for that is, I'm not enough. How many of us run that theme of I am not enough? And it's not a truth, but it is a feeling that becomes a truth from so much thought around it. This I love. I just think it hits the spot every time. Where you focus determines your reality. So the more you focus on how you're failing, the more you see how you're failing. So if you want to start having a huge environmental impact, you need to start giving credit to every little thing that you do and start consciously noticing the things that you've started to take for granted and appreciating those. I might skip that one for now. I'd like you to do something now, just because I want to reiterate how powerful your mind is, and it's good for you to just move. So I'm going to take it off this screen so that I can see myself. And what I want you to do is actually stand, Kirsty, thanks, Kirsty. I want you to stand facing me and then put your hands together. And then I want you to take one hand and let it go round and follow it round with your eyes to a point, to the furthest point that you can comfortably see, but mark it, okay? Literally mark that point, okay? Once you've got it marked in your head, what it was, for me it was the corner of the mirror is my stopping point. Then I want you to close your eyes and I want you to imagine yourself taking your arm further back than you did. Picture yourself being able to turn even further back, even further than you did before, stretching so that you're more flexible. And just picture it really doing it. Okay, now I want you to open your eyes and I want you to do the same movement. And what I imagine you will see, as I just did, is that you actually went further. And the reason I wanted you to do that was because we all get fixated that we can't do something. And the biggest restriction is in our thought, not in our actual ability. So all we changed then was the thought that you could go further, not the actual physicality of your body. It was just a thought. And yet I hope, like me, you found that you moved considerably further. Okay, so creating habits wherever possible is a relief for the mind, or a relief for the conscious brain. So I was talking about this earlier. The more habits you can create in this time of COVID, where so much is going on and where many of you in the environmental sphere, especially for your daily jobs, will be constantly surrounded by what's not going right. It's really good to have distinct habits that help you to just sit back and relax in that you know that you do that. So whether it's exercise, doing things like yoga, finding some sort of mindful practice, but even in the way that you change your bed once a week, that you always do it on the same day. And it sounds repetitive and boring, but it's actually really comforting to the brain. It's the rest that it needs. So just be aware that the more that you can put into habitual patterns, the more your brain gets relaxed. Now, I say that, and I also know one of the best things our brain loves to do is have a break from our routines. But the reason it likes that break is because there is routine. So if you never have the routines in the first place, it doesn't make the break as enjoyable. Show gratitude for what you do. Use existing habits to attach to new positive self-talk. Now, you might be going, what on earth does Rachel mean by that? Let me explain. I think I've got this set up right. So this is what I would call the fertilizer for your body. How to think positive thoughts is to associate them with activity. And one of the best activities I like to associate it with is the toilet, because I know that you will go to the toilet many times in a day. We all have to. So there's one place that I know that you could associate a positive thought to an activity. So for example, it might be that you say, every time I go to the toilet, I have to come up with a positive thought about myself. Or it might be that you say, every time I go to the toilet, I have to come up with a great thought about someone in my family. Or every time I go to the toilet, I am going to think about something I have done for the environment. Just learning to put positiveness in is really profound. So going to the toilet is just one, but being at the kitchen sink might be the place where you start to associate a thought with, or brushing your teeth, or going to bed, or getting up, or stopping at the traffic lights. Any one of those repetitive behaviours that you have to do can be a potential place for you attaching a new behaviour of positive self-talk that actually will change how you feel about yourself. So showing gratitude, many of you will have heard, I imagine, a huge movement of gratitude being profound. And that's because the more you show yourself gratitude, the more you see it, and the more you start playing it out positively in your life. So I want you to do it right now, right here, right now. Just think of 3 things that you can say that are positive to yourself. 3 things that you may like about yourself or that you value about yourself. And I'm just going to pause for a little bit to give you the chance to do that. It would be really great if this is a practice that you could take into your everyday. But even if you just stop and do it now, it's more than your brain often gets. Okay, cut yourself some slack. Right now, life is not easy. For everyone, our world of what we thought was normal, what we knew we could count on, has been ripped out from under us, and we aren't sure of things. So there needs to be a degree of tolerance even towards yourself about what you expect. So you may have had great intentions of writing to that government about whatever the issue is. And if you didn't, you need to have the forgiveness. You need to let it go and just cut yourself some slack. And that can be about anything. That can be about having a shower today, or it could be about what you ate for dinner, whatever. But just accept that it isn't going to be you aren't necessarily going to be at your finest in this time. Some people may be, but many people won't be, and that's okay. Now, the last key, I would say, is to actually breaking things down into attainable steps. So one of the dangers, what we commonly do, is we create a goal to be so big that we don't know where to start. And I thought, actually, Kirsty, I was going to say, where I can see this really fitting is when you've talked about KK Angels, which is a group that you formed to provide cakes for people who are ill. That was actually a great demonstration, because it would have started with providing a cake for someone, and then it ended up becoming something that was a whole organisation that provides cakes for numerous kids around in Australia, which is just amazing. But it started just small, didn't it, Kirsty?
It started very small.
How small?
We were donating cakes to sick kids at just Ronald McDonald House in Parkville, and it was just for a few birthdays every now and then.
Yeah. And by the end, what did it look like?
Australia-wide.
And did you end up having the most amazing cakes and decorating and people providing incredible things?
Oh, it was out of this world.
But if you had expected what you were doing by the end at the start, could you have even started?
I wouldn't have even. Yeah, no, no.
And I mean, that's true for all of us. If you think about whatever job you've taken on, most of us go in having no idea how hard it's going to be. And that's part of why we can do it, is because we don't realize how hard. Well, one of the dangers is that sometimes our brains like to rehearse all the things that are difficult about something and look at the big picture and go, that's where I want to be. I've got to do that. And the brain is immediately overloaded and just can't fathom where to start. So the key is breaking it down and actually working out how to make bite-sized chunks that you can feel success with the little steps, not just with the end goal. So really making it very tangible. And I like to talk about it as though you're building a house. You don't suddenly build a house, you build it one brick at a time. And any project that we do needs to be recognised for the steps that it takes to get there, not just for the end goal. So going back, thanks, Kirsty. So here's the key. Part of all of this is balancing out our appreciation for something with the fact that we need to take risks. So the risks is where the anxiety happens, but we need to have a balance of those to actually be functional. Otherwise, we get tipped one way or the other. We become really unreal if we're just sitting in gratitude all the time. We become really annoying, to be honest. Most people won't want to associate with us because it's just too much. Or if we're always sitting in risk, we're never giving ourselves the energy that you get off the gratitude. So it's important to hold both states to find that balance. I might just skip a few things just because I see the time and I don't want to go over. But this is a really key quote. Small daily improvement results. I really, really want you to hold that, not to get obsessed about getting everything right straight away. If we are doing little things every day, it will make a big difference in the end. And this is a prayer I want to leave you with, just because I think it's really profound. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference, because sometimes we just need to let things go. Now, what you think you become, what you feel you attract, and what you imagine you create. So in a second, I'm going to get us to do an activity, and that's how we're going to end, because what we create in our head is so profound. But before we do, I was just going to show you this slide, because I have a course coming up that you are more than welcome to join. But more than anything, what I want you to realize is that right now things are difficult for most people. Even if you weren't talking about the environment, COVID has just made everything much more intense. But even for those just around the environment, it is very concerning. So if you have any concerns around stuff and you find that some of those things that I've talked about are running in your head and running a bit too frequently, then please use that thing that I talked about before and share with someone else. Actually have a conversation and use the tool of sharing as part of the alleviating the hold that that stuff can have on you. It helps to bring us back into a better perspective. But if you don't have someone, or if your normal person isn't available to you, please know I am one of many people out there that work with individuals to help them find and reconnect with their balance. At the moment, I'm just about to run a course, a 9-week course with, I'll get this, Central Ringwood Community Centre. And you could also join us on that. It does have a cost, but it's not expensive, and it would be another way to find support for yourself. So, Kirsty, are you okay if we end now? Is there anything else that you wanted to add before we end? Because I'm just going to end with them doing an activity.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. We'll have that, and then we've got Charlie waiting to finish with some music. But I think the activity would be lovely. Just a question that I want to ask. I know I've asked this before, but it's really important that people hear the answer. Is that some people are, I'm sure, are watching this and they might feel anxiety in themselves, but they might see it in others. And I think it's a really interesting time when we see it in others and to know how to help them. So can you just offer a piece of advice with that?
Yeah. Like you might have come on this for yourself, this talk today, but you may well have come on it because you can see issues for people that you know. And just the idea of talking and opening the channels of communication is huge. And I'm not saying it's easy. Sometimes it's really hard to initiate those conversations, but it's usually the things that we find hard that we find most rewarding. So it's worth actually having that conversation with someone and showing that you care. That's why I think it's Beyond Blue has the comment, "Are you okay?" day, because they just want people to reach out to each other. So if you feel that someone is struggling, please just ask them how they're going. And if it's bigger than you can deal with, just direct them to someone that you've heard of that could be helpful, or myself, or an organisation that might be able to help. There's always Kids Helpline, and there's other lines for adults. I just have a bias towards Kids Helpline. But there's all kinds of organisations, Beyond Blue for adults, can really help with different aspects of mental struggle, whether it be anxiety or something else. So yeah, I hope that helps.
Excellent. Thank you. No, that's great. I always get a lot of insight out of your sessions, and I've been sat through a few of them before. And some people have had some comments coming out. We've got some wonderful information. And if anyone's sitting here listening thinking, oh, gosh, I wish I could have taken that more in, don't worry, it's been recorded. You'll be able to come back and watch it later.
Thank you. That's great. Okay, so to end with, what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to place your hands on your heart, and you can tap if you're a tapper, and those of you who are tappers will know what that means. And if you're not, that's fine, don't. And you can tap in different ways. You can just tap like this, or you can tap on your hands. And I want you to close your eyes. So I'm going to do this because this is what I want you to do. I'm going to do the same. I want you to close your eyes, and I want you to think of one thing that you would like to do for the environment. And rather than jumping to all the ways in which it's not possible, I want you to imagine it done. So literally picture that thing being complete and feel the emotion that you have when you see it complete. This is a really important practice because your brain knows no difference. Your unconscious brain knows no difference between reality or imagined. So imagining it real becomes real to the brain. Now, I'm going to leave it at that, even though that was really short, but realize that is a really profound practice to do for yourself. Most of us spend a lot more time thinking of how it's not going to work than imagining it working. I hope today's been really helpful, and the whole of today, I know there's been so much that's gone out there. And thank you to everyone that made the effort to come and join in when Zooming is so sometimes draining, but I'm sure you've all got lots out of it. So thank you.
Great. Thanks, Rachel. I appreciate your time today.
Hi.
Hi, Charlie.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Oh, I'm pretty awesome today. It's that was a really beautiful exercise. Thanks so much, Rachel. I pictured growing an old growth forest. I mean, that's something I'm never going to do in my life, but hey, maybe one day down the future. It was incredible to just experience that. Thanks.
Yeah, growing old growth. Well, you can start it happening today. You might not see the end of it, or you might become back as a tree. I don't know. You might.
All of the above. In fact, that's the beauty of it. You know, the beginning it. There's that someone had that quote of like, whatever you want to do, begin it, and that's where the genius happens. You know, that's I think the most empowering thing to remember at this time is that we can begin things, and even if we don't finish them in our lifetime, you know, we're putting that out there. We're sending that energy onwards. So yeah, I hope you guys have had a fantastic day. I've been flat out here, there, and everywhere. I was on another live stream yesterday for the Tall Trees Festival. I've done the Nanup Flower and Garden Festival with Costa today. We're just following each other around through cyberspace and in real life. But it's great to see you all, and well, in virtual space and time. But if we've got time, I'd love to end with a song.
We would love that. We would love that too. I think we had a recording of your song at the start. You've got a song that's kind of a bit wasted.
Bit totally wasted, man. It's like the most wasted song that's ever. If you were around for the beginning of the festival, you will have heard this, but I don't care. I'm going to play it again. And just again, ending on that note of Rachel's of like, you know, imagining what can be possible and putting that out there, starting with your own change in perception. You know, that's what I like to do through music, and I guess inspiring us to imagine a future where this kind of stuff is possible, where we live in a zero waste world, where we live in a regenerative world, where we can grow and cultivate community and all of the things we need from our back or front yards. That's what permaculture is all about. And I wrote this song as the first exercise in my permaculture course 10 years ago after driving across Australia in a waste veggie oil powered 4-wheel drive, where I got all my fuel from roadhouses, deep fryers and fish and chip shops and fast food joints. And it's about the different ways that we can just start reconceptualizing waste. And a few examples, such as growing up here in the southwest of WA, where I'm so fortunate to have been raised. So thanks so much for having me from here on Wadandi Noongar Budja, as they call it here, Wadandi Noongar country. I'll leave you with this. This is No Such Thing as Waste. When I was a little kid, I liked to catch the rain. While my friends around the town let it flow right down the drain. But our tiny house in the trees had one thing that we drank. Every drop that we had saved in our rainwater tank. 'Cause there's no such thing as waste. Only stuff in the wrong place. No, there's no such thing as waste. When we treasure every trace. Then I moved to the city, rented a house on my way to buy a bed. But I saw one lying on the side of the road, so I took that one instead. And I also found a fridge, a couch, and a big old sewing machine in the biggest pile of thrown out stuff that I had ever seen. But there's no such thing as waste, whoa no, only stuff in the wrong place, yeah. That's right, there's no such thing as waste. Better save it just in case. Down the track, I found out that diesel cars can run on veggie fat, so I bought a truck and hit the road, smelling like fish and chips. I rescued piles of wasted oil from the back of restaurants and said I'd be a fool if I bought my fuel when there's oil nobody wants, 'cause there's no such thing as waste, whoa no, only stuff in the wrong place, yeah. I said there's no such thing as waste. That whole idea's gotta be replaced, yeah. 'Cause we gotta refuse, reduce, reuse, repair, then renew. I like renew better than recycle personally. So we gotta refuse, reduce, reuse, repair, then renew. Now I get my things out of garbage bins and I compost every crumb. Save all the seeds, eat garden weeds, and give the rest back to your mum. It's time we thunk about all our junk to keep our planet clean. 'Cause that W word is so absurd in a world of blue and green. 'Cause there's no such thing as waste, oh no, only stuff in the wrong place. I said there's no such thing as waste, only opportunity to be embraced, yeah. Thank you very much. That new version of the song is on our brand new album, Garbage Guts, which came out a couple of months ago and was remixed by Spoonbill, who's obviously famous Victorian electronic producer. Highly recommend checking it out. Thanks so much for having me. I hope you've had a fantastic festival. And yeah, good on you for all the work that you've been doing.
No, thank you. Really appreciate it. Lovely way to finish the festival. I'm just going to put a few stragglers here. Costa, what are you doing back?
He's still here.
How could I not stay for that last panel with Rachel and knowing that Charlie was trudging across the Nullarbor to be with us, so I had to join this. Hi, everyone.
And I've just brought up, and thank you everyone, I know we're a bit over time, but we can't help but chatting and finishing it off in such a lovely way. I've brought up not everyone because they're not in the back end right now, but some of the people behind the scenes. We've got Tamara. Give everyone a wave, Tamara. Tamara has been a big support through this whole event, and so has Beck. Hand up, Beck, from the council. You know, we all know we were supposed to do this in June, and then we postponed it to July and then to August, and I said we are definitely not taking this festival online. But I am so glad right now that that's exactly what we did, because the outcome has been amazing. Beck and Tamara were right behind me, and so was Alice from the council, and Peter in our festival team. Emily, who's up here, give everyone a wave. Emily. Emily has been behind every single festival that Zero Waste Victoria has done. Emily is a school teacher in her spare time. I'll say that because we're talking Zero Waste Victoria today, right? And so she's been incredibly busy this year, as every school teacher has. But Emily, in true form, has come on board, and she has been the master behind the tech and the panics, which most of you didn't see. We had a few little malfunctions, but I think Emily's the only one who knows what they were. So it's been an absolute great day. Shane, where are you? Shane said hi, and he said a big cheers. His message just came up. Shane looks like Costa, except his ginger beard, not the dark. I wish Shane was in the background here so I could bring him up, because he's been over supporting the Repair Cafe, who I want to hear their stories about later on. I haven't heard any stories because I've been here, but they've been repairing things. Actually, I hear someone's come in. I might see if I can jump them on. Oh, here he is. Yes, someone bring Shane on. Awesome. Oh, don't jump him off. I want him on. Oh, shame. See, there you go. There you go. Yeah. So it's been great, and we don't have. We're missing a couple of people. We're missing Carolina. I don't know where she is. She may as well dropped off, and Alice as well. Anyway, you've seen us all throughout the day. I just want to make it quite clear that it wasn't me who put this festival on. It was us who put this festival on. I just led the crazy bunch of people. But a big thanks to Costa, who's been there as well too. He's been riding this wave with us. Yeah. And he got us on. He goes, yeah, we'll have a little chat. And then he goes, what did you say? It's like a little mini festival that we had. Anyway, Costa, thank you so much for your support as well.
Absolute pleasure. What a great day.
Costa, I'm trying to reach through to like your screen, but my hand's just disappearing next to your head. Maybe you could like have another arm reaching back like that. Yeah, hang on. There we go.
I feel like I want to play, Emily.
Oh. Like that ABC ad that they had for.
It's reached a good point of the day when this has captured our attention.
Nearly o'clock. Thanks heaps, everyone.
Thank you all. And if you've just jumped in or you've missed the start, and we've spoken about things, we had the Waste Warrior panel in the morning. We did a food waste talk and made. I've still got the rest of my lunch, which I haven't finished eating. It is delicious. I'm going to finish my lunch later and have it on pasta tonight. Then we had our circular economy panel that just got better and better and better until I'm like, I'm sorry, guys, you've got to go. Then we had Jenna talking about fashion and slow fashion, and Tamara answered some great questions as well. All throughout, we had Beck and Alice answering questions about recycling, and some really tricky ones came through, which was great. They answered them really well. So do watch back for the replay if you're just jumping on now. But again, thanks to you all. Thanks for going, letting us go overtime and continuing, but glad to see a few faces on at the end. Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
See you later.
Kirsty.
Bye.
Will I hit it?
Yes.
Yeah.